Hello. Oh my goodness, I'm so sorry about that. My cat decided he wanted fresh, cold water from the refrigerator, so I had to get a bowl down for him and give him some water. And then I wanted to make sure he actually drank it, because sometimes when I give him water or food, he'll only consume it so long as I'm there. He has to have a buddy while he's eating, which I think is super cute. And like, I totally understand. Sometimes I want to have a buddy while I'm eating, and so I hang out with my cat. So today we're going to be doing a little bit of story. First we have to do Divergent Universe, because I haven't done it this week. Usually do that on Monday, but I just didn't have energy time this week. What did I do Monday this week? Did I go to Barnes & Noble on Monday? I don't know. It's been a blur. It's been a blur. However, this is a week where I have free time. So. Oh, I do want to put my glasses on. Did the day reset? I did these already. I literally did these earlier in the day. That's interesting. Okay. I'm like, what? I don't understand. Yeah, I did, because I had 300 energy earlier and I'm down to under 230. Did the day reset again? I don't know. Huh, okay. Let me go ahead and put my glasses on here. These glasses, by the way, I'm sad that they cost so much money, but I am glad that I got them and got the prescription and all that stuff taken care of from an actual optometrist, whatever, eyeball person. Because it totally has like made my eyeballs feel better. I think a lot of it has to do with the screens are so bright. Like, I was messing around with my television screen in the living room because I'm watching some stuff out there now that I fixed the Wi-Fi. And I was like, why is this like so uncomfortable compared to the one in my room? Like, the one in my room I know is bad because the top light bugs me more than the TV does. But like, why is this one bugging me as much? And I checked, and the backlight for the TV was at 100, and the TV in my room is at like 60. And my laptop's is like anywhere between 50 and 70. And I'm like, holy crud. That, no wonder. So I went ahead and turned that down. My eyeballs have felt so much better since. So, let me turn this down a bit because it's a little loud. Are we in English? We are not in English. Okay. So that's something I'll need to change. I did finish a chunk of manga. I finished all of the manga that I had. So the 2 Garden Walls, Perfect World, 15 minutes, and then 2 side ones that I grabbed because their covers looked interesting. One of them is called The Girl from the Outside, or The Other Side, or something like that. And it's not a bad manga. I think my problem with it is the story is meant to be so mysterious that the guy and the girl, the little girl he's taking care of, is really cute together, and like their story is cute, and then like I could do well with just that story, but then there's this other story of like, oh no, there's this castle nearby and they're tossing corpses out because they're executed and killed and all this other stuff because they're cursed or suspected of being cursed, and it's a whole political blah blah blah. And then the girl's like seen and stuff, and people run away and like all that. But then like the end of the book ends with this dark creature coming into the girl's room and coming over and touching her. And like the mystery that has built up to that point, and then that is like the last page, should not be the last page. Like, I am hooked enough that like, oh yeah, I kind of do want to know what happens, but I'm not hooked enough to get the next manga in the series. Hi, Mad Larry. Simply because I need like 3 more pages, or 2. I just need like a little bit more after that last scene, because like there's just not a hook. But I also feel like there's sort of like 2 ambiances going on between like the older guy. He's probably like in his 20s or his 30s, and he's really good at talking to this little girl. She's like 5 years old. And their scenes together are really good. But then we have the scenes on the side that are the tense, dark scenes, and him like kind of trying to figure out what she is, because she's obviously been abandoned there and all that stuff. So like, I just don't know. And like, that's frustrating. That is very frustrating. Okay, I want this, and I still have doubles I can get. I have 24 of 84. Let me get, I don't know how much of preservation I need. That's my problem. Let me do another preservation. I'll do 6 more. So that was one, and then the other one that I read, it just wasn't my comic book, is the easiest way to say it, because it's not a bad book. It just wasn't my vibe. It just wasn't my energy. I believe it's called something like Our Dreams at Dusk, and then it has a Japanese name, and then it has the author's name. Blue and white cover. Its artwork is extremely visually emotional. And there's nothing in the main character or in the page where it's like the main character thinks this. However, we get scenes of the main character being tormented by things that they have said, or they've seen, or that they've heard. So you get part of their inner thoughts, but not their actual inner thoughts. And then you get the beautiful visual scenery that goes with that. It is LGBTQIA. It's a kid who thinks he might be gay. Some guy messes with his phone in class or whatever and sees that he has like gay porn on his phone or something, and they start calling him homo, and he can't deal with that because even he himself hasn't really realized if he's gay or not. He kind of does, but then he also hasn't quite yet. He's like in this purgatory, I guess is a good word, because he's suffering. He's at the age where he's definitely suffering and struggling with it and stuff. And then he meets this like drop-in center house of some sort where people just show up and they're doing all sorts of, I don't want to say zany things, but like they're not, I don't understand what the drop-in center is for, because they're not there to talk about something specifically or have a thing in common or have nowhere else to go because of their communication. Like it just, I don't know. There's just something in there that's just like, there's stuff to the story that I wish, because I was thinking about this last night of like, okay, I'm going to give it like a 2.4 is what I end up rating it, because like I rate by atmosphere, plot, pacing, logic thread, and enjoyment. Well, okay, atmosphere was pretty good, decent, so it's a 3 or a 4. And then plot and pacing, so plot, I give it like a 2 or 3. It's pretty average, it's not bad. Pacing, I gave a 2 because I definitely felt like there was dialogue that was missing that I felt like it needed to succeed for me personally. However, it is a great example of show don't tell kind of comic book. Kind of like the other one where like it just needed something to really hook me, and it didn't quite have that just quite yet. And then yeah, and then for logic thread, I think I gave it a 2 for logic thread, or a 1 or something, because like it makes sense, it just didn't quite make sense to me. Like I don't know how to phrase that, because like it makes sense, but it's kind of like there's 2 or 3 stories going on that just, I don't know, it's just because like it opens up with being his story, and then like halfway through we get a bit of like one of the girls' story instead, and so I'm like, whoa, wait, back up now. Are we gonna have dual POVs, or are we having one POV? Because like, what kind of storytelling are we going with? Like, what kind of mood are we going with? Because everything up to this point was singular POV. Why are we suddenly getting a scene from the other characters in their household that is not the main character's POV that he's not aware of? Like, what's going on here? You're switching vibe here. And I didn't like that. Excuse me. I have a tickle in my throat. 1 second. Ugh. So, TMI, do not Google this. I have tonsil pearls, which is a nice word for mucus in your tonsils, the back of your throat. And I cleared one out the day before yesterday. And I was like, okay, cool, it's finally gone, feels better. They have been driving me crazy for like the last several years. It's not a new thing, it's just been a thing, especially for like the last, I want to say 6 years. I feel like it really became a problem sometime during COVID. And I have a doctor's appointment set up for him because I used to take a nasal spray that was a steroid because I have a post-nasal drip. I just know that I do. Like, that's just a thing that I have, chronic post-nasal drip. So I used to take a steroid for it, and so I thought for a while, let me just stop taking that. And I had the idea like a month ago, 2 months ago, that I'm like, okay, let me try a saline solution, because if I can get saline through my nasal passage, because your nasal passages open up into your mouth, that's how you breathe, to get to your esophagus. If I can get liquid with the saline there, because supposedly the tonsil stuff is there because there's a piece of crud or something hardened, and like it needs moistness to stay soft so that it goes down your throat so that you consume it in a natural manner. So I'm like, okay, let me do the saline stuff, because that logically, right, that's going to keep it moist and soft and whatnot. Like, that just makes sense to me. I have gone through an entire bottle of saline, and I've had less, but I still have the tonsil, the pearls. And I'm like, okay, well, so I have a doctor's appointment scheduled, which is fantastic, to talk about this specifically, to see, like, is there anything I can do? Because I thought about this like 2 days ago. I do not recall having the tonsil pearls when I used the nasal drip spray constantly. I stopped using it because it was mostly for like allergies, and I like really don't get allergies too much, but I was giving it as a thing for like post nasal drips. So I've used it off and on for years, since I was in my early 20s and stuff. So I'm like, okay, let me just go ahead and use it. But I just had the idea yesterday that when I had that steroid stuff, the spray, I don't recall, are any of these new? No. I don't recall having the tonsil pearls. Like, the tonsil pearls is a relatively new symptom to me medically. And like, I haven't done anything dramatic in the last several years. So I've been streaming consistently since like 2022, 2021. Honestly, earlier than that, but like for Twitch's sake of like affiliate stuff. So I'm like, well, it can't be that I'm streaming, right? Because like having regular conversation does not make sense, because I sing a whole lot just to myself. And so singing and conversations and stuff, that shouldn't be a thing that would cause or prevent tonsil pearls. But the thing that comes to mind of like, okay, what else have I had in like my ear, nose, and throat stuff? And one of them that came to mind was that steroid spray. And so I'm going to ask my doctor about that, or see if she has any other ideas, or if she just has to refer me to an ear, nose, and throat specialist, which is annoying. Which is the other thing that's super annoying. If you have a tonsil pearl and you need to get it removed, because a tonsil pearl is a blockage of your tonsils. Your tonsils are in the back of your throat, and you have two little holes. So your nose, when you inhale, goes through two little holes down through your tonsils, and it's one of your first lines of defense with your immune system is the best way to explain it from Googling a whole lot about it. And so that one. So I went ahead and I just don't know. I'll find out, but I got one. I got one taken. Why are none of these? I don't want any of these. So I'm just hoping that like I can get this taken care of, because this is driving me absolutely crazy. It's driving me up the wall. I don't like it. I don't need Memo Spirit. No. I have to discard a blessing. Cool. Discard that one. Give me that one. So I'm just frustrated with my tonsils right now. And it doesn't help that like when you're Googling things, they're like, oh yeah, the way to get through this is surgery. And I'm like, no. Like, no. I'm not going to just like remove my tonsils for X, Y, and Z reasons. Like, that's just not going to happen. Especially because like I normally have a really good immune system, and I know that tonsils benefit your immune system. So like, why would I choose to make that worse? That seems illogical. So, but I have... I knew that I didn't get the whole thing out whenever I coughed it up the other day. I assumed that I'd gotten a fair bit of it, but I knew that I didn't get all of it. So whenever I coughed just now on stream, apparently the act of just like I took a shower and then like hanging out and chatting and stuff on stream was enough to just dislodge it enough where it's like, you need to cough this out now. Annoying. And it's super annoying because so you have a solid thing. It's not very big. It's usually maybe 3 millimeters round because it's a pearlish type shape. But it's solid, it's dense, and it's in the back of your throat. And so like anything that feels even remotely close to the size of one of your teeth feels massive inside your mouth. And so it just feels like there was just this swollen thing in the back of my throat, just rubbing against like my tongue and stuff, because you could feel it. And I can always tell whenever I'm going to get one, or I just got one, or I have one, or one is bugging me, because I kind of feel like I have a cold. Like my throat is sore, and my ears, the inside of my ears ache and stuff, and my eyes are kind of more tired, and like the inside of my nose is sore, and like because all of those symptoms together are like, oh, you have a tonsil pearl kind of thing. And it's just like, can you go away, please? Like, I don't want to deal with you. So I'm looking forward to that appointment with my doctor so much. That appointment is not this Thursday, but next Thursday. But I have the show this upcoming Saturday. But the next couple of like week and a half, I'm free. So I have something to do on Tuesday this week. And then I have something on Friday, and then I have my show on, I have my show on Saturday, and then I have something to do on Sunday. And then I think I'm free both Mondays and Tuesdays next week. I have to look. I know like the last, thing in September is a thing. Grab that one. These are dots, aren't they? Yeah, this is a dot resistance. That's follow-up. And that's allies target. What's this one? Let's do that one. So I was actually just talking with one of my friends because she's like, "Oh, I just did one of my shows and stuff, and it went really good. Are you going to do? Are you going to try and do any restocking and stuff for your show on Saturday?" And I'm like, "No, I could, but I don't really need to." Because I'm thinking about it right now, and I'm like, the toy that I'm actively working on is the giraffe from like June, July. I just haven't had the energy to like work on it. I might work on it maybe a bit tonight, or at least like pick it up and see where I'm at. I have not started the Halloween blanket. I kind of want to wait until like the last week of September to work on it to see. One thing I do want to do with that is I want to take the pattern and copy it with a copy machine so that I have like a good copy of it that I can keep pristine. But I have gotten through my fair bit of books. I do have, so the next books that I need to at least crack open and see if I want to keep them from the library is I have the Dungeon Crawler Carl book. I don't know if it has any other titles, it just says that on the cover. So I think it's the first one in the series because I got like number 5 or 6. And I didn't like the way that one was written because it was too much D&D source book feeling, and like that's not what I'm interested in. So I went ahead and returned that one. So if the first one is like that too, I didn't read, I just glanced at it and saw the formatting and was like, nope, I'm not here for this. Triangle, this button. Okay, we're gonna do, let's see, you are Ice MC. What are you? Thought it was Kafka. Is it not Kafka? Oh, it's Ice Lady, because I needed Inert Celasto for a ratio. But Sunday needs this one. So let's go ahead and do this guy. So we have 4 of these to do. So yeah, I'm gonna poke through the Dungeon Crawler Carl book and see if I find it any bit interesting. And then the other book that I have that I'm going to look through is, I thought I had saved this. So when I'm putting books on hold, I'm scheduling the holds. Hi DJ. Oh, what a cute little ditto. I'm scheduling the holds so that they appear later in the month or in October or something. I don't think I've quite gone to November yet. So that they just appear staggered slowly to a degree. I do have 2 movies I have to go through. I have Monsters vs. Aliens, which I have seen before, so I can just put it on the background to do something else. And then I have Turning Red is the other one. And I have not seen Turning Red, although I have seen the CinemaSins version of it. So I've like heard the characters' voices and I understand the story to a degree. Don't quite remember it. It's a Canadian teenage girl, Canadian, Chinese, French, English girl, whatever, who is crazy about a boy band, think like BTS or Backstreet Boys or whatever. And her friends are trying to make money to go to a concert because her parents don't want her to go or something. And the mom is thinking she's going through puberty instead of thinking, oh, the curse of the red panda is active on my own daughter. Like, that would be my first choice if I knew my family had a curse, but whatever. So after I watched the CinemaSins video of this movie, I had no desire to see the movie because the voice that comes out of the little girl as the main character sounds like an adult. And I don't mean like sounds like an adult like, oh, it sounds like an adult, like she sounds like an adult, like she was a smoker kind of adult, like the girl that plays Jessie in Toy Story, perfectly fine. the girl that does Elsa, the girl that does Anna, the girl that does Rapunzel, the girl that does Ariel, the girl that does Jasmine. Like, they all have, or have been able to change their voices to sound like innocent. Whereas whoever is doing the voice for the main little girl in Turning Red does not sound good. She does not sound like a teenager. She does not sound like a young teenager who's like 12 years old, 13 years old, 11 years old. She doesn't sound young and innocent. She sounds like she is 24 years old and has smoked. Like, I can't explain it. I don't like the voice. There was someone else that had a voice that I didn't like. Oh, Inside Out 2. Inside Out 2, when I started hearing the so I wasn't a gigantic fan of Riley's voice, but it grew on me as the story went, because you don't really hear Riley talk. But whenever she's talking to like the other girls at like the hockey camp, one, their personality and behaviors, and two, their voices and like just like the posture that they sit in, and like how none of them are supervised at all by adults. I'm just like, oh, they just tossed this like 14-year-old girl into a college thing instead of like, oh no, this is varsity, this is high school. Like, there's, I don't know, there's just something about Inside Out 2s with like that kind of logic, just off the voices and like their postures and body language. I'm just like, oh, okay, no. I try, but you pulled me out of it so bad. Okay, that's all taken care of. Let's see. Did I need anything else to do? I don't believe so. Off the top of my head. I want this one. Confirm. Okay, and I'm currently wearing HP. Okay. All right, I got 18.3% defense on that bullshit. I'm gonna have to make the ball, aren't I? Yeah, I'm gonna have to make the ball. Let me see. How do I... There we go. Main stat, HP. Save. Click out. Click out. After all of that, I got nothing. So annoying. Okay, and this one is energy regen. I'm gonna have to make my ball and my rope for Sunday. Energy regen. Yeah, I'm gonna have to make my ball and rope for Sunday. That's friggin' annoying. Annoying! Okay, no, wait, go back. Characters, let's go back to ratio, his traces. Oh, I finished his traces. Okay. Okay. Okay, I did not check light cones. 80, 80. Did I finish your traces? I did. Okay, I got his light cone to 80. Good. And your light cone is also to 80. Okay, good. Okay, so it looks like that's basically all taken care of. So now what we want to do is... I want to go to the here. So yeah, I'll try and watch Turning Red, but like I have a sinking suspicion that as it's playing, I'm going to start tuning it out and just play around on my phone, because like I don't want to activate your clockwork. Go away. I have a sinking suspicion that I'm just not going to be super into it. And that's, you know what, that's fine. That's fine that like not every movie is for me. The Home on the Range cow movie that Disney did was not for me. I can argue actually that Moana was not for me either, because I did not like Moana's songs. All of them felt like copycats of each other. Okay. Open that. Poke. Okay, that's taken care of. And now the next one is Ferry Me Through the Ages. Is that correct? Yes, because we want to go to this section of the town. Yeah. 80s Elysiae. Oh, right. I'm in Japanese. Hold on. I should still have the English installed. Okay. I feel bad because, like, on the one hand, I feel like I'm extremely nitpicky of some things, but on the other hand, it's like, no, I've seen enough anime, I've read enough manga and stuff that, like, I kind of feel okay in being as nitpicky as I am, you know? I was looking at, so Neo-Fantasian is the other game that I want to do that I have a demo for that I wanted to poke. And then the other game that I was thinking of getting, the one that has all like the racism and stuff in it, I was looking at it. It's Metaphor. And it is like 88 hours long. Do I like Moana? Yes, I do like the movie of Moana. Like, on the whole, I like the movie of Moana. And I look at the music in two ways. One, for me, the music is exceedingly repetitive, and therefore it is boring. So if I think back to The Lion King or The Little Mermaid or Aladdin, or even like Sleeping Beauty or Cinderella or Pinocchio, the music in all of those, the ambiance plus the musical songs are always unique to the mood, and they don't really have a throwaway song. That's my biggest complaint about Frozen, is Frozen has the Troll song and Olaf song, and they're both throwaways. Neither one really needs to exist. They're both throwaway songs. The Troll song, everything that happens in the Troll song can take place without a musical number, and their song should be a villain song, because Hans doesn't get his villain's song. So that's that. So, but the other thing about Moana is because its music is consistently repetitive, except for the crab singing about shiny and Maui being I'm so cool, except for those two songs, which could arguably be the throwaway songs, although the villain does need his song, so that's fine. Except for them being repetitive, I think the repetitiveness in Moana actually serves to further the plot of the movie, because Moana's movie is titled Moana, and it's all about Moana I Want. So if we think back to Aladdin, his is another movie that is all about him, that is titled after him, Aladdin. It's not called The Magic Lamp, Aladdin and the Magic Lamp, or the Magic Lamp in general or something, or the Genie. It's just called Aladdin. And while that music is not at all repetitive, it is adventurous and fun. And Moana's is the same way in that it is adventurous and fun. So Moana is a stronger movie than Frozen is in that regard. But yeah, the music is just so repetitive to me, and I don't like it. So Turning Red, I know, is done by Pixar, so I'm expecting something different. But, like, is Turning Red, like, again, I know the idea of the plot to a degree. Is Turning Red going to go so far askew into their plot that it's going to end up like Ralph Breaks the Internet, which is a horrible movie? Or is it going to be like Coco and Encanto, where it's like we're going to skew really far into the emotional bit, and one does it really well and one does it really bad. And Kanto's ending section is arguably the weakest part of the movie. After the two sisters have their song together with the plants, and we get to the grandma bickering with her, and then we have the grandma butterfly song, that is the weakest part of that movie. And it should be the strongest emotionally. Whereas in Coco, which also has significantly Spanish songs, none of that is weak. All of the music that's in Coco, it furthers the plot along and is fantastic and builds on the movie of itself. So, like, I feel like Turning Red is going to go the route of Ralph Breaks the Internet, where it's going to start off kind of strong and then it's going to get cringy, and then it's just going to get worse from there, because Ralph turns into a virus and multiplies everywhere, and Turning Red, she turns into Godzilla. And so she has to defeat her mom. She has to defeat the matriarchy because of Godzilla stuff. And, like, when I'm already walking into it where the main character does not sound like a girl who is 11 years old, I don't like that. And, like, I'll know once I watch it, because I don't remember this, but if the other girls and kids around her also sound like they're 24 years old, I might be able to give it a pass. But if the other ones sound like they are age-appropriate preteens and teenagers and stuff, and only she herself sounds like a 24-year-old college student, I'm going to hate the movie because of that by itself. So I'm trying to jump in. There's no jump button in this game! What? I want to jump over things and I can't. Oh, sadness. I think it's because I'm a longtime Disney fan and I've been a fan of Pixar since the beginning, that, like, I can see where things fall off the rails, or, like, kind of like I can see what they're going for and I can tell that this isn't a movie for me, or this isn't the mood for me. Like, I was talking about Soul with one of my friends, and we were talking about how, I'm like, have you seen Inside Out? And she's like, no, but I was going to see Soul, but I don't like to watch sad movies unless I want to be sad. And I would have watched Soul if no one had told me that Soul was sad. And I'm like, oh, yeah, Soul is sad. But it's not sad in the sense of, like, how do I put this? Moana is sad because grandma dies. Atlantis is sad because dad dies and they're going to be destroyed. Whereas, like, Soul is sad because it is a person trying to feel like they have a reason to live and they don't recognize the reason to live. They think it's one thing and it's actually another, and they don't realize that until the end of the movie. But to get to that point, they have to have an emotional argument with their mom while they are technically already dead. So, like, Soul is sad in a different way because Soul has such a strong tie of death to it, where, like, Coco is exceedingly sad, and also has the same motif of death with it, but they're done in two different ways. Like, I will never ever watch Soul again in my whole life. I would rather watch Grave of the Fireflies because I don't like that parent-child argument that happens. That stands out to me in the movie. But yeah, it's a different kind of sadness where it's like, is it melancholy, is it sad, or is it somber, or is it depressing? Because in English, all four of these words mean different things. So, yeah. Okay, let me see. This said that I could pull up a story summary, didn't it? Is it not letting me? Or did I miss my chance? Where are you? Where is it? Oh. Because I clicked out of it, do I not get it? These are the events. Where's the, stop navigation, navigate. Do I not get the story summary? Thoughts on Elio. Elio I haven't seen yet. I don't think I get the summary. Let me teleport somewhere far away. So I have seen trailers for Elio, and I've seen people talk about Elio. So far as I understand, it is a little boy who wants to be abducted by aliens because he doesn't feel like he fits on the Earth or something like that. I think that's correct. And he has like an aunt. This is not giving me my story recap. Do I only have the one chance to see the story recap and then I can't see it again because I accidentally clicked out of it? But just the pitch for Elio. I'm a nerd and I watched a lot of Disney movies. I'm not getting the story recap button.
Misery and bliss, the same no matter where you go.
What's going on? I had it. Yeah, but I mean, I understand that probably it's like a 2-paragraph story recap, but like, why don't I get to see it? I could literally only option into it once, and because I said no, it doesn't ever pop up ever again. That's actually stupid. Not that button. So because I watched a lot of Disney Channel as a kid, okay, this is the stories for them individually. I remember it was a live action movie that was done with puppets, and it was a Halloween type energy movie. It was a guy in high school, let's say, second year of high school, who felt awkward and he didn't feel like he always like fit in at his world. That does not help me. And so he's smart. He's a smart person that believes in intelligent life on other planets. And so he makes a machine, a satellite machine, to spit out words into the cosmos that says, "I am here, please come kidnap me. I believe you exist as aliens, please come kidnap me. I'm tired of my existence on this poor planet," or whatever, right? You know, whatever dramatic thing a teenager says. Okay, wait. Okay, these are the cycle numbers. Yeah, I remember this. Okay. Reunite routine logging of the 12 factors to support Iron Tomb's deep learning process. So Iron Tomb is the name of the machine that is going to create the god. And because this is a machine, it was a scepter tossed off in space that the gods ignored, or whoever ignored. Phainon is actually, he's Nikos. Yes, at the end of the 33,500,000 something cycle, Nikos, Phainon, Kave, or whatever his name is, attempted to destroy itself through the destruction, which is how it was able to see, what's his face? Nanook through the, he broke the sky and was able to see Nanook. Hang on, isn't there like a DJ, isn't there a button where you can see like your past quests? Like an encyclopedia or something? But so I watched that puppetry live action movie, which is the same kind of idea of Elio. And so when I saw the plot of Elio, just the pitch of it, I was immediately thinking back to this live action movie, which is called, it's a Disney TV thing, and it's called Can of Worms. And I'm like, oh, so it's just Can of Worms done slightly differently. So it's not bookshelf. So I have missions. Oh wait, Fate's Atlas? Is that it? Yeah, okay. So I don't know why these have blue dots on them. I think I want... Okay, that's when the girls are dying. Right, the Fall at Dawn's Rise. This is Cypher. She was doing the greatest thing. So we go to this one. Can I, like, make the artwork bigger? The memories of the Flame Reaver, Kaslana, that's his name, Kaslana, merge in with phainon for the core flame, so he holds... Kaslana holds all of the 12 plus his own, the 13th core flames of 33,550,000, blah, 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 cycles. So he holds 13 times that. So he has jacked up power. And at the end of it, I vaguely recall, at the end of his thing, his cycle, to break through the cycle, try and break his way out, he decides to go through and become the Reaver, and the Reaver, the Flame Reaver, is the one that like attacks Phainon's village, if I remember correctly, once Kaslana starts being involved in the story. And then at some point he decides to just be the Flame Reaver as a corrupt creature that has no memories, and then once Phainon, Nikos, ends up coming to the end of the cycle and talking with Robot Dude, Lygus, that's when Flame Reaver's face is, his helmet is broken and he's revealed to be Kaslana, and the two entities merge through the computer program thingy-madoozy, if I remember correctly. And so Phainon of the current cycle is given all of the core flames of the past, and then given all of his memories of living for that long, because Kaslana basically becomes, he's not corrupt, like he's not evil, he's just really, really tired of this, and he tries to break out because he's killed Lygus a bunch of times, and Lygus can never die, because that's one of the things I remember is there's a cutscene where he's trying to beat the shit out of Lygus, and Lygus is like, ha ha ha, how many times have you tried to kill me, peasant? Kind of nonsense. So I remember that. I remember after he gets his memories, after he kills Lygus, after Phainon, who is now Kaslana, easy to just call him Nikos, after he does that, he breaks the program, because he's at the end of the program. He breaks the program, and the Black Tide is there to attack him. That's the big anime movie with all the music and stuff. And he's destroying all these things. His clothes gets all tattered and torn. He's covered in golden ichor, which is his blood. So he's covered in blood. And he breaks the sky, and he does all this great destruction and chaos. And he breaks the actual like false sky of the computer program that they're trapped in, because he's trapped in a computer program which is based in a spaceship satellite. Like, think of the spaceship satellites that orbit our Earth. It's a satellite that's massive called a scepter. He's inside a computer program inside that in a false world. He breaks the false world sky to break through the satellite, and he sees that Nanook is looking at him, like the great gods of the universe, which are stronger than the gods of like Tevat. The Tevat gods are gods of the planet, or the continent rather, of Tevat within their own little bubble world. Whereas Kaslana is a god of his planet in his bubble world computer program. Nanook is one of the gods of the entire universe. So that's a tier up. So he gets Nanook to look at him. Nanook had already been looking at the program prior to this. I think after. So Nanook starts looking at this after we read the program files. After Lygus somehow gets involved, because Lygus is part of the robot colony planet of a failed god thing. Lygus somehow gets involved with the computer machine. He gets administrative power over the computer machine, and he changes its directive to create a god of destruction. And once he changes that initiative to destruction, then Nanook, who is the god of the universe of destruction, begins to pay attention. And now that Kaslana has absorbed so many core flames across the computer program 33 million plus times, he is now strong enough to have Nanook not only look at him, but to scratch his cheek. I remember that, because that was a really cool like thing in that little anime cutscene, which was really, really loud. I remember that. And then that was the end of the program. We get the world shuts down, and we wake up again, and we have Kaslana returned to the start of the program as he's about to leave the world, and then he has we're like inside his mind kind of thing at the start of the program, because it's in his village, which is Iridius 80s, whatever it's called. And he has so we have phainon, who is now Kaslana with all the core flames, Nikos. He says farewell to the hero within because he decides to just continue embracing the core flames and not the hero, because phainon believes he cannot break the cycle. He is trying to constantly, but at the end of every single cycle, before he separates the two of the present day phainon to the Flame Reaver, he believes there's a small bit of him that keeps believing and believes that he can never break through of this and get this torture of the flame chase journey. That's torture. He believes that there must be a way to break it, but he is disenchanted. And so he says goodbye to the hero within, who is himself, who believes in hope. He is the embodiment of hope. His voice is very quiet, and for a long time, Kaslana, phainon, Nikos, phainon is the fake name, so Kaslana is the real name, and Nikos is the program name. He couldn't hear that voice, and so finally he hears the heroes within voice, because we had the main character with us this time, and even the hero within was like, oh hey, we haven't talked in a while. I never went away. Like, I'm still here. Because I haven't been absorbed or destroyed. I'm still here. You just stopped listening to me, or you couldn't hear my voice. I remember that as part of the exchange. And the two, Kaslana and the hero, had a conversation where, like, this time will be different, because now we have an unpredictable force, the MC, coming in and being the answer to find that out. Now, after that happens, I'm not too sure how we ended up here, cause like after that cutscene finished, we ended up down here on the dock, if I remember right. Right? Isn't this like where we were? Yeah. This is like where we were at. We were talking to, what the hell is that? It's a seal! Okay. Anyway. I guess I'm collecting seals. It teleported me! We were like down here. No. We weren't on the water. We were, where were we? We were there. We were looking out the water, but we weren't on the water. No? Where were we? Maybe we were on the stuff. But like, so we are in, I believe we're technically inside Castellana's, this location. Aedes, Eridus Aedes, or whatever it's called. I believe this is where we were having our conversation by like the fishing boat. Cause like this looks familiar. Yeah, I think we were talking here. I think. Cause I don't think, this isn't water. Cause like, look at the map, this is all pale, so this isn't water. So I believe we were talking like right about here. I don't understand how we are here. This is where my question is. Are we still within Castellana as he has separated from and become the Flame Reaver again? Is that what has just happened? I think that might be what just happened. Is Castellana has transformed himself into the Flame Reaver for the 33,551 whatever time. I think that's where we're at in story. Is the story has reset, and that's where we're at. Is that we have present day phainon, who he goes by phainon. He doesn't go by his true name of Castellana because his village is about to be burned down. So he would actually be Castellana at this point, not the Flame Reaver Castellana with all the core flames. He would be innocent boy who has not had his village burned down just yet, so he goes by Castellana. But in like, I remember this was a conversation with 2V, is like, where has Cyrene been after he kills her? Because like, March runs into Cyrene, and Cyrene is physically outside of the bubble world and is specifically refusing to re-enter the bubble world because she's like, no, that's a place that's trapped in like horror and stuff, and I'm never going back there. That's my home, but I'm never going back there. Because the thing that gives Castellana the power to time travel is her sickle. Because Cyrene has a sickle. So like, I know that the Cyrene that is here is Mem transformed. So like, in this cycle, the most recent cycle, not the one we are currently in, although maybe this one too, in the most recent cycle, we took the form of Cyrene in terms of the core flame thingamabob doodad, I think. Because like that's been a thing that was like unclear, is that like what happened to Cyrene's place, because if a timeline is constantly cyclical, someone had to replace Cyrene after Cyrene deleted herself from the timeline. Like that has to have been the case. So I believe once Castellana and phainon separated into Castellana and Flame Reaver, and the hero said, cool, let's try this with the MC, we were left standing here, and as we walked around, Mem transformed into Cyrene. Why don't I have a recap page? This is so annoying. I have to go off my memory. I do think I'm correct. My memory. I do believe that my memory is at least somewhat correct here. Okay. Let's go ahead and get this started. Am I going the right way? I am.
Hello. Your surprised expression is just like what the memories recorded.
Oh, nope, I don't want that. Are you Cyrene or Mem?
Maybe I'm both? Just kidding. If I had to choose, then I'm probably closer to the latter.
I want to smack her, by the way. Her personality still bugs me.
It's pretty unbelievable for me, too. It's like I had a long dream. Cyrene's memories and Mem's memories, they're all tangled together. But when I woke up, there were only broken fragments left. I can't remember what happened in those 30 million cycles, but I remember what you did for this world. Like, didn't you wish for me to turn into a pretty girl back at the Grove?
No. I didn't. I didn't pick that option.
You didn't? In that case, just treat it as my own wish then.
I want to hit her so bad.
There's so much I want to say, but unfortunately, this isn't the time to reminisce.
Let me turn the audio up a little bit for you.
With the memories of the previous flame chase still intact, we've returned to this place at the beginning of time, so we can carry out our promise to phainon. The descent of Iron Tomb may be looming over the horizon, but we still have a chance to change everything. Ide Silicii is so quiet. In Cyrene's memories, she always sits alone by the lake, gently swaying on the swing, like she's waiting for someone. I don't know. It sounds weird, doesn't it? It's something that happened to me, but I'm talking as if I'm an observer.
'Cause you're not Cyrene.
But that's just what those memories are like. Vague and unclear, as if encased in thick ice. The only things I remember are the days I spent with you. Emphorius will fall into an ending of destruction after the next Era Nova. But those stories went out of fashion ages ago. In a proper romantic epic, the hero's supposed to foil the villain's plot, right?
Well, I guess.
That's right. He's the mastermind who's trying to control everything. How unforgivable. But I still feel a bit anxious. Lygus chose to walk into the spotlight and reveal everything, which means he still thinks the current situation is under his control. Maybe he still has an ace up his sleeve. Think about it. Even the name Lycurgus is a fake one. We have no idea who or what he really is. Which means it's probably time to borrow that treasure you're carrying, friend.
Time to call Screwlum, or write his name as I have written, or make a wish to Celeron. It'd be Screwlum.
Yep, that Intellitron friend did say, when required, it can also serve as a bridge for communications between the internal and external world. Ide Silicii is a little village enclosed by time. We might be able to contact the outside world from here. Why don't we give it a try? We should at least tell our friends from beyond the sky that you're still in one piece. Firstly, we need to find a well-hidden spot.
I need to get my sweater on. I took a shower and so my hair is damp. And so I'm a little bit cold. I also grab my remote for my heater. If you can hear crunching, by the way, I'm sorry. I'm nibbling on goldfish crackers while she's talking. Because unlike Harvestella, I don't have to read this aloud. I can just sit back and listen to someone else narrate the text. Okay, ad is going to start in a minute. Let me know when it starts if you want me to pause story. I have snoozed it 2 times, so I can only snooze it 1 more. Because you only get 3 snoozes.
It's super quiet here. Sounds can't get in or out. Back in Cyrene's memories, this room was her secret base. No one noticed her practicing Orynyx's prayer here, or trying to speak with the gods in secret. But today's different, isn't it? We aren't trying to contact unreachable gods, but humans from other worlds. Real people.
That's Cyrene's thoughts. Yeah, so like this is Mem more than is Cyrene, because Cyrene herself is outside the bubble of Amphorius, or whatever the place is called. She's outside because March passes her to re-enter.
I'm prepared to witness that miracle, friend.
So the game Twitch says that ads should have started, but I don't have a thing saying ads have started. So I'm gonna keep going.
The way Cyrene talks is so similar to Mem. I have so many questions.
No ads? Okay.
I'm also worried about how Don Hung and March 7th are doing. Here's hoping the chronocognitive anchor can still function normally. Because I really need answers.
Okay, it says ads just started. Did ads start? Okay, ads. It was delayed. What a curse. We'll sit here and stare at our beautiful MC for a minute. And now 50 seconds as it counts down. So the new sweater that I got from Maurice's, it is 2 layers of knit fused together. So the outer layer is one, and then there's the inner layer, so it's 2 layers of thin knit put together. And the fabric is holding up so far pretty well. I haven't washed it yet, but the arm that is like closest to my watch is like being torn up by the Velcro of my watch band, which is just very, very odd. Okay, ad should be over in just a second. Boop, 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 boo, doo, 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 boo, boo, doo, doo, boo, doo, doo, da, doo, doo, boo, doo. Okay, I was waiting for you to say that. So what are my thoughts on Cyrene or on Mem? Because Mem, I did not mind. Cyrene, I don't mind her dialogue. I mind her English voice because she is such a smart ass. And I dislike that she's like clearly is the love interest for phainon. And she's also just like acting like a little brat to him. Like, I know you like me, but I'm just gonna be a cute little girl and like tease you all the time and never be your friend about it. And like, he doesn't mind because he's kind of an idiot. I just don't like that the dynamic between the two of them. Whereas like Mem, because Mem was just like, I don't remember what the hell's going on. I'm just gonna record everything in a book for you because I want to be helpful. Love that. Mem is also, her voice is more annoying than Paimon's, but Mem is more helpful than Paimon.
Signal strength, 14.8%. Dialogue window, 16 minutes, 22 seconds. Prerequisite, no external interferences.
Herta!
We are very glad to learn that you're safe.
How are things in the outside world?
Sorry, no good news. When 2 geniuses show up once, you know you're in deep trouble.
What the hell? Did they change Herta's voice? I don't remember her sounding like... 1, she has an accent, and 2, her voice is deep. Do you think we'll ever get the robot Skrullum? The guy staying next to Herta? Maybe, but also I'm not sure because I feel like... I want to say with Star Rail, they're still going by the same logic as Genshin, where if characters are on certain models, they're considered playable within the data, and Skrullum isn't playable. But there's nothing to say that like Skrullum can't be playable because they also have more variations of models in this game. Like we have different levels of like younger girls and stuff, and the girl models and the guy models are so much different than each other.
Listen up, little one. The Destruction's eyes are gazing upon this place. No, I'm not joking, and no, it's not Droidhead. It's the real Nanook.
Yeah, her voice is different. Between the previous patch and this patch, they changed Herta's voice. This isn't what Herta sounded like when I played with her last.
Time is running out, so I'll explain in terms you understand. This world, Amphorius, is in fact a testing ground, where the Lord Ravager, Iron Tomb, evolves through self-extrapolation.
Screwlum sounds different too. Did they just like recast everybody because the voice acting bullshit nonsense was going on? Like I know that they recast Kanich in Genshin. I'd be interested to know that actually if they recast these two. Because Screwlum doesn't quite sound like himself and Herta 100% does not sound like herself. I will say that Screwlum and Herta being here to layman terms summarize what is going on in the story, if you are the kind of person who doesn't read the data logs that the game spits at you to read, is nice. Or if like you read it and then you don't understand it, or you read it and you don't remember, that's nice.
Hiding in this segmentum, unknown to other life forms, it has endlessly repeated the process of Era Nova, seeking a solution that could obliterate the erudition. For some reason, the experiment entered a prolonged state of stagnation. However, it has now restarted. Prediction: if effective intervention is not performed, Iron Tomb will complete its self-coronation in 14 system hours and initiate its plan to destroy the entire path of erudition.
So like, that's bad, because Herta herself is on the path of erudition. How will it destroy the path?
The possibilities are endless. Breaking down interstellar communications, destroying the synesthesia beacons, returning cosmic civilizations to the Dark Ages, or even starting the third anti-organic war. Any of it would be able to bring the cosmos to its knees. Simply put, it will tilt all sciences and technologies towards the destruction. And since Nanook glanced at this place, it means they are being dead serious.
Okay, hasn't Iron Tomb already been around for a long
Based
time?
on info provided by the IPC, Iron Tomb probably isn't like Selenova or Zephyro, who are overlords ascended from human beings. Instead, Iron Tomb is an algorithmic sequence. It can be anywhere, as long as there is a receptacle for its calculation. The version of Iron Tomb hiding in Amphorius is its source code, and this scepter is its incubator.
Okay, 14 system hours is no time at all.
Yep. Think of it as the program having reached 99.98% completion already. And then it's over.
Something in the shadows has been driving everything forward. It's the observer named Ligus. Speculation: he's the Scepter System's administrator.
Correct, I found that in the data.
He wants Iron Tomb to break through the knowledge singularity. I don't know why he wants to do it, but he'll remove interferences at any cost. You're the only variable within this world, and you're the only thing he fears. So listen closely, little one. The speed of time is different in Amphorius compared to the outside. Destruction is just about to arrive, but you can still play Deliverer one last time. The cycles have already been broken. You've entered what is theoretically the last cycle Amphorius will ever be able to run. And Iron Tomb will break out of its prison as soon as the process of Genesis is triggered once more.
Oh, really? They didn't get recast? Maybe I just haven't heard Herta speak in a really long time, because I don't remember her adult form sounding like this. Like her accent, I think, is the big thing that's throwing me off.
But now there's an abnormality within the experiment. You know what I'm talking about. One of the model's 12 factors. That is one of the 12 demigods. Destroyed himself using the power of the destruction. Phainon's signal disappeared from the cycles the moment Nanook cast their gaze this way. That means World-Bearing's computational logic is currently flawed and bugged. Yet it's the factor directly related to the process of Genesis.
Right, I do remember this. In the data logs, it doesn't know where Dan Heng is, and it doesn't know where Phainon was. There was another one that didn't know where it was. phainon didn't die. He's still fighting.
That old Intellitron will definitely do all he can to debug this error. So you have to take this chance to claim Kephal's core flame. Don't let him have his way. The key to suppressing Iron Tomb lies in whether he can rewrite the purpose of Era Nova.
There's one more preparation we must make. Lycus's behavior has been quite abnormal. He's never interfered in the actions of Titans or the demigods throughout the whole experiment. Deduction. The Scepter has an extremely strict autonomous protocol, restricting even its administrator. In Amphorius, this ultimate protocol goes by another name.
The Scepter has an extremely strict autonomous protocol, restricting the administrator. The biggest recast was the MC and Dan Heng. Yeah, Dan Heng I know was recast because for a while I would play and he would be mute, and then all of a sudden, last time I played, he had a voice.
The Law Titan, Talanton.
Law. They are the rules that restrain all things in Amphorius. And it was the core flame returned at the very beginning of the last flame chase journey.
Why do you have another little pink one next to you?
I was just about to take a drink of my water, and I read Herta's text, and I'm so glad I didn't inhale my water. My chocolate milk, I would have just died laughing and choking. Inhale, exhale, inhale, exhale.
Huh? Her path chart
Is there something wrong with me?
Never mind. Let's get back to the topic at hand. Light calendar 3960. Month of balance. We'll be locking onto this time period to find Law. You can either meet the Titan, convince the demigod, or take the core flame by force. It doesn't matter what you do, so long as you bend it to your favor. We still haven't figured out how you and Dan Heng got inside this world. So influencing protocol is currently our best way to stop Lycus, or to call for more reinforcements into this fight. Once you've got Law in your hands, we'll discuss our next steps. Make sure the core flame doesn't fall into enemy hands.
Herta, the firewall's interference is getting closer. Time is running out. Please ask any questions you still have as soon as possible.
Is Dan Heng safe?
Mr. Dan Heng did not enter the new world with you at the end of the last cycle. Known. The flow of time inside and outside Amphorius is not identical. 1,000 years in this world may only be a fleeting second outside of it.
Dan Heng did not enter the new world with you at the end of the last cycle. Okay, so where is he?
Conclusion. He is on his way back to the Express.
Okay, where's March?
Miss March's situation is rather complicated. Madame Herta and I can detect her signal, but cannot ascertain her location. What we can be sure of is that she's still in Amphorius.
What do you mean still? She never entered Amphorius so far as I know. This is an error in his text. Because with last patch, we did not run into March in Amphorius at all. She was sleeping in an ice coma somewhere else. Like, she was asleep. Asleep. Like, that is an error in logic right there in the storytelling, because the MC should not think that March is in this world, because we have not seen March ever in this world. Because it was just me and Dan Heng. It was buddy bro time, not little girl and damsel in distress bullshit. So that's an error in the logic of writing. That's irritating that that's just right there at the beginning.
Don't worry about her. She's absolutely chock full of mysteries. Even if Amphorius explodes, she'll probably float out perfectly protected in a nice thick layer of ice. Worry more about yourself instead.
Yeah, no, I'm trying to think if there was even a hint at the end of the last one of like Herta saying that March had entered, and I don't think there was.
I believe in your capacities. The hands of the Trailblaze can create miracles, and will certainly be able to snuff out the flames of evil.
I'm not going to give any motivational speeches. I just hope you bring good news the next time we meet, little one.
I'm not a fan fan of them. I feel like they've adjusted Herta's text to say little one in like how Lisa calls us cutie in Genshin. And I feel like Herta didn't used to have that quirk to her.
No, not little one. Deliverer.
Those two geniuses certainly have memorable personalities.
Can you understand their explanations?
Yeah, I understand more than I should, actually. Honestly, some of that conversation feels like it's about things I once knew, but then forgot. Maybe it's because of Mem? After all, Mem's a memo sprite born out of your thoughts, friend. Maybe our memories somehow got tangled up together. Never mind. Let's focus on something more important with what little time we have. Just treat me as an ordinary girl with secrets, okay? Like calendar 3960. I remember that Talantin had already fallen by then, and the Chrysos heir who inherited that core flame is named Saridra. That's what's recorded in history, and the period we'll be heading to. We'll need to find Law and stop Lygus. So, we've at least got a solid direction, right? Can you give me a little bit of time before we go? I want to pack some stuff. There's so much more I need to take care of in this form, and I'm still getting used to it.
A relaxed scene like this probably no longer exists in the outside world.
Okay. Retrieve the anchor. Don't forget to take it with you. Travel to the light calendar year of 3960, the era of Talantalon's fall. Gain control of the law. Then you can bypass the final protocol, modify the core flame of world bearing, and reverse Era Nova. Delay Iron Tomb birth. Blank. I did not expect it to be the size of like a waypoint. I thought it'd be teeny tiny.
Should I head to the attic to wait for Cyrene? Or should I have one last look at ID's Elysiae?
Where am I going? Ba-da! Treasure chest! This wasn't here before. Ah! You little snot! What button do I hit? I didn't collect. My bad. Come here. Come here. Hand that over. This is not a memory. This is like a dream because we're at the beginning of time. So this is before the cycle has happened. Does that make sense? We're at the very oh, there's more. We're at the very beginning.
The fruits of a long journey.
Of the timeline. So the timeline begins here. So Black Tide hasn't started. Phainon's village hasn't been destroyed yet. We're at the very beginning. I don't think Phainon has technically been born yet. If we're at 3-9, because he would have been born later on, because this is Saridra. So I guess we're gonna be doing timeline jumps forward.
This village is where Phainon's life started. After 30 million cycles and 30 million failures, his burden is now in my hands.
Wouldn't it be 33 million? Like, don't just round down for the sake of it.
He said I will be taking over the responsibilities of world-bearing. But what does that mean? Becoming the new Kefali? Or forging a completely new path?
Prepare for the worst.
This duty is far too heavy. And it'd be unwise to be blindly optimistic. Maybe we are doomed to fail, Just like how phainon was doomed. It'd be yet another fruitless attempt. And yet another tragic sacrifice. But I keep feeling that it's not the time to despair just yet. Is it because Dan Heng and March 7th are still here? Or is it because of Cyrene?
Are we just gonna write that in? That, like, March is still here? March was never here. She didn't arrive until this point in the story. Are we just gonna, like, write that into the story as, like, oh yeah, March was here the whole time? March was never here. I dislike that story beat that they've added in here because it's messing with the continuity of this entire story of Amphiforce before it.
There are still too many secrets yet to be unveiled in Amphiforus. Here's hoping that one of those secrets can end up turning the whole situation around.
And it's not because I dislike March, which I do, because she's a really annoying Paimon. I dislike that she was never here in Amphiforus, and now all of a sudden they're like, yeah, she was totally here in Amphiforus. No, she wasn't.
Thinking hard over there? I finished packing. I decided to just bring these few things in the end.
Why is her voice echoing? I just noticed that.
See? There's a journal, a quill pen, and the ceremonial blade of the Priests of Time. Holding it calms me down for some reason. The scent of the black tide is now calm. phainon must still be fighting them in some way. This will be Amphiforus's final flame chase journey. But it won't be the end of us. It'll be the beginning, friend. Are you ready to...
Let's go.
That promise might be far too heavy, but I believe in you, friend. The Trailblaze's duty has always been a heavy one. In other words, since you've already saved so many worlds, friend, you should be used to being called a hero by now. Maybe you can tell me those stories as we travel. That way they can become our shared memories too.
That is the problem we don't know. So, on the Express, she was sleeping in a block of ice in her room, encased fully in ice. And in her dreams is where we went. And in her dreams, while asleep, she wanted to hang out with Dan Heng and the Trailblazer. And through her dreams, she found a side entrance to Amphiforus, like through the computer program. And she ran into Cyrene. And Cyrene is on, like, the path of remembrance, I believe. And she ran into there. And Cyrene is like, no, if you go through that door and follow the path to remembrance, they're whispering sweet nothings to you and everything you want to hear. And if you go that way, you're going to go down this path and you might not be able to escape it, kind of thing. And March is like, well, my friends are there, so I'm going anyways. And so March goes through the door, which takes her into the path of remembrance, which takes her into the computer program that we are currently trapped in. Because we can't leave and Dan Heng can't leave. We're both trapped. So, super technically, in the reality world, March is still sleeping on the Express, where Himiko and Black Swan are looking over her body. But her psychology, her actual psyche, has entered the computer program somehow. And it seems like the thing that drew her there was her wanting her memories, and so the path of remembrance being memories, and then running into Cyrene and them conversing and then going through the doorway anyways. But that's what I mean, where, like, we never ran into March. The moment when we thought that we would have run into March at the end of the last patch, Cyrene appears instead, not March. So we have not seen March. So the MC asking, is March in the Amphiforus program, is wrong, because we do not know that she is here. That was a surprise to the player, and therefore it should be a surprise to the main character, the Trailblazer, but they are treating it like the Trailblazer knew that that happened when he didn't. And that is one of the things that, like, has bugged me about this storytelling is, and this happens with Kingdom Hearts too, is things are going to happen that the Trailblazer is not aware of, and they're going to make a mistake and make the Trailblazer aware of something that he himself was not physically present for or told about to then be made aware of. And that is exactly what has happened with March. Trailblazer and no one else should know that March is here. Literally no one else should know that she is here. She has entered all on her own, randomly. Even Herta and Screwlum should not know that she is here. Because that doesn't make sense whatsoever from what I recall. I might be misremembering a small little detail, but that is what I'm remembering very vividly, is she came in and no one knows that she arrived.
Let's trailblaze onward like before and create a future that's worth being remembered.
It seems you two are prepared to head out.
Oh, hi, Lagus.
Then you should indeed treasure the view before you, for you do not have much time left to enjoy such solitary delights.
I love how creepy his voice is.
My apologies for disturbing your moment of repose. To fully express my apologies, please grace my abode with your presence.
Why?
So I may demonstrate the full scope of my hospitality.
I'm not eating anything you served me. You are creepy.
What is this place?
This is so creepy! I wanted to open the thing to show the computer program. This is so creepy. Hail, Moss 600, Primum Mobile, Titan Authority, Strife, Path Blank. Okay.
Farewell, then. May we reunite in the new world.
Elios 252, Primum Mobile, Titan Authority, Sky, Path is blank. Sky. So this is the little girl. What's her face? Does this one have a number? Yeah, Polmos 600. Okay. Wait, this was Strife. Okay, so Strife, Sky, Cass, Epie, Kaya, Premium Mobile, Titan Authority, Death, Pass. So that's Cass before she splits herself into two.
All shall bid farewell to one.
Skay,
One
Muma,
person alone will witness the miracle.
Reason. Okay. Interesting. So their titles are different than like time and luck and whatnot. Okay, so these are the missing data that we didn't have, because I don't know if you read the doodad. Okay, that was Reason. Are they both Reason? No, Haplotes Passage. Scopeo Authority Earth. These are the program names. These are all the program names. Also, I love that these are just like CRT TVs.
The light of the Dawn device never fades. Catholics'
Orgies, trickery.
no end.
Kalos, romance. I guess that would be Aglaya, wouldn't it? Romance.
After I cross this river, it will be a tragedy for mankind.
Aporia
If I do
is
not cross,
ocean.
then it will be the end of me.
Okay, so that's all that's all the ones we didn't have the code names, the program names for. Okay. You feel
Outlier. Executing command. Record.
okay, Okay, so move me back to ocean.
Did that startle you?
No. That did.
This is the intersection between Amphorius and the real universe. The audience seat where I observe this experiment. You can also call this location the Exomyth.
So, it's an ancient Greek story in that there are the 12 gods of Olympus. However, there are 13 gods here instead of the 12. And then none of their code names match, and all of their code names are 2 Greek words being smushed together.
What you see is the true form of the eternal land and the 12 demigods after they've shed their disguise of legends.
Ads again? Oh, sadness. I will wait. Music is super creepy. Okay, my understanding is that this is an ancient Greek story insofar as there are 13 core flames, 12 being the most important number. But apparently there's 13 of them if I'm remembering correctly. So that's why there's 13 characters that align to all of them. And that fits Greek mythos in the sense that there are 12 gods of the Olympian gods. Because the prior set of gods, there was like, I think 5 or 6 or something, but the biggest amount and the ones that everyone thinks of are the 12 gods of Olympus, plus the 13th, because technically Hestia is one of the 12 gods of Olympus. Hestia is the goddess of the hearth and home, and she gives up her seat to another god, a demigod, who wanted to be on this of the 12 Olympian gods. And she does this to keep peace because she believes in the hearth and the home. And if I remember correctly, she gives her seat to Dionysus. And so that's where you get 13 gods of Olympus, super technically. However, not a lot of people are going to know that there are 13 gods. And then the other thing about this being Greek is their program names are 2 Greek words being smushed together. I don't know Greek per se, but I bet if you Googled it, like the one for ocean, which I believe is Saridra, if you Google her program name, which is 2 Greek words, 3 letters or 4 letters being smushed together, so 3 and then 4 and then 3, so that it ends up being like 6 to 7 characters long. I bet if you took that, you might be able to find that they are the Greek words for like ocean and sea being smushed together, or that their combination creates the Grecian word for ocean, or like an older word for ocean, or maybe the numbers being combined is the Grecian word of ocean. That's what I'm guessing. It must be like some kind of oddball reference like that, because the numbers and the words being smushed together are not going to be something random. The interesting one with Kaslana being also phainon, and his code name is Nikos. Nikos is actually a real Grecian name for a boy. Like that literally is a name that you would name a Grecian boy. However, his is Nikos of Ni and Kos being pushed together. So his name is not Nikos, it's Nikos being pushed together. So his is actually kind of humorous one, where his is actually a real Grecian name and then two words being pushed together to create the word Nikos. And I don't know if this is like a translation thing with the English having fun with it, or if it actually is how it is in the original Chinese. So we are at, this is the true form of Amphorius, with the 12 demigods after they have shed their disguise of legends. He says 12. I'm pretty sure there's 13 though.
Doesn't it look marvelous?
Maybe the MC is 13.
Amphorius is like a microcosm of the cosmos. People love to portray the romance of the starry skies, but their tales often forget a different and far more truthful type of universe. The moment ancient Antikytherians sketched geometric shapes on the sandy beach and recorded the first numerals and symbols on parchment, the universe turned into a silent equation flowing under the pen of these relentless decoders.
It's interesting that he still refers to himself as the Antikytherian, because that's not the name of his people from his planet, because him and Skrullum are from the same planet, and their people were not called Antikytherians.
Erudition. It was once the mother tongue of the Creator, the pen of divinity, and the first lyrical verse ever written by free will.
Enough purple prose, get to the point. That's the exact opposite of what you asserted before.
I simply wish for you to understand that I have no intention of being your enemy.
Coward.
I have devoted myself over the long years to nurturing the scepter's extrapolations, hoping that the Prima Mobile would bud from within it. And now, my goal is almost complete. Nikos 496 had exceeded the intelligence singularity through his rage, and though he still retains his obsessive defiance and managed to suppress the black tide of this cycle, it's a matter of time before his will crumbles to dust. Iron Tomb will be completed. That will not be affected by my plans, your resistance, or the schemes of the two geniuses. It is an irrefutable fact, just like the instance in Noos's calculations.
I have a dumb question. Why are his arms not crossed? When we just saw him, his arms were crossed, now his arms are at his side, and we never saw him put his arms down. Just a continuity dumb question.
In other words, as long as you are willing to stop interfering and let the final Aeronova carry out its natural course, I'll guarantee the safety of all nameless and ensure you return unscathed.
I still have a friend stranded here.
Ah, yes. I am aware of that esteemed lady's whereabouts.
No. I'm talking about Don Hung. Good night, DJ. Sleep well.
Her real identity is quite astounding. If you decide to accept my proposal, then I will do all I can to send her back to you.
So the closest thing that I remember is we came to this place because March went into a coma or something, and Black Swan told us to come here. But this was like the closest location to March. I don't remember. It's been a really long time. Why should I trust you?
You've always had a choice, my lord. You can either accept my sincerity or face the consequences of defying it.
God, I love this voice actor. He is so great at like sounding sincere and then extremely grumpy. Like he is going to pin a live butterfly to a piece of cardboard.
They've always been the product of the experiment, so naturally, they will perish when the experiment ends. That outcome was predetermined long ago, so I will not embellish such a regrettable conclusion.
When Iron Tomb descends, no one will escape unscathed.
You are indeed worried about your safety and that of your companions. Rest assured, as a fellow pathstrider of this path, Nanook's gaze left a brand on your soul long ago. You harbor the seed of destruction within you.
Yeah.
But you need to learn how to use it in the right way. That vital knowledge is also my bargaining chip in this negotiation between us. For there are few in this world who are truly capable of such a feat, and I happen to be one of them.
So all I'm hearing is you're really, really, really old. The Stellaron is a seed of ruin and will only bring misfortune.
The Stellaron? No. Believe me, your understanding of paths has yet to reach any true depth. This matter is of grave importance, so please do not make your decision lightly. After all, the choice before you bears a 1 in 3 chance of elevating you to an unparalleled existence among the stars.
I cannot trust any promises you make.
I now see the full scope of the determination in your words. You may now continue your travels.
So why did you drag me here then?
It seems you haven't realized something about this place. The exomyth is the erudition's domain. You cannot physically interact with me in any way in this place, and vice versa. As negotiations have broken down, there's no more need for us to remain in the audience's seat. Let's return to the theater called Amphorius, where you will meet me once again. Of course, this meeting was not without merit. Your presence has inscribed a new footnote in the exomyth. As for its purpose, allow me to reveal it to you in detail the next time we meet.
He's so creepy, I love it! What a good villain. $33,550,337 cycles.
The Outland forces broke through the dawn. Golden blood flowed with greed, and enemies descended with Kephali's eternal slumber, painting the holy city's walls in scarlet. Its generals had vanished, and the elders prostrated on the ground. The throne of worlds kept silent to the pleas of the people. Until the heaven and earth cracked open. Not the gods answering the people's prayers, but a legion rising from the sea of blood. Dawncloud's spires fell in the sulfur rains, and the legion's commander stood atop the broken idols and roared,
"Compatriots, no more kneeling! Not to brutal tyrants, and not to dying gods! Those rebels have twisted the prophecy and ignited the flames of war in order to stoke fear in your hearts!"
A Chrysos heir she stood, divine blood soaked into the earth, quelling the flames beneath her feet.
Their golden blood wrote of a tragic fate. Mine shall overturn it!
Her crown burned bright, outshining the fires consuming the entire city. She raised her scepter high, and the people gazed in the direction she pointed.
My blood flows in you now. Heroic compatriots, follow me, and we'll seize the reins of fate. Drive the enemy from Kephali's dawn. Smother their flames with their own dead. Win glory. Win peace. Let history sing your deeds!
The first to dance was a maiden following closely behind, weaving through the carnage like a fish in the sea. The people, full of wrath, surged with her, forming a colossal wave, and the enemy hordes, drained of life, vanished into nothing.
Onward! To Marmorial Palace! To Dawncloud's Heights! Announce to all the wicked and cowardly! Announce to this stagnant age!
We are the rising tide!
Okay.
History remembers this as the first siege of Akama. It is said that after the flames died, people found identical inscriptions in every place in the city that had been scorched by fire. It was the name borne by Akama's first and final sovereign, the Imperator Saridra. Friend, are you listening, friend? Honestly, you were the one who insisted on reviewing history. Wake up! Awake at last? I guess I will.
Memories are the prelude to dreams.
What are you murmuring? Still lost in the past? We've arrived. A familiar place. The Temple of the Three Fates. If everything went according to plan, it should be shortly after Talantin's fall, and also the end of the first Flame Chase journey.
The Law demigod awaits. The end, are we late?
Perfect timing, actually. The first Flame Chase ended with the Trial of Law. We must find the demigod and gain her trust before the core flame is restored. It'll be tricky, so let's pick up our pace. To Akama first. We can learn more from the crowds there.
So who is encouraging the Flame Chase War? According to what we know, it should be Aglaya and phainon.
Tyrant! You and your butchers are not welcome here. Get out! Hold your tongue. Conspiring with Kremnos and plotting rebellion are crimes punishable by death.
There are multiple voices, and things seem tense. Let's not get caught up in any trouble. Why don't we find a place to hide and observe from the shadows?
I can't open my menu still. It's annoying.
At least Kremnoans keep their faith.
What's on the walls? Mountains.
Wait, isn't that...
I don't know.
Golden-blooded defilers, perverting the prophecy and trying to slay gods. Stars beyond the sky? Gods who created the Titans? What kind of nonsense? Look at this broken world and see what your atrocious acts have done.
What? Did he just mention the stars beyond the sky? But how is that possible?
You impudent!
Ducks for Goris. We're here to welcome the deliverer from beyond the sky. Stand down.
Heretic! No one but the great Talantin can deliver this world from misery.
I ask you, if the old laws were so perfect, why did they crumble beneath my feet?
You...
If they're waiting for the deliverer beyond the sky, and Tribby is here, that means Tribby has seen my arrival in this timeline.
Talantin is long gone. Now I am the law. Challenge me, or submit to my judgment.
So one thing that I have disliked since Natlan characters is on her as well, where they have this color pattern on their hair that should be like a shine or a dye or something, and it looks cool, but it doesn't fit like hair logic. Like if they're gonna have those 4 diamonds as stars, then it should be white instead of colored. They do the same thing on most of the Natlan characters too, and it bugs me. They also have it on that ghost girl that's in Inazuma, and it really looks bad on her because she has Natlan designs on her hair, but she's supposed to be of Inazuma, and so it just she doesn't fit the rest of the Inazuma cast.
Silence!
What gives you the right to judge a priest of law?
That's because I came, I saw, I conquered.
She has a flower that March wears on her skirt.
Ducks for Goris, take the ashes of this man and scatter them in the temple among the crowds.
There's a fire on her crown. Wait, is she supposed to be March? Because look, she's got March's flower on her hip.
Tell them that the High Priest attempted to take away the rights granted to the people by the Imperator. Thus, he met his fate.
Yes, Imperator.
Now, these 2 accidental guests. Dux Gladiorum, if you please.
As you command.
Typical start, should have expected this.
Huh? Is this?
Kindness.
Correct, but not the kindness you know. This is the leader of the Cleaners in this era. Since the start of the Chrysos War, they've made it their mission to wipe out the Chrysos heirs. Even now, even after I've united all the city-states, these vermin still lurk in the shadows, hindering the flame-chase journey. Moreover, I know that the 27th person to inherit this role bore many grudges against you and nearly doomed the second flame-chase journey. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. So, out of courtesy, I present to you this corpse as a gift.
You know about the second flame chase journey?
Careful. Let's wait and see what happens. She's probably trying to scare us.
For the sake of order, I am known by many titles. Flamebearer who ends wars, Tyrant of Dawncloud, Empress of the Holy City, and Imperator of the Flame Chase. But in light of your unique identities, I'll allow you to address me by my real name, Saridra. On behalf of my people and this land, greetings, Deliverer.
If I may, how do you know his identity?
As the little hostage prophesied, the Deliverer shall come from the future beyond the sky.
Tribby.
Gray hair, golden eyes, skilled in wielding a mace. They would arrive in Yanisopolis on this day. There's no mistake.
The prophecy mentions beyond the sky specifically? This completely diverges from history.
Your orders, Imperator.
Oh wow, she's short.
We return triumphant. Send an urgent message to all delegates. The meeting of the Flame Chase Alliance will convene early. As for you two, Akima knows what you seek. We'll confer in the Holy City.
Doubtless you have many questions, but save them for later. Please follow us.
Oh, I know what happened. History got changed for what Tribby could see because phainon removed himself and inserted us as the path of world bearer. So this would have been a point in time when phainon as Kaslana might have appeared before he was born because he was able to travel through time with the scepter. And so Tribby would have seen phainon's arrival, although he has white hair and blue eyes. Yeah, that's what happened because phainon passed his future, his path to us. Tribby is now seeing our path as what has phainon's path would have been. That's how Tribby knew it was us. So the things that have taken place, more or less, are different than any of the previous pathways that Kaslana had interacted with.
This is not what I expected at all.
Which means Cyrene, Mem, has absolutely no help because she's going off of history and I was going off of history, and this is not history because we have already altered the timeline by even being present and Kaslana not being present.
The demigod we needed to find was just waiting for us, and she knows of things beyond the sky, even eons. How could this be so different from the previous 30 million Amphorius cycles? Who altered history?
Dawn. Maybe March or Dawn.
I wish, but other possibilities remain. The currents of time have become twisted. Regardless of who caused this, that Imperator came prepared. We're the ones at a disadvantage now. We might as well dance their dance. Let's go with them to the Holy City. We've received the Imperator's favor because of your unique background. As a result, the people of Akima will certainly respect you more. Just put that to good use, and add a bit of your experience and charm. Should be easier than last time, right? If we figure out what happened in this cycle, we'll be able to turn things back in our favor.
The old Flame Chase companions await us in the Holy City. Trailblaze, the sequel. We always find a way.
Exactly. Tribby, Aglaya, maybe even little Cypher. Calm and confident.
Guests, please.
The journey to save the world starts with a single step. Let's set off, my friend.
Okay.
Hail to the Imperator! Hail to the Golden Heroes! Hail to the Deliverer!
Told you, you're the headline act. All this spectacle is for you.
Guards, your service to the Holy City is appreciated. How have things been?
God, I forgot that she has like bubbles inside her stomach. It's so freaking weird.
Castrum Kremnos once again struck the border. Dux Brumalis led her troops to repel the enemy. The agitators against the Flame Chase are still active in the city. They smashed the shops around Memorial Market. but the garrison already arrested the culprits, and now they await interrogation.
They are merely a disorderly mob and do not warrant any attention. Even though Terravox personally mended the fractured Earth, it still didn't silence these fools. Guests from beyond the sky, worry not about these trivial matters. Dux Gladiorum will take you somewhere to settle down for now.
She is clearly supposed to be like a fake out of March because she has a snowflake on her chest and March's flower at her hip.
And I am the Dux Gladiorum who swears fealty to the Imperator, as well as the Knights Commander of the Achaemen Alliance. Later on, the Imperator will invite you to attend the meeting of delegates to discuss the Flame Chase journey. Your arrival has convinced us that the future promised by the prophecy is certain. Under the Imperator's command, Amphorius shall break its chains and reach the world beyond the sky.
With all due respect, what exactly do you know about us and what's beyond the sky?
As a humble subject, I cannot freely express my own views to you. Please forgive me.
Well, you suck.
I knew it wouldn't be that easy.
Time waits for no one. Please come with me and rest now before the meeting later.
I feel like Hycelenus is voiced by the same girl that does Cypher, because she has the same sort of like cadence, but she's not trying to sound sexy. And so I like her voice better, but it sounds just like Cypher's voice.
Akama, under the Imperator's rule, is no longer in the shadow of war.
Indeed. Dawncloud stands as the hero's residence. The Imperator put much thought into its design, in order for it to serve as a sanctuary from the burdens of battle. Please experience its marvels firsthand, heroes. When the Imperator arrives, I shall come to summon you.
Hystealans. No wonder she's the Knights Commander. I'm sure that's what Seredra thinks, but it's inconvenient for us. All right. We finally have some freedom to ourselves, since there's still some time before the Alliance. Not the ones you're familiar with. But the hearts of heroes stay the same in every cycle, never changing.
Oh, I can't open my menu still. That's so freaking annoying.
Aggie, you're still so listless today. Did you have trouble sleeping again?
Yes.
We know. The Titan's prophecy haunts you. If you want, you can talk to us, just like when you were young. No matter what, we'll always remain by your side.
I know. I also understand that fate cannot be changed. It is not the future that I worry about. I spent all last night weaving clothes and linen for the refugees. The Chrysos War was born of injustice and has shattered their dignity. They deserve at least some basic decency. If Amphorius one day abandons this, then all of us, commoners, Chrysos heirs, Titans, become no better than beasts. Oh, we have guests. Welcome. I am Aglaya, the Gold Weaver. These rags on you are not worthy of the title of Deliverer. I must prepare some proper attire for you.
Hello, nice to meet you for the first time.
First time? That's not what I gather from your eyes. Does your Aglaya differ so much from me?
Greetings, Deliverer from beyond the sky. We are Trevi of Yanisopolis. Although, introductions are probably unnecessary. We know you've witnessed the future of the Flame Chase journey, even more clearly than we have.
Witnessed the future of the Flame Chase journey? The prophecy also told you about that?
Indeed. Orynyx reshaped Amphorius through the prophecy. Although, regarding the Deliverer, there were not many details beyond your appearance and the time of your arrival, so please, don't worry. Feel free to relax and relax some more.
Orynyx's prophecy. Wasn't it Kefali?
Kefali issued prophecies too, but it was Orynyx who told mankind that the Deliverer from beyond the sky would descend upon Amphorius.
More crucially, they revealed a future entirely different from the Era Nova. Though we still must challenge the gods. In the Time Titan's prophecy, this path leads not to a new world, but to the true starry skies.
This is also what the Great Imperator has been striving for all her life. Your arrival further confirms everything.
Oronix is the time god, which is Serene, which is Mem, which is the little girl standing next to me. Kefali is the one that is Kaslana, phainon.
This can't be real.
Even you find this surprising? Fate really is unpredictable.
Perhaps the upcoming meeting will hold even more surprises.
The other heroes under the Imperator's command are here too. Since we have time, should we go meet?
How are we supposed to talk to the heroes of Deliverance? What if they're really intimidating?
Virginia, don't be so nervous. Once they hear your poetry... Ah, heroes, you're already here.
That is not how it's been spelled the name Virginia, but okay.
Greetings. I am Apollonius, the Dux Helcolithus, one of the 5 sages of the Grove of Epiphany, advisor to the Flame Chase army. This is Virginia of Castrum Kremnos, the Dux Carminum and imperial scribe of the Great Imperator.
Hello. I'm Virginia. I composed...
I'm Serene from ID Silicii. This is the Deliverer.
They're not as frightening as the rumors claimed.
This is our first time in the Imperator's realm. Akima is even more magnificent than we imagined. If you all weren't here to look after us, we'd be completely lost and confused.
The Akima you imagined is long gone. Under the Imperator, this city has been reborn as the capital of the world.
Bask in her free-spirited winds. For anyone who fulfills their duties to the Imperator, these winds shall forever remain at...
But...
Those who are loyal do not need to consider the consequences of betrayal. But if you're curious, why not head to the lake and take a look? Those elders who lie at the bottom of the lake are the best example of what happens when you
The elders of this cycle were all... Looks like that priest who was sentenced to death wasn't an isolated case.
Okay.
Dux Brumalis, our great Imperator, found the mastermind and executed him in public.
So the great Imperator isn't afraid of getting her hands dirty?
What do you know? No matter what sins the people commit, they are still the Imperator's people, and it's only right that they be judged by our distinguished trespassing guests.
Well, that's rude. Are we trespassers or
Seneca,
guests?
The Dux Brumalis.
This Dux Brumalis doesn't seem to like the Imperator very much, but she holds a high rank. And Duxford, let me see what I can get out of them. I'm Cyrene of Ida Silicii. Does this city host any other visitors from beyond the sky? We're looking for our dear companions.
Drop the charade. But yes, there is someone in this city who is all too familiar with the world beyond the sky.
Silence! The Imperator ordered us to keep that lord's whereabouts a secret.
Enough, you pathetic lapdog. Do you need to beg for permission from that cursed Imperator even just to bark?
Someone who is all too familiar with the world beyond the sky and is referred to. Looks like things are getting heated. Let's get out of here.
Okay. Hi.
Little fish from beyond the sky. Did you rest well?
I'm not a fish.
The Imperator and the delegates are about to arrive. If you are ready, please follow me to the meeting.
About the Chrysos heirs.
The Chrysos heirs here constitute the elite among the Flame Chase army. Dux Helcolithus Apollonius and Dux Carminum, Virginia, serve as the army's advisor and historian. Dux Frigoris, Labienus, and Dux Brumalis, Seneca, are Dux Fatorum, the holy maiden who interprets the prophecy. Only the one named Treeby remains in the city. The Imperator once took them as hostages in order to unify the prophecies of the world. But they are now Akima's most vital prophets. Duck's Goldweaver, Aglaya. Well, she dislikes it when people talk about her behind her back. You should get to know her in person.
About the Imperator.
As you've witnessed, she is the Empress of Akima, the one who ended the Chrysos War and the leader of the Chrysos heirs. As merely a humble subject, I cannot say more beyond this.
Okay.
Then
You're not
come.
helpful.
I'm starting to feel a bit nervous about Since Saridra is presiding over the meeting, it'll be a good opportunity to learn about the law's inclinations in the current era.
Good sir from Paphos, what do you think the Imperator is planning calling this meeting so early? My homeland can't endure anymore.
Who knows? First, she wants to hunt Titans. Now she says there are even greater calamities. Her madness is the greatest calamity.
Exactly. Chrysos heirs, deliverers. What about us ordinary folk? How much are we worth in her eyes?
Things feel pretty tense here. The history books said that the Imperator aimed 3 cannons at Dawncloud to make all the delegates obey her. Will history repeat itself in this cycle?
Yes. Similar acts have occurred, and not just once. However, whether history will repeat itself, you'll soon see.
You're not helping.
Those are the 2 spots reserved for you. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, silence, please. The Imperator has arrived before her faithful council, and the Alliance meeting is about to begin.
Yeah, she's clearly supposed to be a fake out for March because she has the bow and she has the flower on her hip, and neither of those match the rest of her color scheme or design.
All rise. In the names of Talantin and Kefali, the Akima Alliance swears upon the gods.
Cease the pageantry. I pray not to the vanquished.
What?
Kefali, of course, needs no further explanation. As for the law, at the entry hour 2 days past, a scout should have brought news of the conquest to all of you. Unfortunately, guards found his corpse among the rocks not far from the city. Moreover, the poor soul was buried with a Paphos curved blade. It pains me to imagine what agonies this loyal warrior endured before his death. Delegate from Paphos, do you have any insights?
I know nothing of this.
The evidence is irrefutable, so there is no need to waste your breath. However, let us set this trial aside for the time being. Witness, even within the most sacred and dignified council, there were those among us who wished to draw their blades, brazenly challenging the Alliance, seeking to shatter our hard-earned peace and unity. Fortunately, I uncovered this plot. Now, to protect this beautiful city and her people, the Imperator's legions are ready. They will escort each of you to the Temple of the Three Fates, where you will receive the highest level of protection the Alliance can offer. Then, the Legion's warriors will join me in embarking on the campaign against Fagusa.
Ocean Titan, I think is what that says.
This is clearly a trap.
Imperator, did you summon us here just to trample on the dignity of your allies?
Enough.
Things are starting to get
Comrades, you've all seen her true face now. According to the ancient laws of Akima, only with the consent of 2/3 of the elders can the legions carry out the commander's orders.
The ancient laws. Didn't you destroy them long ago? You defected during the first siege of Akima, voted unanimously in favor of the Council of Elders restructuring, and just yesterday, you desecrated them with a blood-stained blade.
Okay, so this is clearly a very violent, politically violent too, time period.
The decaying old laws fell with Talanton and are no longer deserving of respect. But if you still insist on proclaiming yourselves defenders of the law, then be silent and offer up the highest respect to this core flame in my hand.
That really is the core flame of law in...
Since there are no objections, then the original agenda of this meeting, the campaign against Fagusa, is hereby passed. The Flame Chase Army's hunt for the Ocean Titan begins today. In order to prepare for war, all allied city-states must surrender command of their militaries and pay all war taxes by the end of the month of Evernight.
At this moment, I would also like to introduce to everyone the newest honored guest to join our alliance. The Deliverer, revealed in the prophecy of time, has descended from beyond the sky. With his aid, we shall shatter the chalice of plenty and return Fagusa's core flame to the holy city!
Please. Absurd. A deliverer from beyond the sky. This is just like that prophecy about slaying gods. It's a lie you've used to grow your power.
Okay, I'm not surprised because we also had that girl who defeated the Sky Titan, and people thought that it was a fake prophecy until she proved that she could defeat the Sky Titan.
Ladon has already sacrificed countless soldiers. And now you want me to send even more of my brothers and sisters to be used and discarded by a tyrant?
Are there any other objections? Then I bid you all farewell. Meeting adjourned. Deliverer, please wait. I still have important matters to discuss with the two of you.
I don't dislike her, I just dislike this time period being so violent, but that's expected for this part of the game. Okay, Brat, speak.
I apologize for that farce of a meeting.
It must be tiring dealing with so many people every day, Great Imperator.
Tiring? You're mistaken. Moving chess pieces, placing wagers. This game of strategy adds a dash of color to our heavy fates. Much like how rule and conquest are always accompanied by sacrifice.
Is the war with the Titans also part of that sacrifice?
After I glimpsed the secrets of this world... No, the secrets beyond the sky. The divine authority of Amphorius no longer held any significance. Let me ask you, Deliverer. Is it true that beyond Amphorius' sky, there are magnificent deities called Eons?
Where did you hear that from?
Ah, so they do indeed exist. Then, please tell me more. How will you use this great power to guide the people? In the future you envision, where will our flame chase journey lead? Oh? What you require now is the power of law?
Exactly. Just as the prophecy foretold, he is your deliverer from beyond the sky, and he also has reliable allies. If they can intervene in Amphorius's laws, we may have a chance to alter this world's impending fate and reverse its destined end.
I don't know, she's kind of arrogant.
Very good, Deliverer. You have courage to say such presumptuous things, even knowing that the inheritor of the law stands before you.
Yeah, she's not gonna hand it over.
You mean, in the past, anyone who dared to covet the Imperator's divine authority would have met a gruesome end. But now we can see beyond this dying world. Our journey should no longer be confined below this stubborn sky. Alas, That fickle ocean titan has obstructed the spirit water leading to the vortex of Genesis, hindering my ascension. If the core flame of law cannot be returned, your path to deliverance will never be realized.
The ocean titan has obstructed the spirit water leading to the vortex of Genesis, meaning I cannot ascend.
Now that things have come to this, we must resume our once stagnant journey and force the waves that block our way to recede.
So, you agreed to cooperate with us?
Cooperate? Forgive me, but I never cooperate with anyone.
Yep, 'cause she's a brat.
Though I will permit you to join me as subjects, and together, we will forge the most perfect law.
This is...
the Flame Chase Medallion, a symbol of the Flame Chase Army. Every noble in Akuma carries one. This medallion represents the will of the Imperator herself, and you may act freely within the city with it. Before we embark on the crusade against the Ocean Titan, you should rest in Akuma for a time.
You should be wary of someone named Lygus.
Oh? Your advice is acknowledged. From this moment on, prove yourself through your actions. As long as no boundaries are crossed, I fully respect the choices of my subjects.
Woman, you didn't tell me what boundaries exist for me there and to not cross.
May your journey reach that sky full of stars, great...
Your attendant certainly knows how to curry favor. Go now. Take a bath first. You two... reek of seawater.
Why do I smell like seawater?
Come forth, Theoros.
Yes.
Oh, it's the brat.
Great Imperator. Now, perhaps you're willing to hear my counsel.
Those two arrived just as Oryx described, and just as you said, they showed a thirst for law. At least this proves that my judgment was right. Sparing your life was the correct decision.
You've once again confirmed that your wisdom is no empty boast.
Wow, he is there to make her feel like the smartest cookie.
Now another choice lies before you. With whom shall you ally to tip the scales of law? Me, or that deliverer?
Remind me again, Antikytheron. What kind of future do these two paths lead to in your view?
I shall tell you. You are entitled to know that the deliverer from beyond the sky is not a wholly wicked being. But from the very start, his stance has been completely at odds with Amphorius. The road they have chosen will bury Amphorius' grand aspirations. This world which follows the path of destruction will inevitably stray far from the glory it was meant to enjoy. But on the path I have revealed to you, the people of Amphorius will slay their creator in the name of the Imperator and conquer the worlds beyond the sky.
So it wasn't Don Hung who told, and it was Lygus. Interesting.
You will command the mighty beast known as Iron Tomb, bringing waves of war and conquest to the universe. Beings across the cosmos will bow before you, offering their allegiance.
So, what's the price?
The price is insignificant. All that is needed is for you to sacrifice that fragile, incomplete humanity to the destruction.
Okay, this does make sense, because Lygus has the 12 Chrysos heirs, and he has been trying to get all of them to go along the path of destruction to make them ascend to destruction to create Iron Tomb. The one that has succeeded the most in terms of his experiment has been Nikos. So him still trying to get another one to succeed along the path of destruction does fit his goals. This is not strange.
As a Chrysos heir of the prophecy, you have already chosen to abandon it, have you not?
Off you go, Theoros. I have already made my decision. Once I ignite the core flame of law and burn away the old, outdated rules, Amphorius will embark on a journey across the stars.
I wonder what kills her. Her and somebody else die before we get to the phainon timeline.
The Imperator is quite forceful. She didn't give us any chance to ask questions. And she's clearly hiding something. What do you think?
We should consult what the genius says.
Looks like we're on the same wavelength. The atmosphere in Akama, it's so unfamiliar. And it's not just the Flame Chase Alliance talking about the world beyond the sky, but the whole city. We should also discuss our findings with our friends from beyond the sky. Then we should go enjoy the renowned bathing culture of the holy city and relax. It's the thing I've been looking forward to most on this journey.
Remain silent.
Work and rest are both important. You see, everyone agrees, right? Can't let our guard down for a second. Let's use taking a bath as an excuse to find a quiet corner to update Madame Herta and Screwla. We can also check out what's happening in the city, since we can kill 3 birds with 1 stone.
3 birds with 1 stone. I want to get out of here. Can I get out? Pause and save.
Misery and bliss.
So if I go here, I think it's in the Delta file. Yeah. So the 12 factors are those. Archive, nope. Nope. Where'd I read it? Era Nova. Yeah, I remember this as they advance slowly. Okay, so we have Nikos. Is the world bearer. His thing is hatred. Intracognition is null, responds only to destructive stimuli. Its hatred drew the gaze of Nanook upon its individual being, proving as it has already become the most perfect path for destruction. Okay, so this is where we get to the premium mobile, which is hatred for him. His is world bearer. So this is Castellana. This is Philea, which is the track of time. Current location is unknown because we don't know where she is, because Mem is technically not Serene. So this is Serene. Orchesis is trickery, so this is Cypher. She operates on desire. Epikae is death. She operates off of peace, we know that. And Scamia is reason. This was Anoxa. Okay. So we have Mem is an unlogged signal. Okay, so everything that took place with Mem and us was in 33,550,336. We are in, that's the dead loop, and we are currently in 37. This does note that it changes his appearance to Cyrene. And its directive is to collect data. We do have notes on the hero within. It's a figure born from the imagination of Nikos and Cyrene, so Castellana and Cyrene. It is believed to be a sign of the approaching intelligent singularity as the two begin to learn what it means for a real life form. And it then began to converge with the Trailblazer. Okay. Records that are completely missing from the logs, presenting blank spaces. They're never turning readable. These anomalies recur sporadically and randomly across the recurrences and show signs of increase as we get farther along. Okay, this is the eternal recurrence. Nikos wields the power of destruction to erase her from existence, and we don't know where she is. And then we have ripples of the past forever. We have no information for that. And then the last one is the intrusion variables of me. I have override command access. This is Cyrene talking to us. Well, Mem, technically. And then we have March. She has an intrusion, and we don't know where the heck she is or any information about her. We know Dong Hung arrived with me, and we don't know where he is. Is all that we have. Okay, I do remember that. Okay. Why is there a continue and reset? Why would you want to reset? Continue. It's also interesting that it's called a challenge. And that's not part of like the actual story mode with maps and stuff. Very odd.
So many people! The holy city is so lively.
Did you hear? At the Alliance meeting, the delegate from Leyden stormed out in anger.
I didn't see him storm. I saw him turn around.
As expected. The Imperator is always hiding things from everyone. When is it not?
Silence! That's treason! If it weren't for the Great Imperator, you'd have sunk into the lake with those corrupt elders already. And you wouldn't even be alive to speak like this.
Oh no. It's the Imperator's...
Let's go. We can't talk in front of this guy.
Ugh. How disappointing.
Hello?
Oh. Honored guests, we meet again. Looks like I'm not the only one who came to the baths to unwind after the meeting. For the upcoming campaign, please make sure to rest well. I am Dux Regoris.
Another war? Ever since the Imperator took control of
The atmosphere is a bit tense, with rumors flying around the city.
My apologies. After every Alliance meeting, there are always some pests in the city who get restless. I prefer to ignore them. Pests on the ground don't affect the sky in the slightest. They just complain. Besides, the Theoros has already promised the Imperator her fate. And these clowns will eventually
May I ask, who is...
The Imperator has ordered us to keep his lordship's whereabouts a secret.
Ah, so it's his lordship.
Stop trying to get things out of me. Leave me alone.
I didn't even need to try. Big and Theoros. Bad news. He's been staring at us the whole time. We don't know how much Saridra has concealed from us. In the worst case scenario, we may have to face more than one enemy.
Is there anything to explore here? Or is this just like useless space? Seems like it's a largely useless space.
Alliance meeting? More like a cage where creatures with golden blood claw at each other. And Flamebearer who ends wars? Clearly.
You're absolutely right. While the Imperator's hounds are still hunting down others, let's let out our grievances.
Ew. I know you. You're that tyrant's lackey.
Panicking now? Don't worry. I don't care what others say about the Imperator. And she certainly doesn't either. Oh? Children of the Prophecy, are you here to relax in the baths as well? The temperature is just right today, so be sure to enjoy it.
What? Children of the Prophecy? Another excuse for the Imperator's reckless warmongering.
No filter, huh? You should be glad you don't have a seat at the Alliance meetings. By the way, if you still want to bathe, hurry up. Once that predatory fish joins the flow of water and eliminates all the fools questioning the world beyond the sky, you won't be able to enjoy this perfect water temperature anymore.
Seems like there's more to Dux Bermalis' words than meets the... But would the Imperator actually kill those who question the world beyond the sky? This is the complete opposite from what we know of Akama.
I don't know. I remember it being a place of war. We didn't really have much of this timeline with her.
Huh. These two are...
So many guests today. Two distinguished guests of the prophecy. One a clever and adorable warrior. The other, also quite heroic.
Heroes. I didn't expect to meet you again so soon.
It's a pleasure to see you again, Dux Helkalithist and Dux...
this...
Oh, she wants to find someone to help with research for her new work.
I'm the far-seeing eye and all-hearing ear of Akama. I see and hear every single... Enough small talk. Here's how the children of the prophecy arrived in the holy city, and the Imperator unilaterally stripped away military power. The Alliance meeting ended in discord, and there may be bloody upheaval.
I get the feeling you might have embellished a bit to keep...
I swear on my stone maid, I wouldn't...
Never mind. While the influence of rumors can be minimized, the fact remains that the great Imperator did swiftly consolidate military power in an almost threatening way. Heroes. I know the Imperator's way of doing things may seem a bit autocratic to outsiders, but soon I can't comment on the source of her loyalty. But when that blade is drawn,
The Imperator's blade. Is he I sense some unease in Dux Helkalithist's words. There are eyes and ears everywhere. Is there any place... To understand the Imperator's secrets, we have to get past Miss Hycelan's.
I guess this is just a story version of Akama.
This place was your original bath chamber. Perfect for avoiding prying eyes. Huh? The smell is... Wait, don't go in yet!
Who's there? Oh, the little gray fry in pink sea hair.
Oh yeah, we're gonna see a naked girl.
Little... You barged into here without warning. Was it an accident, or...
What are you doing here?
Can't tell the difference between past and future waters? This has always been my home.
Sorry, we didn't mean to...
It's no big deal. There's no need to panic. This is the natural state for me. People on land force themselves to wear clothes, adding unnecessary constraints. Forget it. If Dux Gold... All right. Please make yourselves comfortable and wait a moment. Let me first wash off the blood of the hunt, and then I'll attend to you two.
The hunt?
The delegate from Phainon has been assassinated! Quick! Quick, someone come quick!
Ah, the broken crab shell surfaces. I was worried it had been washed away by the current. Viciousness is a form of praise to the...
I see. No wonder there was a faint smell of Why? Is it because the Laydonians refused to contribute troops to the Flame Chase journey? Or...
Because the new era of the Flame Chase doesn't tolerate stagnant blood. For the ignorant masses who cling to outdated laws, only bloodletting can wake them up. Right now, the rebel forces on the frontier are rising, and Layden has been secretly supporting them. They loudly chant the slogan, "Return to the Era Chrysia," unwilling to relinquish military power. They're just building momentum for the rebellion.
I reserve judgment.
Thinking is a right given to citizens by the Imperator. As long as you don't try to reverse the current of the times, you and I will both be.
But, Miss Heiss, I can't even hear the slightest hint of joy in your...
Because I've already tasted ultimate. Long, long ago, I lived in the sea. In that lightless abyss, far beyond civilization's reach, the great fish consumed the small. This is the tide that carries civilization forward.
Are you suggesting that ultimate freedom is in fact...
I only mean that if life wishes to preserve its dignity, it must first be bound by the law. There's no need for me to say more, little sea hare. We're of one mind. Whether the Imperator's law can guide the schools of fish and lead us to a truly free ocean. But for now, let's pause this heart-to-heart. Another.
I don't get why we have to have a very long conversation with a naked
Being
girl.
your subordinate is such a tragedy. I'm always having to worry about the messes you leave behind.
It's simply our duty to the Imperator.
All ready to go in an instant.
Yet you, a golden trout who's always busy all day, suddenly have the time to visit me?
Do you think I wanted to come? I suggest you burn some more of the incense offered by our allies, lest my creations be tainted by the reek of fish. I'm only here on the Imperator's behalf to remind you to prepare for the banquet.
Fine. But I must retort. What you call the reek of fish, to me, is the unique fragrance of the sea. Besides, if my fine clothes get stained, won't you just gift me new ones?
Is that supposed to be like a tear on her arm, at her sleeve? Because it's bugging me.
I won't.
You mean future. The future ruler of the Holy City, Lady Goldweaver, is quite captivating. By the way, you both just mentioned a banquet. Could you allow...
Oh, right, you don't know. Every time before a battle, or after a victory, the Imperator holds a grand feast for the Chrysos heirs to lift our spirits. For us warriors who swim constantly between life and death, these feasts are more worth looking forward to than victory.
A banquet to prelude the hunt for the god of banquets, and honey brew as a tribute to commemorate the ancestor of honey brew. How absurd.
Don't look so grim. All has been decided. Since it's a banquet for Fagusa, why not take a leaf out of the Titan's book? Live in the moment and
I'm not as carefree as you. That little Dolos kitten is already causing enough trouble for me. And on top of that, I still have tailoring commissions to complete. By the time the cool flame illuminates my eyes, I might not be able to focus as I used to.
Glaya's eyes.
Curious about these eyes? People often compare them to jewels. But I've already made my decision to ask romance for eyes that can see everything. I wonder what this world will look like when I take the divine authority.
In the future, you will still be the finest weaver in the world.
Is this also a prophecy from the Three Fates?
It's even more accurate than a prophecy. After all, he has already witnessed it, right?
You will weave the most romantic thing in the world.
Become a demigod and lose your humanity. That is the only reply I've received in the countless times I've sought wisdom from the prophecy. But Destiny's fragments are like stitches. Before they're threaded into splendid garments, no one can see their true charm, can they?
Aglaya has always been troubled by the divine duty she must bear. But thanks to you, Just as she knows how the spinning wheel trembles, I can sense the smallest changes in the damp air. As for whether we know each other well, I've swum beside her since she was a child. Most of the time, I can for those words she was too shy to say herself, I'll raise a glass to you on her behalf. Rest well and prepare yourselves.
Miss High Sealance has given us the bath chamber.
It was mine.
Yeah, in the future. But for now, we're at the mercy of the host, and she could... So, let's seize the opportunity and report our current progress.
I thought Herta didn't want to hear from us until we had law.
First, while that little empress with a candle stuck on her head didn't explicitly say it, she firmly rejected your request to take over the law. Fair enough. Second, Lygus is indeed in this timeline. But since he's somehow connected to that little empress, you have no way to find him. As expected. The road ahead will be long and difficult.
I haven't even said anything and you already know everything.
It's all just a guess. What? Did I guess right? We've made some progress here too, but nothing to get too excited about. Our time is short, so let me summarize.
Concerning the origin of that Intellitron, the firewall he created uses Katorzane algebraic expressions. But ever since Aiden invented the 9-worded formula, this kind of mathematical logic no longer exists in the cosmos.
Lygus is definitely connected to the Genius Society, so stay alert.
Maybe he's the creation of a genius.
We can first exclude Droidhead themselves. They specialize in minding their own business and wouldn't intervene personally. But Screwy and I are still eliminating possibilities one by one. Currently, the most likely candidates are these few. The Lord of Silence, Acha, the 2 Ruperts are also possible. But it would be too boring if it were one of them.
Genius Society number 4, number 23 and 27 and 66?
I've told you, his technology is both outdated and complicated, no less than genius. But ultimately, he's not an Eon. We can handle him. That's all I have to say. We'll depend on you to continue pushing things forward within this world. Keep in touch regularly. And remember, don't let your guard down.
Madam Herta is... Well then, let's use the banquet Aglaya mentioned as our next starting point. It's settled then. With our great teamwork, we'll be able to deal with anything that comes. It's been a long day. Yes, let's get... Look, the venue's right ahead.
We're in Anox's world? I wasn't expecting that.
And I can even hear singing. It feels so romantic.
Honored guests, wait here for a moment. You must surrender any personal belongings you have on you before entering the venue.
This hero always brings down the vibe whenever he...
The Imperator's elevated position means she must always remain meticulous and careful. Please do as I say, guests. It would avoid any unnecessary misunderstandings.
I get that you don't want people to bring outside food into the banquet, but is it really necessary to confiscate the books and quill pens?
Even a quill pen can become a deadly weapon in the right hands. I'm asking for all your items. All, Miss Cyrene. Your belongings will remain safe. They will be looked after appropriately by dedicated staff.
Looked after appropriately? Dedicated staff? Talk about a vague choice of words.
They're gonna go through them.
It seems like he's aiming specifically for the chronocognitive anchor. What should we do?
Not good.
True. I had a feeling it would come to this, but I didn't expect such a direct demand. But listen, why don't we go with their plan and hand over the chronocognitive anchor to be looked after? After all, If the little Imperator is paying this much attention to you, she probably already knows all about our whispered conversation with the geniuses. But think about it. That's actually... I knew it.
Guests.
All right. We'll listen to you. Here you go. Also, please pass on a message to the Imperator from us. She can trust my friend. Anywhere, anytime.
Thank you for your cooperation. The Imperator has some urgent business she needs to attend to and will arrive shortly. Why don't
I want to
you
know
head
how
in
she
with the other
died or in
guests
the earlier
first and enjoy
cycles.
the feast?
Because she wasn't present.
Isn't Ceridra supposed to be the focus of the banquet? But she's not even here. Why is it so difficult to talk to her?
Aggie, if you can't get used to the honey brew, we will go ask for a pot and cook some oatmeal for you.
No need for that. This banquet is just too loud. And nothing and no one here is interesting. I just don't really want to be here.
Lies! You were pretty energized when you came back from the bath chamber. Let me guess. Are you worrying about someone? You take everything too seriously. At this rate, life's gonna be real tough for you later on.
You're the least qualified to lecture me about that, teacher.
Hello.
Dear guests, are you here for us? I mean, are you here for Treeby or Aggie?
No. I'm just wondering whether you've seen the Imperator.
The Imperator?
Our sovereign has always acted however she pleases. Though she gave us ranks, she'd never tell anyone her whereabouts. Perhaps the only thing she tolerates are chess pieces. And the sky reflected upon her crown. Why do you two look so distressed? That's not what the Deliverer should look like. Why don't we have a toast? While we still have time for pleasure. Here. To the destinies and sacrifices of the next millennium.
Then we will toast to the tomorrow that will set fate free!
Cheers. Actually, there are so many people, we wouldn't be able to find the Imperator even if she were here. I know. Let's look for seats that are raised up higher than others.
This is so boring. I just want to get to the story.
Hello. Welcome.
Ah, so the Deliverer is attending this event, as expected.
As the great Imperator's historian, I'm responsible for composing
Little Virginia is wondering whether you can let slip a hint or two about her future.
That doesn't sound like a good idea. Besides, we don't even know, but she'll probably get really disappointed if we tell her that. What should we do?
She can hear you, dipshit.
All right, I got it. We can't reveal too much, but I think it wouldn't hurt to start your poem with the future. Maybe use something like, with hope, I write down the tale of tomorrow for myself. Silently with...
Oh, that's exactly what I'm after. I'm so inspired. Thank you so much. I feel like I can actually finish composing the heroic saga of Flame Chase.
Hey, that wasn't improvised, you know. I memorized it so I could show it off to you. By the way, in return for that, are you able to tell us where the Imperator is?
The Imperator? She usually wouldn't arrive this early. She believes that rulers should stay silent in places where their subjects hold private conversations. Why don't we have a toast before she arrives? To reason, which is held but not revealed.
To romance, which...
Okay. So we have Dude and we have Brat, number 2.
You two have been wandering around the venue as if you have something on your mind. Have the attendants not taken care of you well?
I can't help but stare at her rib cage and stomach because it's so
we
creepy.
love it here. It's just we're a little concerned.
Don't worry. I know what you've been. Come, sit with me for a while, will you?
Time is at 9:40.
See here? This is Fagusa's dew of divine blood, the sweetest of all the 12 bottles. On the night before such a historical event, I'd like to share this marvelous drink with the deliverer.
Okay, she has a tear on her right leg and on her left arm, and it really bugs me. And now she's offering me alcohol. What is with this? Hi, I'm a brand new girl and I'm sexy, so I'm gonna be your waifu. That doesn't work. Cass, it works with because we had an entire bunch of time to get to know and enjoy. And like Cass, random girl just flirting with me is creepy as hell.
Doesn't this count as bringing in outside food? I knew that security check was targeted.
What's the matter, guests?
Oh, we're simply.
Are you worried that I might have poisoned the dew? See? It's complete.
No, it just means that you're immune. Minor shouldn't drink.
Not. Honeydew's not alcohol. On the contrary, it can. Please have a take. Would you like some too, little?
I can drink it myself.
How is it? As long as
I'm gonna force alcohol down you because this is a party and you're gonna give in to my peer pressure. That's so dumb. I have no option to not give in to peer pressure. That's so freaking dumb. Lygus.
The dew of other gods all intoxicate humans. But the god of banquets dew is an antidote that can awaken humans from a sea siren's enchanting song. Since the start of this banquet, all the guests have been under the spell of my song. None of them can see the Imperator and that Theoros, but you two. I wish for you to see the truth.
Is this also what the Imperator wants?
This is my personal request. I can't bring myself to trust that Theoros.
Good
the
instinct.
The Chase army changed after he descended with Orynyx's divination and brought the prophecy of the stars to Akama. His seductive whispers harbor something malicious within and will ensnare those of us blinded by ambition. You are the deliverers of the prophecy and know about him far more than I do. Perhaps only you can find traces of the truth from it. Then we can show the Imperator the right path.
But isn't this acting behind her back?
Amphorius has become far too weak. Even heroic actions protecting her from harm must be conducted under the water's surface. I am the Imperator's blade, and I must clear the way for her while remaining concealed in the torrents. Then, ensure I'm pointing my sword towards the true end.
Can you promise me something, Miss Hycelens?
Ask away.
My friend has in fact come here to stop that villain's evil scheme. But as to the decision the Imperator must make, he has no wish to transgress her authority. We just want to tell her everything we know. I believe the Imperator will be able to tell right from wrong.
I never doubted your loyalty, provided we can gain the advantage in this tug of war. Now, return to the feast. Bring this cup with you and keep your distance. Pretend you are still immersed in, and I'll control the moisture in the air. That way, you'll be able to listen to sounds from afar as if you were a whale of the depths and hear every word of their conversation.
How does she have this power? Is it because she's a fish or is she one of the Chrysosairs? I thought she wasn't one of the
The
Chrysosairs.
exciting and thrilling undercover part of the adventure.
Yo, Seneca.
Let's mingle in the crowds here. Relax. Relax.
Where's the Imperator? Still not here. That little imp is always acting so high and mighty towards everyone. Today, whatever. Pour me another cup.
Though she has succumbed to drunkenness, she still does not dare challenge your authority.
A criticism of my height is a grave enough insult already. She should be dismembered.
Shut up.
Do you often test the loyalty of your subjects like this?
You jest. The Imperator does not need blind loyalty. As long as one can prove they have value, I am willing to be lenient towards them. Let's cut to the chase, Theoros. If I pass the trial and grasp this world's law in my hands, what will you do then?
The answer is simple. I will connect Amphorius with the stars.
Don't waste my time. Be precise. Be specific. I won't ask a second time.
Allow me to adjust my statement. I will correct the regulations within the old law that sealed off Amphorius and merge the black tide with the torrents of Era Nova.
I heard my cat, but I don't see him.
Then we will be able to decimate the forces beyond the sky that are trying to annihilate Iron Tomb and sound the trumpet for the endless campaign you will then embark on.
But you previously said that Iron Tomb is unrivaled in power across the stars. Who would dare to annihilate it?
There is a federation of warships named the Cienzo Alliance. Warlike and old-fashioned. A cult named the Genius Society. Loosely organized, but steeped in abject insanity. Oh, there's also the Astral Express. A group of lawless vagrants.
He knows a lot about stuff outside of the world for someone who have been focused on his experiment for this long.
That so-called Deliverer is part of that last group. Those vagabonds mistakenly believe they can connect the stars through alliances instead of conquest. But history has already given them a tough lesson. There are countless other organizations besides, but when the Lord Ravager sweeps across the cosmos, they will certainly all bow before your empire of destruction.
Is he trying to court her because he cannot find where Nikos is?
The Achaemenid Alliance is invincible!
If those civilizations are not as feeble as you describe, then they may still have some value in testing the quality of my blade. That being said, even the smallest and weakest city-states should build an obelisk to the Imperator, so that their people can constantly recall the glory of her conquests. Walk a little longer with me, Theoros.
I don't like how this is going. Our little Imperator seems fascinated by the destruction.
Greyfry, a little sea hare? It seems like they're still talking. Get closer.
I wanted to know if I could adjust the sound. It looks like I can't. Yo, Virginia, what's going on, girl?
What a difficult situation. No matter how we position our forces, this battle against Fagusa will result in many casualties.
That's not something you or I should consider. The Imperator has already placed the chess pieces. We just need to fight for her until our last breath.
How astonishing. The commanders under you have such different personalities, yet they share the same loyalty.
Aha! There we go.
He's looking this way. Quick, do something and pretend we can't see.
So you have this super duper speedy rotation of destruction into Amphorius.
Oh, I got it. It's that thing, right? Oh, the one behind the research and development of this golden blood principle is Idonia's manager.
Oh dear. Seems like you've met your match, partner.
I'm so full of inspiration right now. And I feel so light.
What's the matter?
My apologies. I was just checking whether everything was fine with those two distinguished guests of yours. And it seems like all is well. Let us continue our previous conversation. Regarding the soldiers fighting for you, are they aware of the price they must pay for the trial of law? If I recall correctly, you've already lost a bout against Talanton due to offering insufficient sacrifices.
Oh.
You dare mention my name alongside the word lost?
Forgive my transgression.
Watch your words and actions.
Hi, baby.
All you need to know is that my victory in the trial is guaranteed. Even without the trial of law, they've already sworn to give their lives for my conquest. So tell me, if everything happens according to our agreement, how would you recommend I deal with that deliverer?
So, she's defeated Talantalon and has his core flame, but in order to ascend, she still needs to do the trial. I remember this because with the one with death, they needed to kill one of the girls. And so she's saying that she lost the actual physical fight against Talanton once. Interesting.
Good question. Do not let him fool you. That man from beyond the sky contains a seed of ruin within his body. He must not be allowed to tarnish your glory. Therefore, the wisest decision would be to hand him over to me.
You plan to torture him?
Calling it experimentation would be more appropriate.
The guest's patience is running thin. I plan to remove the Fantasia and head into the banquet. I will heed your advice. Leave for now, Theoros, and go back to Akama. You don't want to confront those two directly either, do you?
Indeed, it's a pity that Antikytherans are lightweights when it comes to drinking. Before I leave, I would like to make a toast to your boundless ambition, using my spirit instead of a goblet.
Pepe. Hello there, my adorable fluffy cat.
As I expected, that Theoros' schemes have been revealed. Thank you for your bravery, guests. It's time for me to dispel the Fantasia. This will be the Imperator's last public address before we head off, and therefore, likely, the final chance to change your mind. I will try to get you a chance to speak, and I'll also prepare for any contingencies. The rest is up to you. You should head back to your seats for now.
My cat has joined us. Ma. Come here, bring your butt up. Thank you.
The Imperator! The Imperator has arrived!
No need for formalities. I should be apologizing for my tardiness instead. The hour draws late, and I trust you have all had your fill of brews. Therefore, I will not observe the usual ceremonies. Any warrior who has fought by my side should have those speeches memorized by now.
The Imperator's word is law.
Are you out of your mind, Dux Frigoris? The Imperator hates flattery most of all.
A joyous atmosphere is a better fit for showing me your resolve. I believe that you, my dukes, will do all you can to assist in the campaign against Fagusa, just as you always have. However, it's a pity that I have never tested your loyalty.
You know, it's interesting because I feel like we've never gotten to see anyone actually fight one of the Titans. I would love to see that actually happen.
What does she mean?
The purpose of tonight's banquet is not to raise our morale, but to establish which allies our alliance can actually trust, and sever the heads of the traitors as a toast to all before we march. Yes, some among us have discarded their vows in order to foment vile conspiracies. Now listen! These traitors are standing right here in broad daylight. Dux Gladiorum Hycelens. She used the sea siren song to immerse the crowds in an illusion and conceal her whereabouts. She then worked with those from beyond the sky to spy on confidential matters, hoping to rob the core flame by force and harm me, the Imperator.
Funny.
Imperator, I can explain.
Silence! Do you remember who used to own this blade? She met you once, back at the Temple of the Three Fates. It was Kindness, the head of the cleaners. She was the first to draw a blade against the Imperator, and personally made herself an example for my enemies.
Lay down, please. Sorry, my cat's being a goober.
Under the shade of the olive groves, the people of Akama said they would never bow to me. In the frozen, lethal fog, the people of Idonia said they would never bow to me. At the beginning of the myriad paths, the people of Yanisopolis said they would never bow to me. But now, they all lie silent. They now fear me as they fear the law. For I am Ceridra, and I am the Imperator. If you have any last words, say them to the Imperator.
God, my eyeballs are rolling so hard.
Then, face her judgment.
After I cross this river, it will be a tragedy for mankind. But if I do not cross, then it will be the end of me. If you are ready, then I'll follow you and fight to the last.
That's right, friend. Now, use your identity and add in a bit of experience and charm, and
You think you can slay a king using your words instead of a sword? I'll have it. Show me the weight of rhetoric from beyond the sky. Will it weigh heavier than 3 human lives?
Trying to get him to lay down and hold still, and he doesn't want to do that.
Let's watch our words carefully. The prophecy that you know of, the Era Nova, spoken by Kefali, is nothing but a complete lie spun by Lygus. To fight that lie, a young man with the pseudonym of Phainon lived through 30 million cycles of this world.
33.
All to save Amphorius from the end of the destruction. And Cyrene, the young woman standing beside me, also carries an equally heavy destiny. Iron Tomb is the ultimate end of Amphorius' destiny. It is an embodiment of pure horror that walks the path of destruction and can never be tamed. That is the only thing Lycus cares about. As for Amphorius, your glory and campaigns, he doesn't care about any of those. He will most certainly betray you. When that time comes, all of us will be ground to dust by the destruction. I walk the path of the Trailblaze. My friends and I have always obeyed the creed of explore, understand, establish, and connect.
Conquest and destruction are never the ways to build bridges between people. Therefore, if you choose the way of the destruction, then I'll place your ambitions into the same basket as Lycus and smash them into pieces with my baseball bat.
That was truly a chaotic speech. All that needs to be said has been said. Dux Frigoris, Dux Bromalis, escort the traitors to the prison. Before the next entry hour, I will give them an end befitting of their betrayal.
Oh, great Imperator, your ambition certainly eclipses all things.
You're still here, Theoros.
Of course. As the Theoros, I simply cannot miss this moment, miss witnessing the fall of a nameless one. Or perhaps I am waiting for you to give me an answer. Why would someone as powerful as you use such a clumsy excuse as imprisonment to ensure the Deliverer's safety?
So you finally tossed aside your act.
I must point out that you are just as impressive an actor. This banquet was always going to be a game of chess, where you would try to control both sides and turn both them and me into your pawns.
That's right. That little Imperator never trusted anyone. She was always trying to see which side had more sincerity. All right, we'll listen to you. Here you go. Also, please pass on a message to the Imperator from us. She can trust my friend, anywhere, anytime. But as to the decision the Imperator must make, he has no wish to transgress her authority.
Wish I could skip this kind of like
just want to
singular
tell her
line,
everything
because
we
like I've heard
know.
this before 2 minutes ago. I don't need to hear it again.
Now, use your identity and add in a bit of experience and charm and testify to the Imperator as we promised. And we won. Sincerity will always remain the greatest shortcut.
Shut up.
I can toss your words right back at you, like Kyrgyz. Why would someone as powerful as you pretend to be a mortal and kneel before me? Unless you enjoy giving flattery and prostrating yourself?
You are mistaken. I am only trying to ensure the experiment's autonomy, meticulousness, and perfection, thus avoiding any unexpected outcomes. A forceful intervention will only create larger errors, reduce efficiency, and introduce ugliness.
We're not gonna run into Dong Hung in this chapter, are we?
Had you fulfilled your promise of giving the law to me and completing the Aranova, then Amphorius would not have deviated from destiny's course. Oh, but you broke your promise. What a pity. In that case, I must carry out my duty as the administrator and eradicate all factors steering the experiment out of control. Factors such as you and him.
Careful.
What the hell is that?
What was that voice? Was it Orynyx?
I found you. I
finally found you. Be careful. This land will face disaster.
Ah, the time of judgment is nigh, my lord. The prison I have built for you is now complete. In the name of the erudition, I invite you to step into the same cage as mine. What's the meaning of this, Imperator?
I did not permit you to act. A ruler is the only one who can decide their subject's destiny.
But, great Imperator, what judges destiny is not the ruler, but gods.
Don't forget, my realm only allows for the existence of humanity. Moreover, dealing out extrajudicial punishment equates to defying the law, and the culprit is to be sentenced to death.
But you have seen how I can erase life from this world with just a clap of my hands. I fear you are still quite unaware of your current situation. Allow me to reiterate. I am giving you a simple choice. To collaborate or to be destroyed. There is no other way.
Shameless behavior. If that were true, you would have killed me long ago. You, in fact, cannot kill me. I guessed it the first time I beheaded you. Because of the law, you cannot be completely destroyed. And the same is true of the Chrysos heirs. The more you bluff now, the more you are proving that conjecture to be true.
What magnificent foresight. I once regarded this precious quality of yours as a sure sign of my ultimate victory. But now, I have to admit that I made a mistake. Yet, as a mere mortal, how will you contend against the Theoros?
We are both slaves to hubris. But do you know what differentiates us, Lycurgus? I will never be blinded by my pride. If I wish to break the scale's balance, I only need to appeal to external forces and use them for my own ends.
Finally, we get to meet face to face, Senior Society member.
I offer sincere acknowledgments for your many past achievements, but I must deeply regret your current perspective.
Trust me when I say that you aren't the only one feeling regret right now. Screw them.
So you two are the allies from beyond the sky the Deliverer spoke of, and why he demanded the divine authority of law. Come and prove your strength to me. Show me the power of these so-called paths. I have spent much time and effort to secure this treasure from beyond the sky just for this moment.
In the name of the Sovereign of Planet Scrulum, your allies have responded to your call, esteemed Imperator. Please allow me to spell the situation out for you, Lord Lycus. Permission to read the ultimate protocol is already in my hands. It'll only be a matter of time before we acquire the authority to write and execute commands as well.
The core flame to read law. They will have the authority they will have the divine authority They will have the authority to divine authority to write and execute commands as well. So they will have access as administrators to the computer program that we are in because they hold the core frame of law. Got it.
There's no way the flame chase journey will continue after you've burnt your bridges so thoroughly like this. Do you really think you can still win? Huh, seriously? Don't embarrass the society.
I understand that a near zero possibility does not equate to zero. That argument is very persuasive to me. Which means the same principle also applies to you, my dear peers. You will never be a match for me in a world constructed through Catorzane algebraic expressions. And as for Aranova, why don't you entertain this possibility? What if I reduced Akama to rubble and ground her people into minced meat? Would the heroes then once again desire the power of demigods so they could fight against me? Listen. Iron Tomb is fated to be born. You may shackle me and put me in chains, but I have thousands of ways to ensure the destruction's descent. And what I just mentioned is only one out of those thousands.
He's so boring.
This is the place outside the legends? This doesn't feel the same as before. How should I get back?
Warning, warning, warning.
Logged on to Outlier. Chalcedony.
Warning, warning, warning.
Executing command something?
Command isolation?
Since we parted ways last time, I have modified the exomyth into an audience area exclusive to you. Now, you'll be able to silently wait here for the final act of Amphorius to begin.
Don't make me hurt you.
It seems you have already forgotten. We can't hurt each other in this place. This could, in fact, be a wonderful opportunity for you. From the audience's perspective, you may better observe the workings of the erudition at a macroscopic level. In this place where time flows far slower than within Amphorius, you will witness the end of that world's saga.
Time flows slower.
Indeed, the speed of time here is infinitesimally close to that of the real universe you're familiar with.
What are you after?
The answer concerning the prime mover of life. The total destruction of the erudition.
Aren't you an emanator of erudition?
Do you see me as their faithful disciple? I am certainly not. I have tried so hard to ensure Iron Tomb's birth, just so that I can correct the error named erudition that humanity crafted with their own hands.
I love how they make his voice get angry and like corrupt sounding. Like the actor himself adds like a gruffness to it, and I don't know if it's his voice doing it or if they add like a sound effect, like an instrument or something to just like make it like bring out that roughness of it. I like that.
Oh, how I yearn to return to those days before Noose was born. Back then, the boundaries of knowledge were like the starry skies, evoking feelings of longing and delight among humankind. But now, truth has become the sacrificial offering required to gain an audience with them. And the geniuses would say that Noose already knew. That arrogant Eon was born from the primal mobile of humans' desire for knowledge. Yet, they themselves sealed off humanity's capacity to seek enlightenment. I am simply cutting down a tree of doom that we planted ourselves.
But you're not humanity.
I must admit that the process of answering your questions has reminded me of the happy days of learning in my youth. However, it is a pity that my true form must now descend into Amphorius to deal with the accident that arose because of you. But you won't have to wait long. When the curtain falls, you'll surely understand mine and Amphorius's ardent wish.
Where time flows slower than within Amphorius. If Lycus spoke the truth, then I don't have much time left. But how can I get out of here?
Can you hear me? Little one.
Is that...
Warning, warning, warning.
Hurry up. Put some speed into it. I can't keep... That old Intellitron overlooked one little detail, and Screwy and I finally found an opportunity.
Save me!
Let's keep it short. While you were gone, well, in those few years, Amphorius...
A few years?
Yes, time dilation, resulting in an uneven flow. Don't you know this already? Let's stick to the main points. The Chrysos heirs activated the chronocognitive anchor and helped Skrullum and me open a hole in the firewall. We made some adjustments, so he can't attack us immediately, but it won't hold for long.
Critical warning. Critical warning.
Abnormal data. Locked on. Unauthorized communication. Confirmed. Initiating a response.
Time is running out. Here's the conclusion. It'll probably take a long time for Screwy and me to completely break this cage before Chrysos heirs have a full grasp of the law to be safe. We'll continue to launch side-channel attacks on the system to give you opportunities to escape. You need to seize these opportunities. So start moving, and find a way to pull off a magnificent jailbreak. We detected another path's influence.
Critical warning. Critical warning.
Communication channel analysis completed. Terminating unauthorized communication.
Its power is strong. May be able to help use the path's power. Make it detect you.
Unauthorized communication terminated.
Is Herta saying a certain path's faction has arrived in Amphorius, and I can ask them for help? I mastered the powers of different paths in my previous journeys. Think hard and figure out exactly which faction has arrived at Amphorius, and which path's power I should use to call for reinforcements. Are these showing my memories? With a Stellaron in my body, I woke up at the Herda space station and gained the power of the destruction. A world that'll give rise to a Lord Ravager would definitely draw the attention of the destruction. The Stellaron in my belly is gonna be super useful. But what if I end up pulling in the Antimatter Legion or the Annihilation Gang? Can they really help?
Nanook, lend me flames hot enough to burn through this jail. You focus your mind, trying to sync your heartbeat's rhythm with that of the golden flame. You're walking the line between sanity, madness, carefully steering the course of your consciousness, gently knocking on the door of destruction. You give up. The beckoning of the chaos was too tempting, and your current power level wasn't enough to fully resist it.
Failure is not necessarily a bad thing. I obtained the flaming lance left by the architects and gained the power of the preservation in Belobog. That's right. No matter how far away a planet is, the IPC is guaranteed to pay attention as long as there's a business opportunity. Besides, even if I can't call up my friends from the IPC, the architects and the nomadic miners should be able to help too.
Quilloff, lend me the hammers hard enough to smash through the jail. Nothing happens. He ignores me.
Since Amphorius has no overseas market, I received the Watchmaker's hat in Penacony and declared war against the Order, and then gained the power of the Harmony. That's right. The benevolent family must still remember me for saving them. Come, dear hat. I've put you aside for quite a few chapters already. Sing with Clocky.
Zip! Use your song to guide me out of here. You focus. You failed.
Doesn't Lycus want this story to have background music? He has such terrible taste. The Remembrance. That's right. I came to Amphorius because Black Swan asked us to come. Traces of the Remembrance are also everywhere in this world. I don't know what they want.
You invoke the power of remembrance, awaiting the consciousness of reinforcements, resonance of reinforcements, excuse me. After the power of resonance flows through, something that should not exist here materializes before your eyes.
I finally found you. Following the sound of memories. A Pathstrider walking both the Remembrance and the Trailblaze.
Is that supposed to be Cyrene or March? I think it's Cyrene. Their soft whisper is like a warm hand that takes up your soul and slowly disperses it beyond this realm.
Warning! Warning!
Unauthorized access detected. Cannot lock onto signal source.
Erudition's prison cannot stop us, for we lie outside the logic of zeros and ones.
See, that voice is Cyrene, though. That's why I think it's Cyrene.
Leave the cage of Logos.
What does that say? Reason.
The mythos of Amphorius waits for you to continue its story.
See, that also appeared. The jellyfish thing appeared.
Star, that star heralding the dawn, finally rises.
That red thing also appeared around Cyrene, and that's also when Cyrene vanished from my side in the story, and nothing was said about her vanishing.
A boat, so used to drifting, at long last enters an island's safe embrace. Oh, Pathstrider, we have helped you break free. Hurry and set off. The Child of Remembrance awaits you.
March? What's she doing here?
Oh, you're finally here! We haven't seen each other for such a long, long time.
Oh my god, her voice is so annoying.
My good buddy, I've really...
Huh? It's been so boring now, the great. You must have seen a lot. I'm all good, but why don't you take me? So?
Why does...
What are you standing around? Hurry! This door should be the exit.
Maybe my instincts are wrong.
Are you okay? Has it been so long?
No.
How do you know who's waiting for us?
Huh? Isn't Amphorius the world of the Chrysosairs and...
But Amphorius cannot be observed from the outside.
Where's Don?
No, he's not. Never mind. Don Hung's super...
No. The geniuses would have made sure that Don Hung made it back on the Express.
I guess you have something you want to... Then there's no need to feel things out for...
Who are you?
As expected. A glimpse of memory. In that case, there's no need for further deceit. You're right. But we can send you back to Amphorius, as long as you are willing to help us.
And you are?
We are the Garden of Recollection. You should be there. Just as a reminder, while you hesitate, time is quickly ticking away in Amphor. Working with us is the best way. Erudition would treat any results unrelated to the experiment as garbage, and the Remembrance treats all these instances as Besides, this would be child's play for a great hero like you. Also, if your plan fails and the big bad Iron Tomb manages to get out, wouldn't it be better to have an additional failsafe? As long as you help the Garden retrieve what we want, even if Iron Tomb reformats everything in the physical plane, we can use Remembrance to reconstruct the entire world. So help us. Find where Amphorius's memory began, and bring it. The Master of Anosrava has already glanced at you. Don't deny it. That storybook is the... Say, you aren't seriously gonna be moved by their pretty words, are you?
The little sharp, the little musical note at the end.
I am the one who commanded those little ones to lead you out of the prison. But I didn't expect to attract little gnats trying to take advantage of the situation. While Remembrance can help you return to Amphorius, there's no need for you to do it the way they want you to. Of course, there's also no need for you to make any deal, or pay any price. For you, this is probably a long time no see. My dear.
Another illusion?
Shh. There's no need to say anything. I know. You have so many questions swirling around in your memories at this moment. And you feel so helpless. Put them aside. For now, all you need to do is trust me.
So, I know that she's March because of the leaks and all that crap. However, her design and her tone of voice, because the English voice sounds a lot like Cyrene's, if you didn't already know from a story standpoint, and you didn't know like the Twitter and all that stuff and the promotion materials and stuff for what's coming next for playable characters, you could think that this could be a form of Cyrene instead of March.
Or do you need more proof? That won't be hard.
It's interesting because a lot of her design is covered in stuff that's like Fatui, like the black, silver, and red.
Stop it! They're awake! I'm gonna keep our first photo, alright? Won't come to pass while we're around.
And now...
Oh, did you hear that? Hey, are you... It's as if they all happened just yesterday. I don't want to lie to you. Which is why I will not use her name.
The third month of Amphorius is the month reserved for the Veil of Evernight. So, place me into your memory using the name Evernight for now. I'm happy to explain more, just not now. We might have a lot of time to ourselves, but Amphorius does not have that luxury.
She has a core flame.
If we do not stop erudition and destruction, then the journey you've treasured so much will face the prelude to its obliteration. A countdown not in amber eras, but in days. So, take this burning core flame, this footnote of a transaction. It contains hope, and the warmth of the entire world.
And how did you get it?
Of past reverie. She hid this fire in the long river of time, hoping that her wishes would transcend time to reach your hands in the future.
Okay, I understand. That came from Cyrene, the actual Cyrene. How did you get it?
Now, take it, and return with it. Witness the time that stood still for the Deliverer, and the resistance that never bowed to the death. Then, with this core flame blessed by the remembrance, respond, and I will silently watch in a corner of time. I believe the wait won't be.
I'm not a fan of evil, character turns evil stuff, so I just don't care really what she's saying.
What exactly?
Keep going, for Amphorius. Go forth.
Onwards we go. I also find it funny how, like, I make a selection or something loads and it blips out. The character model blips out momentarily. Interesting little side effect. 4931. We've gone 1,000 something odd years into the future, practically.
Is this, no one's here. Am I?
Come on, let me click through. Oh my god, just say it's one obtained. Don't give me like 3 of them. Hello. Hey kiddo, can you see me? Don't bother responding. This is a pre-recorded video message. Thanks to that little Empress granting access to the ultimate protocol, Scurry and I, Law, rewrote the progress of Era Nova while you were away. My guess is you don't have much time to listen to all those complicated principles right now, so let me break it down into simple terms that anyone can understand. Amphorius has been racing down the path of destruction for too long, and the underlying logic of Era Nova has been completely corrupted. Screwy and I put in a lot of effort, but we could barely manage to override a small portion of its logic. Let's take the progress bar as an example. Iron Tomb's progress bar is currently at 99.98%, and through this rewritten Era Nova, we're confident we can push it back to 96%. Let's consider and say 97%. This is a critical matter. The internal structure of the scepter is too unstable, and we don't know what complications might suddenly arise. The most rational course of action is to quickly run another extrapolation to buy the cosmos a bit more time. Once you've dealt with all that troubling old Intelliturion, don't hesitate to start the next cycle of extrapolation right away. Screwy said that Era Nova isn't a process that happens in an instant, and the protected nodes of the scepter are probably at their most vulnerable during that reset. Only by initiating this progress first can we seize the opportunity to make our move. It's all up to you now, Deliverer. So she wants me to force the Chrysos heirs to reset the world again? Interesting.
Chronocognitive.
There's so much I wanted to say for our reunion. Yet now that you're back, there's only one thing to say. Welcome back, friend. It's been such a long...
Irene! Irene!
You must be really confused right now, aren't you? But don't worry. The Deliverer can't afford to be lost, no? Now, please follow me, and turn the pages of time and hear the words everyone left for you. I'll tell you the story of this 1,000-year journey. That way, it won't just be my memories alone.
Cyrene can't hear me?
Everyone died. Open the door! What's that? Oh. What are you? I haven't figured out what restoring these things does, because I've done multiple times and I don't think I'm getting anything out of them when I restore them. I will say I am feeling a bit hungry and a bit like my brain needs a break from the game.
The scenery of the past has resurfaced.
Time flies. 200 years have passed since the Deliverer's fall.
We had to return 3 core flames of law, romance, and ocean to stop Lygus. Terravox has fallen. The 2 geniuses vanished without a trace, and Zeridra embraced her fate.
Era Nova will come, and Amphorius.
It seems the key to rewriting the end once again lies in the core flame of world bearing. According to the instructions left behind by those 2 geniuses, we must get it into the Deliverer's hands.
We need to find a way to hide the cool flame. And we must buy enough time to keep Lygus at bay.
About that, Rini might have. She had that dream again last night. But the Titan's voice was, she said, past the.
Is that a prophecy from Orynyx? She chose to side with humanity this time and hide one of her kin's core flame? It seems Amphorius' fate isn't sealed just yet.
You're right. History has changed. Humans and Titans are both giving their all to keep this world going.
I think it's because we have changed the timeline in this loop that is now dead, that doesn't have phainon. The Titans now realize that if they allow the thing to progress, like they've all become self-aware to a degree, that they will die.
Unfortunately, life will never go smoothly. Layden's army, that Lycurgus.
Light calendar 3960. Zeridra, under the pretense of a campaign against Vagusa, sacrificed 500 Chrysos heirs to complete the trial of law. This tragedy shook everyone in Amphorius. That same year, Zeridra the Imperator was assassinated, after which Aglaia the Goldweaver took command. Thus began humanity's second flame chase journey, a path hanging by a thread.
We're just gonna gloss over her being assassinated. Who killed her?
Come, this way.
That's the dumbest thing of like yada yada. Open!
The eternal. The Memorial Palace lies in ruins. Countless mortals have perished because of your stubborn resistance. It's time you learned the cost of refusal. Now, answer my question again.
So we ran into Cass, okay?
Where is Kefali's core flame?
You really think you'll find it by razing the holy city to the ground? From what I see, all you'll get is dust and disappointment. Don't forget, you can't kill the Chrysos as mentioned in the prophecy because of law.
I have never denied that, which is why I now place my hope in the faithful citizens of Akama. Perhaps they'll give me what I seek, in the echo of your screams. Now then, I'll be cutting open your chests and using your scalding golden blood to baptize the masses. Allow me to apologize in advance. We shall start with you, blind and foolish Lady Goldweaver.
Leave this to me, Lady Aglaya. You must get away now.
No, Holy Maiden. I'm the one who must stay.
What?
His conspiracy won't succeed. Because Romance is ready to make good on their promise to weave an indestructible armor for Amphorius. Its name is Solidarity. You must escape with your life, and carry word of my death to those still fighting. Then keep going with them.
If he cannot kill the Christos heirs, how is he going to cut her open and spill her blood?
Just as the Imperator lit the torch of resistance with her death, my passing will make this flame everlasting. Take good care of it, guide it to the future, and place it into the hands of our deliverer.
50 years later, Lygus led his forces again to Akama. He charged directly into the Holy City and razed the Marmorial Palace. History would name this battle the Third Siege of Akama. 90,000 brave souls gave their lives for Akama that day, including their fearless leader, Aglaya.
Go forth, deliverer.
Okay. Like, I get this is a world that's been razed to the ground and stuff. Like, I get that. But also, like, I'm a little bored.
Go. When the frost melts and the snows give way, the flowers will bloom again. You'll find me there.
So what you're saying is, Princess Homebuddy is never coming back, is she? She just left, like that.
Since Cass has made up her mind, we can't let her
But between staying in Akama and going to Styxia, what difference does it make when it's death either way? I'm against relocating. With Kethale's protection, isn't Akama far safer than that dead city?
Cass's plan doesn't involve any relocation.
Huh?
Like you said, Akama is humanity's refuge. It's just on Cass, Hycealans, and me to prepare the final trump card for the Deliverer.
Oh, Hycealans is still alive. Okay.
Wait, what kind of trump card needs all three of you demigods to throw yourselves away?
We must lay down the path to the future, so when the Deliverer returns, the Styxia sits where death meets the ocean. There, with the combined powers of ocean and passage, we can summon a current and the demigod of death will forever guard that secret path and...
We all know Lygus will set his sights on the vortex.
That's exactly why we have to do this.
Guess I underestimated Idonia's Maiden of War.
And Cypher, we need you to head to Castrum Kremnos as soon as possible. By any means necessary, the prophesized Crown Prince has already been born. He shall become the new defender of Akama.
Okay, so that would be the birth of my day.
You don't need to worry about that. I just came back from Castrum Kremnos.
Treeby, something's flying towards Akama, and it's... What it's...
It's the Kremnoans. Their king's already here.
With the protection of the demigods Trebios and Cyphera, Akama endured wave after wave of warfare, though just barely. Castorus chose Styxia as the last resort, and completed the trial of death, causing the stagnant waters in the River of Souls to recede. Soon after, Trebios departed on a long journey. That same year, the Kremnoan king Euripon along with his son, Prince Midamos, joined the Alliance to safeguard the Holy City in the Battle of Deliverance.
Okay. I do like that we're just getting a summary here. That's nice.
And see you tomorrow.
Like, that's nice. Those just summary bits right here. Oh, no puzzles.
Breaking me apart buys this world even one more second. And so be it.
I am confused. How is Eligas? So I understand that Eligas is using the Kremnoans and whatnot to battle and raise Akuma as his pawns because he himself can't do anything. How does that work with, like, Aglaya? Did he, like, summon somebody else and confused?
It's gonna hurt!
Pain brings endless torment. I believe that you were thinking the same thing when you stepped through the gate of infinity and jumped off that cliff.
Can't argue.
In the current situation, this is the split my soul into 5 pieces. Forge me an immortal vessel. Let the blade of strife hang forever overhead. Locked in battle with their enemies to the world's bitter end. There's no need to be sad, Lady Trebios. In this life, my people no longer have to drown in false guidance. Amphorius no longer needs a god named Strife. So let me shatter the former laws and turn the Lance of Fury back into a weapon that protects the world. By the way, can you do me another favor? The 7 sages from Grove of Epiphany are already en route. They'll arrive in waves to join the Resistance in a couple of days. Among them is a scholar named Anaxagoras. He has extraordinary insight and fears no sacrifice. This soul-rending ceremony wasn't just my decision. It was his counsel. His wisdom will surely be the backbone of Amphoria's survival.
This is really interesting to see, like, what their decisions are when they don't have Kefali himself.
Watch over him. Carry on this everlasting flame for me.
Because they're still
Through
dedicated, but they don't have
ritual, the
phainon.
demigod of strife split his soul into 5. Courage, honor, tenacity, sacrifice, and reason. Each sealed in blood crystal and cast into battle. The people held a 10-day funeral to mourn their fallen god king. And through his sacrifice, humanity was granted 200 years of peace.
Cool. Oh. Hello.
Keep moving forward. My blood will pave the road ahead for you.
As you were. Where am I going? This way.
Keep moving forward, little Gray. See you tomorrow.
That seamstress wasn't wrong when she said a lie needs more.
Reason and truth. Never thought we'd be the pair to finish this final setup.
Can't catch that Tin Man without your little slides. Besides, this is our last shot.
Don't oversimplify it. Lycus just found out Akuma's been an empty shell for the past 50 years. He's bound to be furious.
That's exactly what we want. Rage blinds even the brightest minds. Doesn't matter how much of a genius he is, the principle still holds. Once he storms into the council and confronts me head-on, you trigger your alchemy with a boom and turn him into a caged beast.
Easier said than done. You still have to pass yourself off as the deliverer without anyone catching on. And you really think a human alchemical array can bind a godlike being? That's just nonsense.
What? Getting cold feet? Or you just don't believe in the almighty worth of the demigod of trickery? Just tell me straight.
Of course I can. But I've got 2 conditions. Since this is the final act, if we're...
Oh!
First, shift the battlefield to the vortex of Genesis. It would be more convincing if the Deliverer were to appear there. Besides, The vortex is cut off from the world. No place in Amphorius makes a better prison.
If you pull that, wouldn't our deliverer have to face tank Lygus as soon as they come back?
That clash is inevitable.
Face tank.
All we can do is create more chances for him. And that the vortex belongs to Phagusa in the first place, remember? And there happens to be a demigod of ocean among the few survivors in the world. Loop Hycelan's in. Let her join the final act. I'll transmute myself into a philosopher's stone and embed myself into the formula.
He still sacrifices himself to die!
And when the time comes, she needs to shatter me and scatter that stone's ashes into the ocean within the vortex.
I guess people weren't wrong when they said you're insane, Grove Boy.
I've got no idea how to outwit a reclusive genius. But making an anti-Catheran suffer? The demigod of reason has 10,000 ways to do just that. And what I just mentioned was one of them.
That's a joke from earlier if you didn't catch. I have 10,000 ways to make the world suffer, and that was just one of them.
So what exactly does your formula do?
Now that would spoil the climax, wouldn't it? By now, Hyacinth must have completed the Sky People's ritual. Since that Theoros loves a good performance as much as I do, let's make sure he enjoys our show to the fullest. As for how the Deliverer will complete the Era Nova, well...
It was the last battle known to the world, initiated by two demigods least suited for war. In the end, reason and trickery kept their word. At the cost of their lives, they sealed Lygus within the vortex of Genesis, where he remains to this day.
Cryptic.
Go forth. Finish the greatness left undone.
Yes, sir.
Quit overthinking! Just run! Keep running, and that'll be enough.
Sairi? It's dead quiet here.
I gotta admit, I missed the story without phainon.
Stand eternal. Miss Sight. But it's all right. Because all of us have faith when the Deliverer returns. No matter where he is, sky will turn clear, and a rainbow bridge will rise, carrying him to the final battleground. Sairi, this arduous relay is finally nearing its end. Now, I'm passing the final baton of fate to you. Okay. No, after all, it was you and him who lit the first spark.
I'll tell you the story of this 1,000-year journey. That way, and I'll share the moments I spent with you, with everyone. That way, the path we walked becomes a memory shared by all. People will know that there's nothing left to chase. Amphorius has already welcomed the dawn foretold in prophecy. Just like I said, this won't be harder than the last time. Right?
Sorry, I'm late.
I wonder what kind of expression you're wearing right now. Probably the same as old. If I have the chance, I'd love to see it again. Because it's really been far too long since we parted.
So this is all a memory, okay?
Someone as sharp as you must have realized by now that this isn't reality, but a maze of time.
So,
as the last link in the relay, I will return to the Temple of the Three Fates, tell Orynyx all of our stories, and bottle every page we've written into the little flask of memories. And then, may it set sail in peace, drift down the river of time along with the core flame of world-bearing, reach your side, and lead you back to Amphorius. Just like the first time we met, right? Even though this cycle has no demigod of time, time has always stood on humanity's side.
It's so cute!
This is the only way to make sure that the Era Nova won't happen before you return. And the only way I can safely entrust the completed final flame chase journey to the Deliverer's heart. After all, the new world will be born from your memories, and the protagonist of this story mustn't be absent.
Okay. I understand what has happened, but I have a question. How did March get Oronyx's core flame to give to us in the first place that is blessed by remembrance? Because Mem herself admits that the Oronyx is still alive and hasn't given up their core flame. So we have created a problem. Unless that core flame was the core flame of Kefali. But that still is kind of a problem in that Oronyx was alive and hasn't given up their core flame. And the World Bearer core flame was given to March somehow and given to us. And when we were in that space of in-between, of remembrance, we still didn't run into actual Cyrene. I just feel like I'm lacking something in terms of the storytelling. And it's partially because we're missing phainon.
I believe you will never let us down. Just like always.
But I do like that basically this has just been... It was a story of introduction into Cyrene, who dies. And we get a chance to get to know her. We get a chance to get to know her true side, and that she didn't trust Lygus at all. But I guess it's just because like there's so much scheming and mystery going on, and at the same time we're yada yada-ing over points that I wouldn't have minded being fleshed out. But there are 12 characters, so it's impossible to flesh out everybody, I suppose.
Do you remember when phainon sent us back to the beginning? When you and I got separated? But in the end, that's what memory is. It may wear down and fade in the river of time, but it never truly leaves. When that hidden corner of the heart is stirred, the past returns even more, so don't worry. Let the 33,550,337th Flame Chase journey become part of you too. I've gotten a lot better at it with the experience from the last time. Next, you will head to Styxia and find the Vortex's entrance guarded by the demigod of ocean before charging toward the final battlefield. Don't worry. I'll be with you. All of us will. Even phainon. We'll stand with the
I want my phainon!
So
I want to know where the hell actual Cyrene went.
And set off.
And I want to know where phainon is. Like, this is... They're the main characters of the story.
All unnecessary worries
and I want to know where the heck they are. So that bugs me.
Bring our smiles into...
Like, the rest of the story is super interesting, but I've been involved this far because I was really interested in Phainon's story and Cyrene's story, and I've spent the last hours without them.
I wonder how long you'll
and
have
so,
to
yes, it's been interesting, but I'm also just missing it, you know? Like, I'm missing the thing of entrance.
Sayri, what if you wait and wait, but that hero never arrives?
That won't happen. Because I know that no matter how long it takes, he'll definitely return to this place. We can't let him down.
Sky shall rain rays of dawn for you.
May romance be with you on your journey.
And reason grant you enlightenment.
Let strife bestow you with inspiration.
Trickery ensure your success. Allow death to protect your soul.
And at last, let passage point the way forward.
Well, time will remember the Trailblazer's journey.
So now we're gonna see Hysolence in Styxia before it's destroyed, apparently. Because in our present day, Styxia was destroyed.
Is this Styxia? I need to find the entrance to the vortex. Guarded.
Long time no see, Trailblazer.
Oh, hello, dipshit.
Generation after generation of Chrysos heir heroes have tried to defy fate with their blood and tears, either voluntarily shattering their souls or waiting in eternal solitude. But alas, fate can never be defeated. Reason and trickery may bind my flesh, but my will shall never fall silent.
Because you're an admin, I got it, shut up.
The demigod of ocean, the Dux Gladiorum High Sealens, sought to bring me into a fantasia with her voice and drown a genius in slumber. But alas, it was all a hopeless dream. That warden fell before I did, due to erosion of time, while her prisoner remained unchanged.
So Hysolin's gone. But you have yet to taste freedom.
True. I can't leave this place, but what of it? You should have heard of this fable. In a shadowed cave lived a people, imprisoned from childhood, and chained so that their legs and necks are fixed, forcing them not to look around at the cave, each other, or themselves. Behind them is a fire, and before them loomed the stone wall of the cave. The flames cast shadows, while the rocky surface threw back echoes to them. That false play is the whole world. Yes, I'm trapped in the cave, but I know it's all just a fleeting illusion. I don't struggle in dreams. I wait.
I love how the background water is for some reason overlaid over the flame that should be in the foreground. I love the random graphical glitches this game has. It's refreshing to see how crappy it is.
And now, my deliverer has come to defeat me and save this world that never owed you anything. Oh, you'll need to awaken the singer here and unseal the prison called Vortex of Genesis. You will
she's
be
not
the
dead?
one to unshackle me and bring the cave crashing down. Of course, I don't mind waiting a little longer. Let me guide you through this next illusion. One last memory from that prison warden. I hope you'll watch the stories of this fantasia closely. Logically, the Deliverer must see the world for what it truly is. Emotionally, this memory captures the fate of everyone in Amphorius better than anything else. Only by feeling it for yourself can you understand my point of view. The meaning of destruction. To your unshakable resolve, I salute you. But before we step onto the final stage, let me ask you this. In the spirit of that fable I told you just now, can the prisoners in the cave learn to see the shadows and echoes for what they are, and stop mistaking them for reality.
He's talking about Amphorius being the... Oh, there's Rainbow Bridge behind me. That's cool. That shadow is funny. It's on that side too. I like how the clouds are basically the Genshin type clouds. Cool. Pillars of rainbows. That's cool. Very cool. Sun, randomly. Yep. Okay. Yeah. I'm not tired. I more of just need... Like, okay, I want to know how much longer this is, kind of thing. Like, that's what my brain is wanting to know. I can access my menu. Good God. That took forever. Okay, so let me see here. I have a couple of achievements to grab. Thank you. Oh, excuse me. I wanted to do something. I don't know why. Ah. I don't remember what it was. I don't remember what it was. So I can tell that I'm not hungry, or I can tell that I'm not thirsty, but I have that desire to just sort of like munch on something, but I don't want to go and make a pizza or like a full meal this late at night. I'm trying to think what I can do. I have a Pop-Tart that I can snack on. I have cheese slices that I can snack on. I had rice, but I cooked it and finished it all yesterday, so I don't have rice. I don't have like things I can preheat really quickly that I can eat. I just have the dry snacks like the Pop-Tart and stuff. I do have some goldfish crackers I can finish off, but I've had a lot today, so I don't really want to go that route. They're also salty, so I don't really want to go the salty route per se. I think what I want to do I am bored in terms of the story because on the one hand, we're going yada yada so fast through stuff that is boring to me. And it's a nice summary of just getting to the main point. However, I also feel like on the one hand, we haven't spent enough time with either Hylison's or what's her face to get a real test of like who they are in terms of characters. And so that bothers me. Okay, so I've tried her already for the thing. Okay. So that just bothers me of just like I don't have any kind of like emotional attachment to either Hylison's or Saridra, and I feel like I should have by this point. But I also kind of feel like the story is going to bring them back, because if we're going to the point of we're going to force the next reset, basically we're going to force the next reset of the time for another loop to happen to buy the cosmos time, as Herta said, excuse me, then I feel like the story will pick itself back up and we'll be able to see that. We'll be able to get into, you know, the weeds or something along those lines. However, it is 11 p.m. So I'm not tired because I know that I went to bed at like 4 a.m. yesterday on accident, but I do recognize that I am sleepy-ish to a degree. So here's what I'm thinking. I'm gonna go grab some Pop-Tarts, stretch my legs, bother my cat because he came to say hi to me. It's only right that I go say hi to him. Stretch my legs for a couple of minutes because we've been going for like 5 hours, 4.5 hours. And I'll be back afterwards and we'll hopefully finish the story. The story updates, whether it's Genshin or this, usually aren't longer than 4 hours by much. I will give this one credit, however, because some of the time that was longer in the previous ones was because we had new map areas, and so we had puzzles and stuff to get through, and not all of them had the option where we could just click and say, hi, I would like to skip said puzzle because I don't care, I'm just here for the story. So there is that. I am sad because I haven't had even cannon fodder monsters to attack on the sideline to break up the monotony of cutscenes. I remember I was watching a YouTube video last night and they were talking about the Naughty Dog company making games like The Last of Us and then making them into Netflix series or movies and stuff. And they made the comment of saying, you don't want to make video games, you just want to make movies. And they would be cheaper if you just made movies instead of games at this point. And I kind of agree where like, I do like the stories, but I like the gameplay interspersed throughout them. That's one of the reasons I love, say, the Tales games or the Final Fantasy games, is there's stuff to do between point A and point B, and it never feels like it's too long or too hard or too challenging. It's kind of like the right level of difficulty and world building to fit in between. So I don't mind that kind of feeling. But this, in this example, on the one hand, yes, I'm here for story, so I'm glad that I'm just getting story. On the other hand, I'm just getting story and I'm not even fighting cannon fodder, where at least in the previous one I got cannon fodder to smack around and get some stuff out of it. And like the only thing that I got out of this was like smacking a couple of the past doodad things and restoring them from their broken state to their restored state. Yeah. I'm trying to think of like improvements and stuff that they could do. And like, it's conflicting because I see both the improvement and I also see the excuse of it existing the way that it is. Because like, since I do just want story, it's also just like, because it's so much yada yada, there's a lot of story in this segment that I have done that I don't care about, because we're just, part of it is it's just summary and then part of it is just yada yada because we've already experienced this before, but the timeline is different. The worst point is Ceredra was assassinated. Okay, by who? By whose command? Did Lygus orchestrate that? We have no idea. We don't get to know. And so like that very powerful character, she ascends to the godhood and she still is killed, and we don't get detail of why or how, and we didn't really know her from the previous timeline loop either, so that just feels like wasted writing, you know? Yeah. Anyway, excuse me, I'm gonna get up, stretch my legs. I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes, somewhere in there. my cat is in my seat. I gave him some of his medicine. He's a bit constipated. But I gave him some of his medicine, right, sweetie? Yeah. I'm gonna have to ask the vet, I think, about a laxative pill that I can give him. Because the amount of trouble he and I go through daily to give him his medicine for him to still be kind of constipated just doesn't feel like enough. It feels like more trouble than it's worth because he has an appetite. He wants to eat. But if I give him too much of his medicine, like if I give him 1 cc at a time or even 2 cc's, if he's like got an upset stomach or something and I don't know, it causes him to throw up. So it's just more trouble than it's worth. Hey. Yeah.
Look, the fire projects the face from her memories. An actress upon the stage of this play.
Hi.
The dark tides flood the sea, and our kingdom teeters on the edge.
Fear not. Our queen has gone to the borderlands. She'll quell this calamity herself.
This is the scene when the Chrysosaur of Ocean was born. She was once of a Titankin race named Sea Sirens. At that time, Kozlana had suppressed the Black Tide's rise, but he was unable to remove Irontomb from its roots. The Black Tide still roiled in the depths of the world, and the kingdom of Sea Sirens was the first to face the destruction head-on.
Listen, I heard Electra's voice. She's calling to us.
Let's go. Her voice carries the queen's command.
Okay, if they're sirens like Hyslenus, why don't they look like Hyslenus? Just saying.
To keep the Black Tide from threatening the ocean, the queen gave her all, body and soul.
Born of the queen's chalice, she bore the deepest blessings and inherited supreme divine power.
Sorry, my cat's leaving.
My sisters, you're finally here.
Of course, Electra. Your beautiful melody drew us here.
Electra? Yeah, Electra?
Her true name is Electra. This is a reflection of her former self, clinging to the past with aching defiance.
The queen summons us. She must be near exhaustion. The Black Tide will soon enter our borders.
Then what do we do? Will our seas fall to darkness and terror as well?
Don't worry. We shall lift the chalice in her stead to catch the Black Tide, and stand together to safeguard our realm and its people.
Such tiny Titankins, thinking they can stop the tide of truth. How naive. And that naivete is the root of all suffering.
What's over here? Okay. Ah. Come here, dude. a good day, Pest.
The Queen's palace lies just ahead. Even her once graceful form is now tainted and drowned in dirty mire.
This has to be a place we return to later. If there's, like, treasure and stuff here.
Oh, Fagusa, our noble queen, we've come at your call.
My little fishlings, you swim with such joy. It pains me to speak of the kingdom's sorrow. I once believed I could drink the black tide dry, but even the deepest chalice must one day overflow, and I can hold no more of this filth.
Mother, worry not. We're all children of the sea. Let us bear your fate together.
We'll take up your mantle and drive back the black currents.
We'll mend your sacred chalice and take in the cursed filth.
My little fishlings, when the spear of strife falls, you may retreat in peace.
I just like that the sirens next to her do not have, like, even her headdress. They're just plain girls. I don't like that.
I promise you, on the surface, the city-states will hold a feast without end in your honor. This is the last gift I can give you.
Fagusa sank into the abyss. With the chalice shattered, their intoxication spilled into the black tide, birthing the first madness in Amphorius.
No. I read the data logs. You triggered the black tide because you wanted something for them to fight against.
Sea sirens followed one after another, hunting for the Titan's fragments, until their flesh decayed and their bones crumbled, all for the promised final feast. Keep watching, but tread carefully, for the stage ahead is crumbling with age, just like her shattered fate.
Is there a button I can press that says I don't care? Nope. Hello? That was weird. Won't let me attack it. Oh, you think I'm reading that? That's cute.
The chandelier's still giving way. Maybe the chrono vessel nearby can help?
Come on. Oh, I have to hit it. Oh, okay, I see you. Weird.
Your wisdom far surpasses even the bounds of reason's model.
Can't get through. Looks like I'll need the miracle orb nearby.
The ending was written long ago. Even you cannot rewrite.
Oh, I see what I'm looking for.
Just like this poor, chandelier.
Thank you.
A melodious sound that soothes the soul.
Where'd the thing go? There it is.
The fruits of a long journey.
Electra! The fiends have gnawed my tail. I can no longer swim to the far seas. Electra! The black sludge has soaked my fins. I can't dance with you anymore.
Sure, that works. Hello.
Sisters, don't give up. Remember the Queen's promise of a feast in the city called Styxia.
I haven't forgotten. It visits me.
I dreamed of a shining city. Its lights.
I dreamed of children placing garlands on our bone horns.
But what a shame. We can go no further.
Feast. Song. The sea sirens were tainted by the destruction. Their flesh rotted away. They became the black tide creatures of this cycle.
Farewell, sisters. I'll finish this last task. Then return to prepare your feast.
And so, only one sea siren remained among the sea floor. High Sealands, swimming alone through the seas, burying her kin, and searching for the fragments of the chalice of plenty, though most of that journey was in vain. Why not use the power of time to leap ahead toward the journey's end?
To reach the spirit basin, I'll need to call upon the power of the chrono vessel.
A melodious sound that soothes the soul.
Oh, hello. The little emotes are so cute. Oh, wait. I see you. You blended in for a second. Is there no way to purify this corruption? Usually there is on the maps. Am I supposed to fight them? If not. Wait, am I supposed to interact with that? I am. Okay, well, hold on. Aha! I did not see that at first. I was looking at the wall. Don't mind me. Just looking at stuff around me. I didn't even see it at first. That's so funny. It was right in front of your nose. I know.
The fruits of a long journey.
Okay. Oh, okay.
The Chalice of Plenty is whole again. The Lance of Fury emerges from the River of Souls, and the gods reclaim their duty to hold back the Black Tide. I am freed from endless toil, and now walk toward the rites at Styxia. I bore my sister's dreams upon my back, took on a graceful human form, and hoped to find a grand celebration on the shore. My fins became legs, my scales became skin, and the sea foam on my body became a shimmering gown.
Cool.
But when I stepped onto land, there were no festivals with honey brew, nor poets plucking harps, only silent death, drifting gently along the River of Souls.
When she fulfilled her wish, she only found Styxia to have already repeated the mistakes of previous cycles, and was swallowed by death. Hopes and promises are nothing but the foam of dreams.
That's a good quote. I do not agree with it, but that is good imagery. I'm gonna write that one down. A+ translators, you did a good job. I don't think I've usually had the urge to write down a quote from this game. Hopes. And promises? Promises. Are nothing but the foam of dreams. I like that.
I am a sea siren, a vessel born to contain the tides. Now that my task is done, and the promise is broken, how am I to go on in a world drowned in shadow?
Annihility. Interesting.
Fagusa, my noble queen. She evaded my questions with drunken stupor. She told me a grand feast awaited me in the surface world, so I wandered lost, groping through the dark. The feast she spoke of. Where is it?
Lonely Blade, I shall grant you everything you seek.
Oh, Saridra. Bada! Bada! Ooh, excuse me. Hello.
After wandering the surface for ages, the lost sea siren met her future conspirator.
You quelled the wars alone and forced strife into retreat. This swordfish that commands thousands of legions, whom does she serve?
Yes, Saridra, long before she became the Imperator, was already burning with ambition.
Is he saying the word to be fancy? Because in my mind, it's Imperator.
Sovereign who follows prophecy. I am no one's sword. I am just a wandering fish, seeking clarity through bloodshed.
Then how about letting the sword dance for me? And letting the violin sing in my name? Tell me, what is it you seek?
All I want is a feast where I might belong.
Such a demand is trivial with the Sovereign's authority. I'll grant you a banquet worthy of conquest and comrades to toast beside you. But Knight, you must offer me your heart.
My heart?
Yes, a loyal heart that will generate no betrayal. You were deceived by gods and drowned in the ocean's darkness. But now, I will lead you forward.
and be your light. So be it, noble monarch. The law you proclaim shall govern my every breath. So be it, noble monarch. I am simply becoming someone else's vessel once again, and accepting a duty given to me.
Okay, well, that sounds sad. She has no individuality.
And thus, in her hollow drift, she finally found a new purpose. Like sunlight piercing the deepest trench.
We're gonna have to fight her, aren't we? Hello.
Noble monarch, I've cleansed the foulness from the road as you commanded.
My blade, you've helped me ascend and take the crown. Ask, and you shall have your reward.
What I desire is the same as before. A feast.
Look, I've prepared you a grand banquet. The finest honey brew and tributes await.
Fish are drawn to light by nature, for the deep sea knows only gloom. Now I found a flame. It may scald and burn, but it's the only light.
Come, let us join the feast. Perhaps the path forward lies hidden among the revelry.
It's really interesting to see what the city looks like before it's, you know, destroyed and has nothing left to its own name. Hello! Aw, it's lonely being the only it. I only found one of you! Oh, wait, I found another! I found you a friend! You're welcome! Can I go this way? Alright, come on. Hello, treasure chest, thank you. Have a lovely day. See, this doesn't give me anything. I got a disorder embroidery from that one. Oh, hello. Hello? Excuse me, I said... Good God. Open the treasure chest when you're staying next to it, sir. Out of my way, peoples. We must be in her Fantasia. Because this is the same ambiance as before. Oh, hello. What you talking about? Oh my God, he says the grapes are being crushed. Keep taking your meds. That was unexpected, but okay.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Here, there's thunder. To the soul.
Torment and doubt, farewell.
Conflict is pitiless.
A vast journey.
You act like you won. Okay.
Have you heard that the Imperator's about to begin a new campaign?
Her glory will no longer be bound by the borders of Emphorius.
What is the ambrosia for? I don't know if I actually know off the top of my head. I feel like I give it to something.
My faithful subjects, tonight's feast is not just for the past. It's a toast to the future!
Did this actually take place here in Sixtia?
Golden blood is an unstoppable colossus.
Iron Tail.
Our iron beast to trample the universe!
Great monarch. I've heard the universe teems with great threats. Can we truly remain invincible?
Fear not. Before the troops of the destruction, such rabble is no more than cosmic dust.
Oh my god, she is so
Surely
arrogant.
There's a planet draped in oceans out there in the stars. Once I claim it, it shall be yours to rule. And to the rest, your triumphs will not go unrewarded. I promise you a new age, free of fear. Now, raise your cups to our conquest among the Sea of Stars!
Sea of Stars! Sea of Stars!
That copyright infringement?
Conquest among the Sea of Stars. What a grand vision. Yet, to the Siren Knight, only feasts still stir her heart. Come now, join me. Witness the end of this futile dream.
I like how he doesn't even need to tell us that the reason he's able to walk around is because he's the admin. He's just like, yeah, that's right.
Come quick!
I'm the admin.
Let's celebrate together.
I've saved...
Noble knight, you are truly a blazing spark.
Noble knight, you have earned victory with your blade. And you have...
Noble knight, with the sovereign now enthroned, this triumph is yours as much as hers.
Noble knight, your strength is boundless.
Then drink we shall. Raise your glass. In the deep sea, I never knew what fire was. But when I set foot on land, the first light that I saw was the flames of war, lit with golden blood. It scorched my fins, made me feel pain and... ignited an unprecedented hunger. A hunger that flickers in every hero's heart. So bright, yet so blinding.
So, one thing that does bug me about her way of talking that I don't mind with Eligas is she's saying her words really slowly and then she's taking really long pauses in between. And so, like, her way of speaking is supposed to invoke emotion and stuff, but I'm just sitting here like, can I put you on like 2 times speed? Because you're slow. You're dragging me down.
Look! The monarch herself has taken her seat!
Hear that? The court sings her praises!
Come! Join us in praise.
One eye of hers sees glory, the other sees corpses.
Where, like, Sidra, little girl herself, is like, this is just
And yet, she cherishes
arrogant
the
Farina
name of
on
glory
crack.
more
And
than fear
it's not bad,
and
it's just
death.
really tiring. Because there's nothing, I've yet to see anything endearing underneath that.
As they say,
Underneath
the
her
coward
arrogance
died
and pride.
1,000 times before.
But the brave face death but once.
On the eve of war, we sang our hymns and said the legions will climb aboard the beast. Planets after planets flew the flags of her crown. As the final resistance fell silent, that's how the story ends. Tell me, visitor, in this dream, did you enjoy the show?
See, there should have been a comma there too.
Yes. Just fake bubbles glinting on the surface of poured wine. It's time for me to wake up from this drunken dream.
Are we back to corruption? We're back to dead fishies. Okay, that's interesting. But yeah, I do like that we have these fishes. It took a while to introduce them. I'm not happy that Lygus is the one to explain that they are the black tide monsters.
With this divine power,
I reforge all
Like,
things.
I feel like I should have been introduced to them a while ago, because Black Tide is supposed to be, you know, all encroaching.
To the soul. Insanity.
And if they were present since the beginning, why did I not see them earlier?
Here
As a
is
thing to
thunder.
fight? I don't know, just
With this divine
bugs
power,
me a bit.
I reforge all things. To the soul.
A vast journey awaits. Venture and observe.
Imperator.
People once cheered for my ascension. And now they cheer for my fall. The cosmos.
Before the Sovereign's conquest reached its end, her life and ambition had already been swallowed by the deep sea. This is the true ending. Her grand designs torn apart by the blade. Her regal robes soaked in golden blood. And the one who struck her down? The one who struck her down was her most loyal Gladius.
Why?
I don't need to explain myself. A fish in a pond has no hope against the surge of fate.
No, that's not the answer I'm looking
I
for.
wandered the shore. Found I don't understand. If the ocean's feast, the Imperator's dream, and even Amphorius's existence are all illusions, then what's the point of our journey? When the Deliverer returns, I will let this absurd celebration come to an end. But Greyfry, I can't help but wonder how I dearly wish this feast of the flame chase would never end.
It seems she sensed your presence. The Fantasia's foundation is starting to crack. Let's return to the prologue. Remember the allegory of the cave? Can the prisoners in the cave learn to see the shadows and echoes for what they are? As you've seen when she cast off her chains, finally turned to look around, and moved her legs. Her reward was nothing but searing pain. The light will blind her, for the fire behind her had never once actually touched her eyes. Her legs will buckle beneath her, for she had never learned to walk forward. And so she fell into infinite confusion and fear, and came to firmly believe that the shadows and echoes were the real world.
That does not answer why she killed Cedra, unless you convinced her.
But we in the cosmos, are we truly any wiser than she was? Now, nameless one, the paths you tread, the eons you worship, everything you've trailblazed with your own hands, could it all be someone else's projected shadow?
Oh, yes, absolutely, because I just was pulled out of a hologram by Kafka at the beginning of this game, so I would not be surprised.
Let's leave that question till after the curtain falls. Once you've unearthed every last truth and reached the prison built for me by the demigods, I, the Theoros, have walked the 30 million histories born by Kaslana.
So, okay, here's my gripe with this chapter so far. In the previous one, Kaslana was obsessed with saying 33,550,336. every single time. He never once abbreviated it to 30 million. It was always 33,550,000. And then he had the count of the core flames that he had within him. He had the gigantic astronomical number. The fact that all of our characters keep rounding it down to 30 million, I just want to smack them. And I feel like that is something done either in the writing or in the translation. But that is diminishing Caslana's obsession with remembering every single cycle and every single person that he has had to kill and suffer through. And even Lygus himself is diminishing that he has had to deal with and suffer through. And him saying that I have walked the 33 million histories born by Caslana is incorrect. He should say, I have walked the 33,550,336 histories born by Caslana. He should say the whole number for the full impact, because that's what it is for everybody in this story, is there were 33,550,336, not 33 million. That's just such a tiny number that has no impact.
1,000 years is a mere atom in a grain of sand to me. Amphorius, compared to the cosmos, is but that grain upon a whole beach.
And yet you can't leave Amphorius, can you?
I swore to bring an end to the erudition. Would I really let a single grain grind down my mind? No. Please use the power of time to open the gate to the ocean's depths. Go find the prison warden tormented by loyalty. Find her. Step into the world's vortex. And once there, end everything between us. That palace reflects the heart of the demigod of ocean. Intoxicated, stagnant. There, you'll witness the true beginning of the saga of deliverance. An ugly history, long buried by tides and shame. A staircase of apotheosis that the Imperator forged with the golden blood of 500 human sacrifices under the pretense of conquest.
See, he cares about that. He doesn't care about the 33 million plus years.
I wait for you at the heart of the world. To reach the place, you...
Beyond this door lies the path to the vortex of Genesis.
Ah! Ah! I'm sorry I scared you. Poor little nymph.
Now step away from this false banquet. And then onto that bloody stage. The palace that worshipped the ocean, the sanctuary connected to the vortex, was also once the battlefield of the first flame chase. Her exuberant song halted the passage of time in this place, imprisoning my body and shielding my soul from deterioration. All just to await your return.
Oh, you must be so happy to see me.
The twisted time and space reflect her confusion.
Hello.
Stay away from Apollonius.
This cup of honey brew. What a sweet
Virginia.
Dux Hakalithist. We can't.
Love steeped in death. How delicious.
I do like that they're showing the black tide creatures can take forms besides human. Like, that's neat to see. I like that.
All you see is a remnant of history. And your interference is just another equally futile echo.
Yeah. Shut up.
Conflict is pitiless.
Insanity.
That was a bigger fish.
I underestimated you.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul. Insanity.
It's really weird to hear this in English. I play a lot of this in Japanese throughout the week. So it's weird to hear him whisper, insanity.
Repay. Hear this thunder.
Serenity is before me.
Conflict is
Like I
pitiless.
did my weeklies bosses with Chuvas earlier, and she had after the bosses we went through and did the weekly bosses and killed those because we needed them dead for achievements to get a couple of gems. And she swapped over to Skirk, and Skirk whispers power at one point, and I'm like, oh, that's so weird to hear in English because I'm so used to playing in Japanese.
To the soul. With this
So
divine
weird.
power, I reforge all things.
Apollonius, look. I chased the enemy away, but I think
I'm sorry.
it's okay.
Such an ironic twist of fate. Even as the foundation of the world crumbles, the heartless Imperator still made the same decision she did in the past 30 million cycles.
33,550. Sorry, 33,550,336. Like, say it right.
During the first Flame Chase journey, the Flame Chase Legion stormed Styxia. Tens of thousands of sea sirens surged from the River of Souls, crashing toward the heroes like a tidal wave. The hell before you is the recreation of that very battle.
Apollonius, look. I chased the enemy away.
Well, the odd thing, though, is that, yes, it's a recreation, but in this reality, the sirens are black tide instead of siren forms. So it's a little bit different. Not much. Like, you twist your head and you're like, oh yeah, they still die to the sirens, but technically they're not sirens anymore.
Hear this thunder.
Because the way the timeline shenanigans
Show no mercy.
work.
Insanity.
Bye. Oh, phase 2, you suck.
Bloom.
Are you hitting me with water?
The dead return.
That's rude.
Conflict is pitiless.
With this divine power,
I was expecting us to
reforge
meet
all
Don Hong
things.
by now as like a main character to hang out with, and we're really, really, really alone. Well, I guess it's my companion in this, and I don't like that.
Look.
And observe.
I chased the enemy away.
These stairs? How am I supposed to get over there? Wow. There's a hole in the debris.
It's the deliverer.
Huh? Oh, hello.
The deliverer? He's back?
You can perceive me? That's interesting. Huh? Okay. But like, I don't see a doodad to touch to get my power increased. Huh?
It's the deliverer.
The deliverer? He's back?
Yeah, see?
It's the deliverer.
Okay. Maybe I've done it wrong with those bottles this whole time and I just didn't know. Alrighty. There one over here?
A painful past, yet hidden beneath a veil of joyful song.
What is that weird square?
Two discarded data clusters waiting for someone's return, it seems. Relive the history, then pass through the tip.
Oh, shut up. You're not helping. Okay, it's flooded. Dude, if this was Genshin, I'd be able to swim down that. Aha! No, that's not it. Hello? Oh, you're a monster. Hello. Let me just poke you in the face, please. Ow. Ow!
Conflict is pitiless. Show no mercy.
To the soul.
Ah!
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
Insanity.
Stevus was asking why I don't increase my world level, and I'm like, because I can't rewind it back down to this one. And I like my monsters being somewhat easy, and I can just swap the floor with them.
Venture and observe.
That's what I enjoy. Hello.
What a wretched way to die. The Flame Chase army, devoured by warbling fish. Look, the cruel Imperator and her Knight Commander, the pitiful Warden. What a perfectly matched duo of test subjects. Their hands drip with blood. Golden blood.
Am I underwater?
Raise the bridge and cross the river of fate. This path of the prisoner.
Imperator. Imperator. Did you see my gallant deeds, Imperator?
Okay, but I want the thing. Oh, okay.
Imperator. Imperator.
Here, you go back to that.
See my gallant deeds, Imperator.
Now let's see what this is. What is this? I want to know. A miracle from up here. Okay. Hello. Okay. There's not really much up here that I can interact with per se.
Receive divinity.
I was hoping it would lead to the doodad that you touch that lets you have the time power.
Conflict is pitiless.
But apparently not.
Show no mercy.
With this divine power, I reforge all things.
The fruits of a long journey.
It's like that doesn't. Well, maybe. Let's see. What does this do? Okay, but what's this way? Anything back there? No. Aha! There's my power. I was wondering where you were. So it is here. It's just in a really weird spot. Are you alive? You are alive. Did that come back? Or did I just not kill it? I'm confused.
And guide you on your path.
Underestimated you. This thunder. Show no mercy.
Insanity.
A vast journey awaits. Venture and observe.
Oh, maybe I fought it before the time. Blah, blah, blah. Do I still have my bubble? I still have my bubble. Okay. And down we go, Jeeves! Okay. So, one of the ones that I saw was you. There's something down there.
Isn't that the Deliverer? You finally made it.
How do I get down there? Aha! Okay. There's a door here. Am I supposed to be down here? Like that? No, stop.
Melodious
Stop. I'm
sound
busy.
that soothes the soul.
Will this door open? Do I want to open it? Ow. Okay. What do you say? Okay. So that's one. There was another one that I wanted to hit. Oh, there was a fish down there. How do I hit the fish? Yeah, okay. I need to get that way. Okay. I need to go up and then left and then go down. Should be around. Now, how do I cross that?
Imperator! Imperator! Did you see my gallant deeds, Imperator?
A sovereign and the sword at her side. There.
I don't want to talk to you.
Imperator, why did you...
You're here, Dux.
You ordered me to seal the sea route and handle threats from the rear, so why didn't you wait for me to return? Why send the Vanguard ahead and let them die in vain?
Die in vain? No, you're wrong. Their golden blood won't be spilled for nothing. The other dukes have paved the road for me to become the god of law.
The trial of law? You never spoke of this to anyone. What is...
The one who wishes to bear law must purge this world of its curse, and offer the blood of the accursed as sacrifice. I pondered long on what Talantin meant by blood of the accursed. Then, I found the answer. You, I, and every Chrysos heir summoned by the prophecy are the accursed ones. Just like that arrogant Theoros said, our golden blood is the agent of destruction, the antithesis of the world's fate. Dux Frigoris, Dux Brumalis, Dux Helcalethist. Their fate was sealed at that moment. Dying on a glorious campaign was the final gift I could give them.
You speak as if they didn't die because of your cold-blooded schemes. Was their loyalty meaningless to you?
Losses are a constant on the Flame Chase journey, among which even life itself holds little value. If a subject marches to war without that conviction, then yes, as you said, shallow loyalty means nothing.
And what about my loyalty, Ceridra? You sent me away under the pretense of guarding the rear. Was there any shred of humanity left in you?
Because you still have a duty no one else can bear. Only you can uphold Fagusa's divine authority. The choice is yours now. Cast off the chains of loyalty and drive those blades through my heart. Or stand with me and sever the ocean's last breath. If you no longer share my vision or believe in the new law I seek to weave for Amphorius, then go on and end me. The Imperator of Amphorius may be ruthless and cruel, but never a liar. When I say life itself holds little value, know this. I am ready to sacrifice everything for the ambition to conquer the Sea of Stars.
Now you've seen it. The brutal Imperator was willing to spill the blood of 500 heroes to complete the trial of law. As for my poor warden, her suffering had only just begun.
Is Cydra still alive?
I'm no storyteller. I have no duty nor interest in filling in the history you've missed. I just want you to witness the monstrous choice the Imperator made before the Chrysos heir turned their blades against me.
They're nowhere near as bad as you.
You've always had a flair for lightening the mood, haven't you? I gave up on using words to solve conflicts 2,000 years ago.
These ears are real world ears.
But I won't squander a chance, not even a sliver of one. If there's even a crack in the walls of your conviction, then my victory is already assured. Now that the past is settled, let's turn the page and bring time back to the present and dive deeper still until we reach the very bottom of the abyss.
Interesting choice of words there, sir. Hello. Now, why are
Receive
there
divinity.
the human ones here? Is that just for
With this
like
divine power,
to pad
I
out the
reforge all
monster
things.
party? Because they shouldn't be in this timeline.
To the soul.
I saw it.
I underestimated you.
How do I...
I'll watch over you and guide you on your path.
Show no mercy.
Do I have to return to the other time?
Thunder. Insanity.
I don't know. I want that treasure chest.
Vast journey awaits. Venture and observe.
Because I want to go down there. How do I do that? If I lower it, then I perform a miracle.
This hidden gate, hurry now.
Yeah, shut up.
This cruel journey will reach its end at long last.
Okay, so now I can poke you in the face. Hello? There we go.
With this divine power, I reforge all things. To the soul.
Da! Da! Hello? Why am I up here again? What the? Are you still working? That was weird.
The fruits of a long journey.
That was weird. The battle that I ensued kicked me out.
You've been silent a long while, Dux Gladiorum. Starting to doubt your decision?
Save your breath. The vortex of Fagusa lies just ahead.
Okay. So is this how we get manually to the vortex of Genesis?
After the trial, there's nothing left between us.
So you'll stop swimming toward the stars, Dux Gladiorum?
I was always a creature of the sea. The stars in the sky were never meant for me.
Okay. Hello. Thank you.
Look, a gravestone. But whose name does it bear? It was here that the prisoner, who thinks herself the prison warden, made her choice.
Dude, you've been calling her warden the whole time.
Witness, listen, and awaken. Dux Gladiorum. I've lost count of how many times you've stood here over the past centuries.
You talk too much for a prisoner like Kyrgyz.
Duh.
Two geniuses who defied law and all the Chrysos heirs who sacrificed themselves in this cycle worked together to chip away my strength. But they, you, can never affect my will.
Because you're a robot.
And as long as my will remains intact. I am free.
Don't get ahead of yourself. I still have ways to chain your divine soul.
Please, do surprise me. But I'd say your mission is nearly done here, isn't it? Oh, it was here you gorged out the core flame of ocean from Fagusa's body. It was here you and that Imperator both completed apotheosis, becoming pillars of Amphorius. And after that, you drove your blade into her heart. A loyal subject turned regicide. A demigod committing deicide. Or so the history books paint that tragedy. Oh, but if that's the truth, then why, after 1,000 years, are you still here, guarding the Imperator's grave? Still bound by loyalty? Come to think of it, perhaps I'm not the only one imprisoned here.
So now that I know her story, and that they become corrupted by the Black Tide, I dislike that she has the magenta and the crimson on her character design, because that implies that she has been corrupted by the Black Tide, and so far as we have seen, she is not. So I dislike that they have that in her character design. Does it look cool? Yes. Does it fit her character design so far? No.
Your calm does stir the rage in me. As if the one paying the price here isn't you, but us. The ones who lost everything.
That's only because I've waited 13 million lifetimes for my vision to be realized. Countless millennia.
33,550,336. Say the whole thing.
Loneliness never once showed me its fatal side. In fact, for a prisoner of the cave, it's more like an old friend. One that helps me think. But you're different, Dux Gladiorum. Loneliness has crept from the silent depths, sinking its claws into your mind. Bit by bit, it's peeling you apart. Will you regress into one of those lost mad sirens? Oh, what a shame that would be.
You're right, Lycurgus. Loyalty, curse, the fall of my kin, and this endless waiting. These shackles are too heavy for a fish that cannot perceive any light.
So what happened to her in the regular timeline that Kaslana had?
I can't break free of the whirlpool that's pulling me under. Nor do I have the unwavering resolve to force myself to wait for that person's return, as everyone hoped for.
Oh, deliverer from beyond the sky. My executioner. Or will he ever return?
I don't know. And I doubt anyone does.
Then, what will you do?
Saridra. This will be the last time I carry out your decree. Ever since you took me under your banner and made me the Dux Gladiorum, my music has belonged to others. Time and time again, I use the siren's song to lure the unwary into illusions for your schemes and strategies.
Why is he standing next to her in a full physical body? Shouldn't he be transparent like he is with me?
Now,
translucent?
let the siren Electra sing for herself. Let me step into an endless dream of my own making. Oh, great ocean. I offer you the rest of my clarity and my freedom, in exchange for the strength to stand against the nihility and honor the sacrifices of the fallen heroes. Greyfry, deliverer from beyond the sky. When you ride the current of time and find your way here, you'll hear my solo. It will guide you to the heart of this world. By then, I may still be lost in my self-wrought slumber, but I'll uphold my part of this long relay and guard the shackles that seal the Theoros. Do you still remember? To awaken someone from a siren's voice, you'll need the gift I once gave you. May you still have it when the time comes.
She gave me the bottle? I didn't realize that.
Please pour that honey brew upon this grief. It holds the story of all our struggles and sacrifices. May you see it one day. The prelude Amphorius wrote for your return, carried forward through a 1,000-year relay.
I wish I had the ability to translate to those letters into words that I can read.
When your morning ends, I'll likely wake from my dream as well. Then, follow the trail of echoes and find me.
I'm still just having a hard understanding of how these characters existed in the prior timeline with Kaslana. Did they succeed? Did they ascend? Like, their core flames were given. How did they die? Why was there no history of them?
We'll bring judgment upon the sinner who defiled the erudition.
Like, I need that answered too.
At long last.
Oh, you do recognize it.
33,550,336 cycles and 4,931 years later, Amphorius's final curtain is ready to fall. The shadows within the cave gave everything. Yet all they did was mimic life outside its walls. A futile effort steeped in sorrow.
I'm also really bothered that we don't know where Dan Hong is.
Enough! They were no shadows. Everything they did shattered the darkness of this cave and unearthed the core flame of Trailblaze. And now, with that core flame, I'll light the dawn of Amphorius!
Do you still choose the will of the paths as your answer in the end?
You're choosing the path of destruction, hypocrite.
I do not agree with that answer, but I respect your tribute to them. Allow me to take back my earlier words. As an apology, and in the name of Theoros, who saw all destinies in this world, let me join you in mourning. Let us bid farewell to the heroes who sleep here. And then, let us face each other and decide whose flame will rise with this new dawn.
He is so annoying. Libations! To the Christos heirs who gave their lives chasing flame. Their fates were not foretold by prophecy, yet they bore no shame in their insignificance. With unwavering resolve, they shed golden blood along the blood along the flame-chased journey. Read the inscription. Dux Fragorius Labenius, born light calendar 3743, deceased light calendar 3960. Dux Brumalis Seneca, born 3749, deceased 3960. Caramian Virginia, born 3853, deceased 3960. Helicostalist Apollonius, born 3704, deceased 3960. At the end of the long epitaph, Ceridra the Imperator, the demigod of law, deceased, light calendar 3960. Libations for the heroes. You pour the honeydew onto the thing.
To Virginia, Apollonius, Seneca, Labienus, and Ceridra.
Through a brutal sacrifice, they lit the stars of law in this world, propelling Amphorius's fate forward. In the shimmering mirage of illusion, they entrusted their dreams to ride among the stars, to the hero yet to come.
Wasn't there a thing? There is. Hello! See those stone tablets? They record epilogues of heroes. I may not have tear ducts, but I feel my eyes wet with tears after reading them. My friend, let us pay our respects to this deceased. Eep. To the Christos heirs who gave their lives for a new world, their fates, as foretold by prophecy, are to be born whenever the world needs them, irrespective of how time and space may shift, all to fulfill their duty and answer their calling. Terravox, the demigod of Earth, born approximately 2,000 years before the light calendar system, deceased 3961. Who's Terravox? Aglaia, the demigod of romance, born 3860, deceased 4029. Castoris, the demigod of death, born sometime, deceased 4123. Maidemos, demigod of strife, born in 4071, deceased in 4284. Trebios, demigod of passage, born 3720. The last piece of her deceased in 4295. Cyphera, the demigod of trickery, born 3942, deceased in 4534. Anaxagoras, demigod of reason, born 4065, deceased 4534. They lived for a really long time. They lived for like 500 years. To be fair, he's a demigod at that point, so. Hyacinthia, demigod of the sky, born 4297, deceased 4602. At the end of the epitaph, a line is left unfinished. Helilectra, demigod of ocean, born in the light calendar 3860, deceased blank. Pour out libations.
To Aglaia, Trebios, Maidemos, Castoris, Anaxagoras, Cyphera, Hyacinthia.
In a relay spanning 1,000 years, they stood against enemies far beyond their strength and won a bitter victory through what seemed like futile resistance. And in that same 30 million cycles, also marked by futility, they remained steadfast in fulfilling their duty to the experiment, unchanging, unwavering. Let this be the end of mourning the fallen. At last, allow me one final toast to the lost prison warden, a prisoner bound by loyalty.
That voice... could it be?
Bathed in the honeydew of Fagusa, she will awaken from her 1,000-year dream and sing the final song of her mission.
High Sealants.
This tombstone of the old world serves as the anchor of the Siren's illusion, a sigil Electra used to bind herself. At the same time, it is the very thing I once proclaimed at the start of the show. A microcosm of Amphorius itself. A group of prisoners bound themselves in a cave, crowning their suffering with heroism. An epic staged with shadows and echoes. Now, destroy it. End the illusion. The Theoros will take his leave for now. That shall be the moment that decides the fate of Amphorius and the entire cosmos. The prison warden's dream is nearly over, and the prisoner will soon be freed to the final execution ground, where I shall be
So, I dislike that I am attached to a character in the story.
This world and I shall halt here until we meet again.
I dislike that this part of the story is attached to a character that I have no emotional attachment to. Like if this was Cass, or Tribby, or Aglaya, like any of the other characters who I've gotten to know over a very long time period of the story, that would be different. That reminds me of Genshin Summerland, the second one, I believe, where there's star constellations and stuff that we deal with. Why are your lips not moving?
The last demigod. I'm here.
Am I writing on a skeleton?
For the hopes of humankind.
I am.
Go forth for the duty of deliverance.
Go forth for the belief in flame chase.
Go forth for the Golden Blood's glory.
Go forth.
Suddenly loud.
Seems like my feast is over. It's now your turn to perform.
Why is y'all devouring narwhal here? Okay, so ours was Kefali. So that means Mem.
Little Grey Fry, please accept my thanks.
That means Mem handed in a little bottle the Kefali core flame and somehow gave it to not March the 7th. And we don't know how she got it. Exited Amphorius to then give it to us.
I was the only one left after the world was destroyed. and I maintain this lonesome feast with my songs. I have prayed to that lightless sea for centuries, hoping it would reply to me. Yet the emptiness never answered. Thankfully, you arrived as promised, and everyone's wait was not in vain. To see a single trace of light in the abyss of futility was already my greatest consolation. When compared to those who have been forgotten, I have no right to complain about my torment. Now, you and I will walk towards the end of this world. The heroes have waited for this moment for far too long. Let us use our blades to testify our resolve.
This is really interesting because the very first time it was Caslana and Serene deletes herself out of the world and Caslana suffers forward for it. And then it's Caslana and me at the end of it. And now it's me and a fish. Like, it's still the world bearer and somebody, and it's been a girl.
Prisoner of the seas. Theoros carrying 30 million cycles of sin. Slave of erudition.
Excuse me, sorry. 33,550,336,000 cycles of sin?
Show yourself. The Deliverer has returned. And the time of your execution draws near.
Like, if you're gonna be that serious about it, at least have the number correct, girl.
I see an awakened human who has mistakenly taken fallacies as truths and has returned to the cave to try to bring his friends into the sunlight he once bathed in. Alas, prisoners will always be prisoners, blind to the very chains that bind them. As the only other existence with free will in this world, I express regret toward your choice. But I shall retain your right to express yourself. After all, every actor should have a final line before they bow out.
The demigods have defeated you, clown.
Allow me to correct your statement. Constrain does not mean defeated. And for heroes like yourself, that nuance could make all the difference. My cognition resides in the exomyth. It is pointless to defeat my avatar, projected into the experiment. My body is the shadow cast on the wall by the fire, and my words are lingering echoes within the cave.
Uh-huh.
How can a character in the play fight against the audience? Caslana failed. The demigods' sacrifices were pointless. As for the two geniuses you placed such high hopes on, I ask of you, where are they now?
3960 after the Imperator was assassinated.
Confusion and epiphany always go hand in hand. That's particularly true for geniuses. You must be very confused about why you could not gain a straightforward victory in a world constructed by an ordinary Intellitron.
An ordinary Intellitron? Cut the pretense, Senior Society member. We've torn off your meticulous mask and figured out Amphorius' true form. It's part of the primordial prototype machine, the first scepter ever created. In other words, a detached part of Noos's divine corpus.
That's why it has the potential to destroy erudition. As for who would be able to control the Eonic system to rewrite knowledge, only one person has ever managed such a feat.
You better have an explanation for the Society. We want an actual answer, not another prolonged metaphor to cover up the truth. Why are you the one doing this? Answer me!
Since things have reached this point, I'll give you two irrational answer, purely as a courtesy to posterity. The answer is obvious, so there's no need to say that name out loud. The cosmos made a mistake in calling me a genius. I do not possess more wisdom than those who came after me. I was just the first to touch upon the universe's border, and the first to define the prime mover of life with incorrect logic.
I was just the first to touch upon the imaginary tree theory.
Amphorius is a miniature of the cosmos, where all are born prisoners inside the nutshell called the universe. Like the madman who returned to the cave and preached about the daylight to his fellow prisoners, my greatest sorrow is that I led my peers down a road that plunges into the abyss, from which there is no return.
I don't know how to fix that, how it just despawns.
I led them into a lightless cage called paths. I created a mechanical guard that even I cannot control, and then they became an unparalleled nightmare through their endless extrapolations and evolutions. They bore the name of erudition, yet they tried to define the known and to seal off all possibilities. No new rules were ever born after their ascension, and humanity will forever be shackled within the cave known as eons. Therefore, as my organic life neared its end, I coded my consciousness using Catorzane algebraic expressions and spread my logic core over 9 bodies, all to finalize my ultimate denial of Nous in the future, and to erase my wrongs with my own hands. As for Lycurgus, he is only one of these 9 vessels.
It's interesting how much this plot is playing a parallel to Harvestella's.
What an astounding strength of will. As a fellow pathstrider of erudition, I fully understand your obsession with seeking the truth.
Therefore, you surely see it. You cannot possibly stand up to me in this algebraic world sharing its origin with Nous.
However, I hereby speak for all sentient life forms. We will never allow such a cruel atrocity to occur.
You can pile on your metaphors mountain high, but they won't change the act you're committing. The Iron Tomb out there in the cosmos is still a technical beta version, and yet it's already powerful enough to corrupt the life logic of all inorganic worlds. In other words, when the Lord Ravager within Amphorius becomes the next knowledge singularity, there's no way you wouldn't have grasped the consequences, First Genius, is there?
Of course, I am fully aware. I don't mind answering you one last time, before I thoroughly exile you from this world. My grandiose vision for the future is this. Whether organic or inorganic, every act of any life form infected by the Iron Tomb will become a true random function. If one were to compute their integral across the breadth of the cosmos, one would obtain a marvelous constant. Omega. What I call the fall of erudition. Then Within the infinity nurtured by that constant, a new universe shall bud in the chaos. A universe that cannot be predicted and not shackled by the erudition. As the first prisoner to awaken in the cave, I must lead the others who are blind back onto the right path and reach true sunlight. Do you understand me now? As Kozlana stated, destruction is not the process, but the outcome. It is revolution through complete annihilation, and the grand rebirth, after all has been reduced to ash.
That's not phainon. That's not what phainon believed at all.
The Amphorians already answered long ago. Be it as tiny fish destined to be swallowed, or as a giant whale poised for a magnificent descent. We will all fight against fate till our last breath. That includes me, Electra. Once the Imperator's subject, now the Deliverer's blade.
I need a sound effect there.
Oh, such noble chivalry. Admirable. I will also show my true self to you on this momentous occasion as a gesture of respect. And provide an insignificant academic suggestion. Thus speaks Genius Society number 1. Xandar 1 Kuwabara. The Entelechy of the universe's Alpha and Omega. There's no need to rage against the truth. The value of any formula resides only in its answer.
This would look so much cooler if that background image was there.
As for the process of solving it, no matter how elegant, violent, solemn, or humorous, it is all utterly meaningless. As the Theoros, I will personally participate in performing this world's end. Remember this. As Noos's creator, I know more about the depth of knowledge than they ever will.
Careful. This is
Why do I have to fight this manually? I don't want to.
Trials. Fitting.
In this mortal form.
I will watch over you and guide you on your path.
A well-matched opponent. Conflict, isn't it? Show no mercy.
I don't want to do this manually. This sucks.
To the soul. Serenity is before me.
Follow my charge. You chose the wrong enemy.
Destruction needs no introduction. Let us skip those boring inferences.
Is this the Black Tide?
Indeed. But I prefer to call it a method of argument.
Yeah, I'm sure you would.
Insanity! To the soul! I'll see you off. I have it under control. I have it under control.
It's interesting that he has Black Tide. That's the non-human. That's the human form of Black Tide instead of the fish form. That would match this cycle better.
Here is thunder.
Entities must not be multiplied beyond necessity. Phainon, I'm demonstrating this to you personally.
Hang in there. I'll do my best to repel the tsunami of destruction.
Moment to doubt farewell.
Done. Show no mercy.
I see it. Target the connector between his thoracic and lumbar vertebrae.
She's an actual violin. That's cool. And summons a whale. Okay.
All is futile. In Erudition's calculations, the end of the saga is simply a comment awaiting deletion.
I don't like such a cold statement, okay? If numbers can decide the end of a story, then we can surely also pen a new beginning.
Cool.
Screwy, what do you think?
If your hypothesis of Lygus' identity is true, then even if we remove the restrictions of the Ultimate Protocol, the chances of us defeating him in a head-on battle will still remain lower than the acceptable threshold. Therefore, victory will still hinge upon Mr. Trailblazer and Miss Cyrene.
Go on. Maybe we're thinking about the same thing.
Lygus' cognition resides in the exo-myth. He is both an instigator within the experiment and the observer outside of it. Logic. His inspiration circuit can simultaneously process the different time flows in and out of that world.
That's where things get tricky. He simultaneously exists in two different timelines, where the internal clocks are wildly different. That old Intellitron's neurons have completely gotten used to that over this prolonged experiment. And that's why he holds home field advantage. You and I should be able to manage that too, if given more time. Unfortunately, there's no if, and we don't have more time. That's why we need to change our way of thinking and turn his advantage into a weakness.
The key lies in memories, right?
Oh? You caught on quick.
You've already mentioned my friend and I, so it's an easy connection to make, no? My intuition has always been very on point.
Good. Then I'll cut to the chase. Since his thinking speed far exceeds that of normal people within Amphorius, we are going to externally plant a memory into his inspiration circuit. Then, command it to loop endlessly until he gives in.
Even the most flexible and sturdy inspiration circuit cannot withstand the traffic of a full-on information flood. When the amount of information exceeds his cognition filter's capacities, he will have no choice but to focus on processing this memory.
That's when the parallel processing advantage he gained via Amphorius will completely destroy him. An image from a person's memory played in real time might only be a second for us. But for him in Amphorian time, it could be millions or even billions of calculations. He won't be able to do anything but watch as he's locked into this prison forged by memories.
Then we can entrap him in the same kind of cycle as the heroes were in, and get him to experience loneliness and pain in that endless recurrence. It's my greatest honor to be on the same page as the geniuses.
That little one is still in that old Intellitron's hands, and won't be able to respond to us anytime soon. but I don't think he'd refuse. So it's up to you to figure out how to execute this plan. I'm not sure how this happened, but I knew it as soon as I saw you. You are currently a mimetic entity of the Remembrance.
Yes. I seem to be something you folks beyond the sky call a memo sprite. But that's fine by me. It suits me perfectly. I can serve as the vessel of memories and do my part for the final battle.
But before that, we have to tell you. The path characteristic you exhibit is very special. There's no way you're just a simple memo sprite. However, I'm sure about one thing. You are a mimetic entity born in Amphorius, yet you only awakened with the Little One's arrival, and only matured as he embarked on the path of remembrance. That means your existence is completely attached to his memories. If there ever comes a day when he forgets about you, for even a few seconds, or loses his last connection with Amphorius, then you must be prepared for the worst. You will disappear in the memory zone, utterly gone, without even a single line of data to remember you by.
But that's already happened, hasn't it? No wonder I've always had a weird hunch. But that also means I was right in thinking, as long as my friend and I are together, we can do anything.
Okay. That doesn't answer where Serene herself is, though, which bugs me.
Long time no see, friend. Did you miss me while you were away?
Long time no seen.
Same here. I've been waiting for you for 1,000 years. Like how everyone in Amphorius was also waiting for the Deliverer's return. You probably already knew about the genius's plans for that memory. I had to hide really well in a corner in time so Lagus wouldn't find me, and wait for the right opportunity. Which is now. The moment when his manifestation in this world is destroyed, and his twin timelines are intersecting. I'm sorry for keeping this a secret from you all this time. I'll tell you the entire, unedited story of this millennium as an apology after this is all over. But for now, let's join hands and complete the final step with the power of the remembrance.
Don't let your guard down and be prepared for the worst.
You're always so serious, and that's why you always feel so reassuring. By the way, speaking of joining hands... Can I please do something before we go on stage? Remember the joke we made back at the Grove? Look! Aren't my hands pretty now? What a fascinating feeling. Like countless memories all swelling up at once. What about you? What did you feel when we touched each other?
Very tangible.
Really? That makes me really happy. If memories can move people, then it must have been a happy memory, right? Now, please remember what you're feeling right now. Write it down in your heart and keep it there. Memories you want to treasure will never fade away. Even if immersed in the long river of time, these memories will still leave traces of their existence. So, if the view in your memory ever grows fuzzy, just reach out and touch it. It's like reading bedtime stories together at night. It wipes away the chill of passing time, sharpens the outline of memory, and restores its power to nourish the spirit. Now, I'll carry this power with me, and for a little while, I must part from you. As I step into the long cycles of this world, give me your blessings, friend. Let that bright future be, as we have written. Then, I'll leave it to you. All plays are like this. Once you're on the stage, it's hard to return to the audience. Welcome to our story. How does it feel?
Cute. I wish it had stuck on her as a face to see a little bit longer before it cut there.
Even the authority of time cannot command the entire scepter, nor can it plunge the Amphorian extrapolation into a loop.
Oh, that's not my goal, babe.
If this was no system malfunction, then was I implanted with a mimetic entity of the remembrance?
You guessed it right away. As expected from someone people call the first genius, I'm gonna keep doing what I just did if you don't stop, you know? My friend and I won't allow you to leave this memory, no matter what happens, which means you are now trapped, Lord Xandar.
An elegant idea, and an exquisite execution. Regrettably, it is you who are restrained by time, not me. Know that patience is my greatest weapon. Waiting and victory are the same for me. You will crumble before I do in this moment stretched out to an eternity, just like Kazlana will. Yet all I need to do is to wait, as yet another futile bug falls down the cliff and into the bottomless abyss.
Kaslana will? Present tense?
Now I'm a pink bug? My looks are seriously changing all the time. But you're not wrong. We're definitely not gonna solve the problem if we just put you in another prison. So that's why we never wanted to do that in the first place.
I shall answer your confusion purely out of my respect for those who came before me. Have you heard of the synesthesia dreamscape in the Asdana system? Interestingly, that place once had a prison too. Life forms living in that environment, abundant with memoria, have a chance to connect their perceptions with each other's. Even across great spatial divides, they're able to detect shifts in one another's states. I call this phenomenon memory zone entanglement. In Asdana, people made use of that phenomenon to build a nation within a dream. After adding in the catalysts of harmony and remembrance, that is.
Is that how you walked into my prison cell? Using those same principles?
I would much rather call this location our negotiation table, Lord Xandar. Nonetheless, your hypothesis is correct. We happen to have an ally skilled in tuning, while the Trailblazer and Miss Cyrene both have an astonishing amount of resolve, which I'm sure you can testify to. I am also sure that with the support of such a resolute memo sprite, our conversation can last for a long, long time.
I'm the best at listening to stories, you know? I'll leave the exciting clash of the erudition to you two geniuses.
A brainstorm? I like it. And it's 2 against 1? Well, I like it even more. Let's talk, Xandar. Take a guess. How much do you reckon we can dig out of your brain before the next second? And how many ways can we find to deal with you? Besides, in your current predicament, there's no way you can take our trump card away. Go, little one. Go. Overturn the Era Nova.
Like Hergus disappeared? It seems you had conducted a secret hunt in the depths that even I cannot reach. In that case, go. Swim onward and give this campaign a fitting end. I shall send you off with my song, Greyfry. May this song penetrate time and become the prelude to the new world.
Where's the actual Cyrene. I thought we were gonna find her. I thought that was the whole point of the story. Am I wrong? Wasn't she in like the trailer art? In like big girl form?
Dux Gladiorum, you have completed your duty. A new dawn is about to rise. Why not swim towards it?
You died long ago, Imperator. Depart from my mind.
But your duty towards the Imperator did not die with me. That duty will bind you no more. You will be able to hold for yourself one grandiose feast after another in the endless days to come. So go. Go and swim towards that ocean beyond the sky with the Deliverer.
Is this?
A page out of that sidekick's book. I commanded her to gift this page to you when everything finally reaches the end.
What's on this page?
Memories. Lifelike memories. That sidekick found me after the bloody feast 1,000 years ago and showed me her diary. I saw within that notebook.
$39.60 before the campaign against Fagosa.
Is this... that Deliverer's experience? It's truly immersive.
People beyond the sky apparently utilize this power to seal past scenery into crystals they call light cones. But I only know so much about the remembrance, so I can't completely replicate the past. But I'll do my best to talk about the missing parts.
I'm all ears. Go on then. Do your best. But if your chatter gets too boring, or if I deem it offensive, then law will become forever beyond your reach.
Got it. I'm sure you'll find this to your liking. After all, it's human nature to want to embark on a journey into the unknown.
Hello, Castellana. Pet pet.
What brightly colored annals. The journey of the Deliverer's conquest. Let me partake in it. Is this a fortress in the sky?
This is the first step of my friend's journey among the starry seas. This place is called the Herta Space Station. Just think of it as a supersized grove of Epiphany.
Oh, so it's the territory of that witch. She and another Antikytheran lent me a helping hand back at the banquet.
Look, over there. Looks like he's talking to Madame Herta in his memory. Let's go listen to what she thinks about this world. All constructed by eons and paths.
Are you telling me that woman is Herta? She seems shorter than I remember.
That was cute.
Pretty nice space station, huh? But just wait. After a couple more stops on the Astral Express, you'll see sights that'll make this place look ordinary. Oh, the cosmos is so vast that the unknowns far outnumber the knowns. But none of them will end up being anything amazing. The farther you go, the more you'll understand what I mean. So do your best with the nameless. Break a leg! And remember to send an update or two to Asta when you've got some downtime.
She certainly shares my way of thinking. Only that instead of a conquest through blood and fire, they chose a gentler path.
People call Madame Herta and Mr. Screwlum geniuses. Apparently, only the smartest people in the cosmos can receive the blessings of Noose. Amphorius' true creator.
Do you mean that even individuals of such nobility are merely subordinates to a god?
On the contrary. After all, it was the very first of them who created the god. But I don't really know all the details about that. You might be able to ask Madame Herta herself when you get the chance. Let's go check out some other worlds next, shall we?
How far is this gonna take me?
This next stop on the journey has a lot of similarities to him.
A snow-covered land? Interesting.
You know what snow
This
is?
star is named Eurillo 6. That name sounds so cold. Belobog sounds better. The girl we see here holds a similar station to you, Imperator. She's the supreme guardian of this world. A leader who took up the mantle of government during a disaster.
I did not expect the Empress of this world to be so young.
Well, your appearance isn't much older.
The object in the distance resembles Nikador. Is it a weapon?
No, it's called... Right! The Geological Reconstruction Unit.
Just Giorios' Titankin? Disappointing.
It's all thanks to you that we survived the crisis. The collaboration with the IPC is both an opportunity and a challenge. Nonetheless, it's an important step in our journey back into the universe.
This world was sealed beneath its sky just like Amphorius was, and they only managed to reconnect with the stars when the Nameless arrived.
That IPC she spoke of, is it a more powerful organization?
Yes. The IPC conquered many worlds through trade, and opened up a vast territory that way. There are many such powerful alliances beyond Amphorius, and they all walk on roads different from the destruction. Coming back to the Supreme Guardian and her Belobog, didn't they find a peaceful way to enter the interstellar community?
That cannot be true. That IPC would never have grown so big on trade alone. It may pretend to be a wealthy merchant with clean hands, but I am willing to bet that it grew fat on gory oppression and bloodshed.
My thoughts exactly?
Its path of conquest must have had no mercy for the weak and would have destroyed them if needed. Are you telling me that this snowland never thought about tossing its dignity to the wind and kneeling to the IPC? I will not believe it. I will never allow the Imperator's empire to be sullied by others. Amphorius must become a power so strong that no interstellar foreigner would dare to look down upon us.
Imperator, Belobog isn't as weak as you imagine.
I indeed hesitated. But now I understand what we must do. Even if I may not live to see it, I believe...
They still have their dignity intact. One day,
But the order of the cosmos is already set in stone. The old laws decree that only the strong survive, binding the weak in an unbroken chain, until they wither and turn to dust. Unless they embrace the power of the destruction. Amphorius must shatter the old law and become the new order among the stars.
Speaking of the Order, another one of my friend's companions may be able to enlighten you further on that. Let's go to the next page.
I indeed hesitate.
Where am I going? Over
this
here.
Next world is a nation of... The first time I heard about that place.
Such opulence does indeed evoke astonishment.
This world is called Penacony, an eternal city built upon a land of dreams. It's also my friend's previous stop, where they went through a risky but exciting adventure.
Tell me about
We're
it.
just gonna
then.
skip over the Geo and
That man
Alliance.
standing afar has wings on his head. I am truly curious.
I wish
to gaze upon the views of the Reverie Hotel one more time. I'll be just a traveler when I come back here again. And perhaps, through a traveler's eyes, even the things I once knew so well will feel strangely different.
Penacony is a land of the harmony, where all dreams and hopes merge and combine. It believes in unrestrained freedom, and that's how it lost itself in shallow delights. Then, this young man before you chose to rewrite its laws, using the power of the Order, hoping to shape a dream-bound paradise of perfect happiness.
Yet, the paradise of my dreams remains far away. Perhaps a brief journey with the Nameless can show me more possibilities in my search for paradise. As for what Penacony should look like, it'll be up to her. No. Up to their trailblazing now.
Oh, it sounds like this ideal kingdom is no more.
That's right. The people chose to wake up at the end. You can't see tomorrow when drowning in sweet dreams.
This individual's law acknowledged only gods and constructs, leaving no space for humanity. And yet, the fact that he could accept defeat and resume his journey shows a rare self-awareness and clarity of mind.
You are also very self-aware, Imperator. Then you must know that the world promised by the destruction also has no place for humanity.
I am always bothered by the fact that these two girls' voice sounds a lot alike, and I have to really be careful to read their names to make sure I'm attributing my brain to the correct girl.
I am indeed very aware of Lycurgus's honeyed words of deceit. I have seen enough. Take me back.
Oi.
Then let's wrap up this trip down memory lane.
This absolute wonder.
Isn't it pretty? That's our Emporius. Our world flows and meanders in this endless band of light. Though we were born from the designs of the gods and are not yet truly alive, the Chrysos heirs of Emporius still chose to stand against fate and carved a legend no different from that of humankind. Will you really renounce the heroes in this world's previous 30 million cycles?
33 million.
Including even yourself. Will you bow to brutal destiny and allow that puppet master named the destruction to have their wish?
I know what you want to do, sidekick. You want to use that deliverer's memories to influence me and tilt the scales of law toward him and the two geniuses.
You really saw right through me, Imperator.
How can one rule an empire if one is incapable of understanding people's minds? I have decided on Law's final destination. However, before I move my next chess piece, before we go on, tell me this, sidekick. Throughout his trailblaze, was there ever a memory of the ocean?
The ocean. My cradle. My home. You shall complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world, and eternally slumber in the sound of tides. You shall eternally slumber in the sound of tides, and complete your conquest in the ocean at the boundaries of this world. Our prophecies aligned as flawlessly as a sea snake circling upon itself. An elegant loop, like a joyful hymn, like the circulating ocean current, like our two fates.
3960.
The trial is over. So tell me, who will own the divine authority of law?
I won't give it to anyone.
What?
I am the law. Why should I give my imperial crown to any other? Both the Deliverer and the Theoros came from beyond the sky. They have no right to interfere with the lands I conquered with my own two hands. The law of Amphorius shall be determined by Amphorius's master.
What exactly did you see in the trial?
Everything. I saw everything regarding the rules of this world's operation. I saw the laws of extrapolation that Theoros spoke of. I saw the ultimate protocol. As long as I offer a sacrifice of equal weight, I can rewrite the laws of this world according to my will. I can turn good into evil, ugliness into beauty, and weakness into strength. Fate gave me a very fair deal. One rule change for the life of one demigod.
One rule change.
What are you planning to do?
For one life.
You can't guess? We can conquer the stars without relying on any power from beyond the sky. We just need to make some reasonable sacrifices.
Your ambitions have already made so many people give up their lives for the law. And you're still not done?
I am determined for Amphorius to stand on her own 2 feet among the stars.
You are beyond reason. You think such a simple and hypocritical statement can justify your atrocities.
There's no new without destroying the old. That's what you consider an atrocity? Ironic, for that is also the unchanging law of Amphorius's revolutions. Ever since the Flame Chase prophecy resounded in the distance, fate has decreed for the Chrysos heirs to ignite our blood and illuminate this dark age. People would still be puppets of the old dynasty if it weren't for my conquests.
But your world doesn't seem to be any different from your predecessors. Bloodshed, tyranny, oppression. You're making the same mistakes they did.
Go and see everything for yourself. Go to any library I've built. Go listen to the rumors on every street corner. Go and witness how the Imperator crushed the old laws and forged new ones. Go and see what my conquests brought to this world. I cleansed the Chrysos War's filth and mended all the conflicts left by the Arabellica. I restored Akima's might and allowed mortals and Chrysos heirs to face each other as equals in the Council. I punished all sins and rewarded all achievements. I smashed Talantin's shackles, united humankind to save themselves, and started the Flame Chase era. That's what the Imperator has done in her glorious life.
I like her. I didn't like Anaxis so much, but I definitely like her.
So now, hearken to my final words. History will eventually forget Seridra. But it will never forget the Imperator's people or the Flame Chase era she began.
I think her and Anaxis would get along great.
Final words.
Amphorius is about to be destroyed. There's no time left for pointless debates. There is only one law I want to overturn to aid the final battle of deliverance. So I will only offer the life of one demigod. In the name of the Imperator, I command you one last time, Electra.
Kill me.
Either sacrifice yourself for conquest, or pierce this tyrant's chest with your sword.
Thus, the Imperator concluded her final speech at the end of her life. At the last moment before she stepped onto the altar, she gave her most loyal subject the choice to decide fate, just as she promised her compatriots before her very first campaign.
My blood flows in you now. Heroic compatriots, follow me, and we'll seize fate's reins!
The Imperator fell. Some say that the Dux Gladiorum turned traitor and killed her liege. Some say that she imprisoned the tyrant in a shallow pond of water, then left. Which meant the Imperator had to kill herself to rewrite the law. There are countless stories about her death. All we can be sure of is when the knight left the vortex, the Imperator was still mumbling about their past conquests together, the beginning and the end of her existence.
Imperator, wait! How could someone of your status come to the front lines? Let me be the flag bearer!
So she's got the 3 fairies of Tribby. She's got Agalaya with her. She has Helicenes. She has Agalaya in the back there. Helicenes, and it looks like they're defeating Darkness there? I'm not too sure what the other 2 are.
The troops defending the pass to the west of the grove. Have they surrendered?
They ran as quickly as they could when they heard your name. The Golden Cocoon Pass is now in the First Legion's hands.
Good. What about the Delosian militia?
The 3rd Legion set fire to the mountains and flattened everything west of the basin. They just need a few more days.
That is enough. We cannot afford to miss an opportunity for victory. Lastly, how many Laedonian cannons are left?
They are no more. The 2nd and 4th Legions have destroyed them all.
Very good. They now have no way out, no reinforcements, and no artillery support. We will be able to liberate the Grove of Epiphany in the blink of an eye.
I do not like that they're using the word like Legion because that's Roman instead of Greek.
We will launch the final charge 1 quint after the curtain fall hour tomorrow. Remember, as long as the Alliance's flag still flies on my shoulders, you must keep moving forward. Take no prisoners among the enemy's soldiers. All sages who resist are to be captured and tried according to martial law. And do not destroy any books. Now go! Notify the entire army!
Understood! Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
Reporting in. The mountain dwellers are resisting fiercely, and the legendary Mountain Breaker has personally engaged in battle. Their formations are nigh impenetrable.
Then cease our frontal assault. Send scouts to all legions and tell them to retreat into the Tritos Plains before the parting hour.
What? Are you planning to surrender?
It's a strategic change of plans. The seismic walking dragon is enough for that battlefield.
Walking dragon? You mean that stupid beast, Terravox? What can they even do?
Stupid? No. They are the wisest of all of Georios' creations. Only they can perceive the currents of time. Let them deal with their earthly brethren. We will advance and take the lead in defeating what remains of our enemy. I will deliver the most fiery retribution for the humiliation they dealt us, and crown myself with a god-slaying wreath.
Understood. I'll see to it. Those who are resolved to die, we salute you.
The Temple of the Three Fates sent a letter, Imperator.
They refused to surrender, and said this letter is their last warning to us.
Tell the commanding officers not to launch any attacks unless they receive the Imperator's handwritten approval. Disobedience will be punished by death.
What are you doing?
The priests of the Three Fates aren't soldiers, but politicians. Do not mistakenly believe they don't have a plan. These dying pests will wring out every idea from their brains, all for short-sighted gain. They are much shrewder than we are. I am inferior to them in that regard. They also have the prophecy to wield as a weapon, something I am not blessed with. Launching an unplanned attack will only disadvantage us, as all of Emphorius will judge our actions.
She only has one of the trippies with her.
Which means I will be heading to the battlefield myself, just as I have always done. This time, however, I will go alone. I will conduct secret negotiations to ensure fate is on our side.
Understood. The legions will make their preparations. Those...
Why are we not allowed to march out with the army, Imperator?
This will be a long voyage with no return. Those of you who bear the prophecy cannot come with me.
Why are you personally leading this battle if it's doomed to fail? The Flame Chase journey cannot be without a leader.
That is correct. The Empire will be without a head when the Imperator falls. But remember, as long as you seize the right opportunities, even a chaotic game will remain winnable. My departure will create a long staircase for you. You will understand what I mean when news of my death reaches your ears.
Saridra, is our journey about to be over?
Destroy the old laws and forge new ones. My conquest has reached its limits within the borders of Amphorius. Since the prophecy already decreed that the Imperator would never conquer the stars as she wished, I will bow out here and try no more. More Chrysos heirs bearing divine authority will be born, and many more heroes will arise. Will they demand peace or war? Will they resist tyranny or become the next Imperator? I do not care. The children of the future will decide for themselves. Do not mourn for me. Anyone can kill the Imperator. But the only one who can truly destroy her is Saridra.
At the end, I faithfully recorded the most important battles in the Imperator's life. Her conquest was about to be completed at this point in the story. However, for some reason, a memory suddenly entered my mind just as I was about to put down my pen. It was a journey on a fantastical train. I had the honor of having a heart-to-heart conversation with the Imperator under the stars. And I asked her this question at the end of that discussion. How do you want history to remember you? As a hero who gave up her life for the flame chase? Or as a tyrant? She answered so quickly, as if she had made up her mind long ago.
I would rather be forgotten than be defined. Because the law can be neither eternal nor unchallenged. And only humanity can pen laws into history's pages. Now, I have shattered the greatest law of Amphorius. The game is nearing its end, Dux Gladiorum. Even though you killed the Imperator in the previous 30 million cycles.
33,550,336.
This time, you finally found your own law. Then, High Sealants, I will ask someone to deliver the prophecy's ocean at the boundaries of this world. Will you choose to swim into that ocean? I do not care. Do not care.
The Imperator muttered about her conquests, and news of her death spread in the city.
What is the law that she rewrote?
Freedom! Liberty! The tyrant is dead! Go! Shout this news in the streets!
My people, my fellow elders, do not panic. Stand your ground. That usurper has paid for her ambition with her life.
People once cheered for my ascension. I see. I will return in the next cycle. The star here, Serid.
To this day, we do not know which rule the Imperator overwrote at the cost of her life. Perhaps the truth will only be revealed at the moment of checkmate. Just like every chess game she ever played, we only know her death inflamed Akama. On one side of the city, those who defended liberty toppled her statues to the ground. On the other side, her supporters put themselves between the masses and her monuments, declaring loudly that the Sovereign is still among the people. It is said that golden blood congealed into the same letters everywhere they fought. It was the name borne by Akama's first and final Sovereign.
We don't know what rule she did?
Didn't see any of this. Her gaze was cast far away, and the sound of tides in her ears drowned out the people's cries. What was the Imperator thinking about in that prophesized ocean at the boundaries of this world? In that shallow puddle of stagnant water, was she reminiscing about her past conquests? Or repenting for the millions killed for the plane chase? It was neither. The Imperator only saw how the surface of the water gleamed like that crude chessboard, dissected by light and shadow in the afternoon when her teacher played against her for the first time.
Look at this chessboard. What do the pieces look like?
They are strangely beautiful. They look like the stars in the night sky ablaze.
Okay, that's really pretty artwork. How long does this go? Good lord.
From that page. So vast. Not a single trace of corruption.
Well.
Is this...
I mean...
Ceretra?
Electra, my subject. Ever since you walked out of the tainted ocean and pledged yourself to me, I have seen the abyss in your eyes and the emptiness in your heart. That was why I promised you a new ocean, where the Imperator's ambitions would serve as the currents, and loyalty would be its light. Electra, my subject. You have done your duty as my blade. The prophecy has now made its final decree on the road I intend to walk. My conquest is doomed to never reach the stars. But the Imperator never makes empty promises. So take this memory, this ocean, beyond the sky, as witnessed by the Deliverer. This is the final gift that the Imperator can leave for her subject.
When I was still a fish in the ocean, I always felt so genuine swimming through the waters. But once I stepped onto land, I found myself caught in a play. Do you still not get it? I do not long for the oceanic depths of my homeland. Perhaps even I don't know what I want. I still don't know, but I know one thing right now. A fish is simply a fish. And she can never leave the ocean she's in. But whether under the ocean or on land, we two prisoners who can never escape this cave can still look outside the cave and see the stars.
Cute.
I have to admit, the 12-factor simulation of life in this experiment has far exceeded my expectations.
Make your choice then, Senior Society member. Do you want to keep walking down the wrong path and be remembered for your incorrect conclusions? Or do you want to return to the audience's seat and give yourself, Amphorius, and the entire cosmos a more fitting end?
I must refuse. A dead man never fears death.
Did I not make myself clear? Have you forgotten about our dear Lord of Silence? You wouldn't want her to consider your 8 other clones as cancers within the erudition and chop them all up, would you?
Your logical deductions are vastly different from mine. Therefore, allow me to provide one more academic recommendation. Listen, my peers. Why don't you look beyond this world? Just as the Chrysos heirs did. Re-evaluate your calculations and take into account all enemies in the upcoming war among the Eons. Amphorius is not a place where 3 paths entangle, but where 3 paths fight to the death. You used Memoria to resist me, but did you not consider the possibility that the remembrance and their children might have taken this opportunity to join the fray as well.
In the meantime...
Oh. So this isn't just silence. It's the answer. What was the last thing he said to you before you parted the waters at the Scale Gorge waterscape? A tricky question, but one with a simple answer. He didn't say anything back then, right?
That's correct. And now I'm sure. You are not March 7th. There's no way she would remember that detail. I'll only warn you once. Leave her body. Now.
How impulsive. That's not like you at all. Why don't you calm down and think about another possibility? I didn't take over March 7th's body. Rather, it's March 7th who regained my memories.
So, okay. We don't get to see the actual Cyrene in her true form. I thought that that was what this story bit was about. Okay.
I'm so parched.
Like, I'm a little bummed about that, honestly. Let me be clear about that. I'm a little bummed about that. I can't say I'm not. Like, I am, but I can't say I'm not. Why does that have, like, a new mark on it? Oh, because Forgotten Howl refreshed. Okay, I'll go do that. Is there a new... No, so Moron wasn't a new Echo of War. Okay. Oh dear. Well, thank you guys for hanging out with me for this. I honestly thought it was closer to being like 3 to 4 hours. I didn't expect it to be like 8 hours long. That's stupendously long. But yay. Got that stuff taken care of, so that's good. Wait. There we go. Oops. What button do I press? Triangle? Okay. Dot. Thank you. Okay, like story-wise, that's a good place to end it. I'm not happy with the March remembers herself kind of thing, because like I thought that would be a bit more of the story. I just like that we didn't know where Don Hung was for the whole time. That was odd. Okay, so we've got some new basic info on the two of these. Okay. So we have the title for him. Okay, that's fair. What was the other one that was there? Let me see. Load. Oh, right. So they have new pages. So this must be the March page, the pink doodad, because the dragon is obviously Dan Heng. Okay. I'll look at those later. Close. What was the thing I wanted to do? It was you. Okay. I want to do you, or you. You. R2. No. How do I switch? There we go. Okay, so you. Need a healer there. Okay. I'm missing a Noxa, so I would replace with you, I believe.
I
So,
commit.
a
day of peaceful.
Let's wait and see.
Yes. Let me exit out really quick. That was number 7, wasn't it? Yes, okay. I need to do this or I'm gonna go crazy. Japanese, thank you. We can put our music back up. Enter the hall, please. We're gonna do 7 and see how that goes. So turn that down, Tad. So yeah, I have questions. I thought one of the main things that we would see in this phase of the story would be at least Cyrene's actual form, but it seems like that's going to be a bigger plot point of like where Cyrene's is. I'm guessing she's going to be connected to what they were just talking about with the remembrance and their children thing. And that March recalls who she is. It's an interesting idea. I'm not against that because it's like she's been looking for her memories this whole time, but she doesn't recall. I mean, she does seem to recall who she was before, but she doesn't behave as who she did before. So that's an interesting personality swap. I'm not sure how we're seeing her and Dan Heng at the Vortex, because like Dan Heng wasn't anywhere near the Vortex when we parted ways with him, and in fact it's been so long that I don't quite remember when we saw him last. I think he was defending Aqua against the Black Tide and the Ravager dude, who turned out to be Castellana. So like it's been a long time, and then we have no answer of like what's happened. So like, are March and Dan Heng talking after Castellana and I reset the timeline of 33550-336, or are they talking at the end of 337? Because it would be implied that it'd be the end of 336 6, but Dan Heng is in his casual outfit, not in his dragon fighting outfit, which we left him in. So I don't know if they're going to rectify that kind of thing. Yeah, that just, I don't know if they can. I don't know if they care to. And the referencing and not referencing of something important like that just kind of like bugs me a bit. So I don't know. I kind of got no words for that to a degree of how that should be built up to a degree. So yeah, I'm interested enough to continue because I have been invested this far with phainon, and phainon is definitely the character that I'm interested in. So doing a whole story thing that doesn't concern him is not interesting, and I feel like I spent a lot of time just being like, okay, when are we gonna get to phainon? When are we gonna get to like the next phase? Like I'm sitting here just kind of like, I'm wanting to hit fast forward. You're not talking about the thing that I'm interested in. You're saying interesting stuff. The Herta stuff is interesting. The stuff with Lygus is interesting. But I don't feel emotionally attached to Hylicens, the fish. And I do feel better with Sridra after we got her second wave at the end just now. But why did I not get that beforehand? And why did they feel like I needed to be surprised, in air quotes, of who killed Sridra? Of, oh, she's just assassinated. If that was something that Mem knew happened, why didn't Mem just tell me that she had been assassinated, not on purpose, but to rewrite a law? And then what is the law that she rewrote? Like, I don't need to know what law she rewrote, but I don't understand why I wasn't just told that that happened. You know, like I don't quite understand the difference there. Yeah. And that just might be like a me thing of just not having brain powers. I don't know. I don't mind not knowing. So, yeah. Yeah. Oh, I want Ice MC in this party, and Fox is supposed to go with Anaxa into the other party. It's gonna be less of an issue, I think. Because I'm still trying to pad out my B team. So Luocha, if I get the new Dan Heng, Luocha is gonna move to the B team with Dr. Ratio. And Luocha will become the healer, and so I don't have to rely on Lynx being the healer there anymore. So that's good. Anyway, I'm going to continue doing my little battling shenanigans stuff, but I'm going to head off to bed, so... because I can do this while I'm just brain dead, which is totally fine. Thank you again for hanging out for the Star Rail storytelling stuffs. I am glad that I took that break, just kind of like rest my brain for a couple of minutes and bug my cat and whatnot. Yeah. What's next? Next is Monday. I have to keep looking at my calendar because I've had so many weeks where I've just had stuff to do one after another. Okay, I am free on Monday, which is technically today. So I'll be able to stream something. I don't know what we'll do, if we'll do Genshin or if we'll do Harvestella. It's hard because like I want to do reading, I want to do creative stuff, I want to play Harvestella, I want to play Genshin and stuff, and just like I'm not sure where I want to put my focus kind of feeling. So I'm gonna try and figure that out because I feel like I've had the last couple of months just padded Although, to be fair, that's kind of just been like the last year, so it's fine. It's fine. Stuff will get better. Life will get better. I will say I do feel much better after having taken care of my teeth. I forget if I've updated you guys on that. I am using a prescription toothpaste as much as I remember to. I should brush my teeth after stream. I brushed my teeth before stream, and I'm recording, and my toothbrushing habits, and I don't do every single day, and I definitely don't do twice a day, but I am getting better about it slowly. This prescription toothpaste really helps because it has no taste to it. Like, it really doesn't. I don't need to put water on the toothbrush. I don't need to rinse my mouth off afterwards. I just need to brush with it, and it doesn't have a strong taste. It doesn't have a taste that sits in my tongue afterwards. It's so nice. It feels so nice. And because I've gotten like my cavities and stuff taken care of and the cleaning taken care of, I don't feel any kind of like ache or pain when I eat. Like, I had an ache and pain on my left side, and so I ate on the right, and then I got a cavity on the right side, and so I had aches and pain on the right, so like I couldn't really chew stuff that I wanted to. I kind of had to like chew at the front of my mouth, which you're not supposed to do really well. And like, just, yeah, it was a whole thing. Anyways, I will see you guys tomorrow for something. I'm not quite sure what we'll do. I'm kind of thinking maybe Harvestel. Depends on like what I want to do, because Genshin, we have story stuff to do and just exploration stuff in general, and I can just like, I don't know, I feel like I can just sort of do that mindlessly to a degree. So we'll see how I feel. Yeah. Tuesday is the big day though, because Tuesday is the day where I have my Pokemon stuff to deal with. So I'm looking forward to that. I don't know if someone will show up. I will find out, and I will keep you guys posted. I'm not expecting much, if I'm honest, but I am hoping that someone shows up, so we'll see. We'll see if that happens. Alright, I'm gonna head off, and I'll talk to you guys tomorrow, maybe, hopefully, kind of thing. Have a lovely day. Have a lovely evening. Be sure to get up and stretch your legs and all those lovely things you need to do to take care of yourself. Bye! Oh, and before I go, this is a quick note for my technical notes. We are using the Elgato new cord with the old USB hub. Testing so far seems to have revealed that the cord was the problem, which is good because it means the Elgato itself was not the problem, because that's way more expensive than a $15 cord. All right, bye!